Redeemer, Space Colony 1, Book 8, written and narrated by J.J. Green. Chapter 1. It was time to collect nectar from the consort of midnight, but Cleve didn't want to go. His mother and father bustled around the cabin, preparing all the equipment they would need. Grapples and ropes for climbing the cliff, soft suits made from flour sacks they would use as protection, bottles to hold the nectar, assuming they were successful, knives to release the precious fluid, drinking water and snacks for the long trek, all the usual paraphernalia. They took the same stuff every year. This would be his 4th time. He'd begun participating in the ritual when he was 10. On his first trip, he'd only been allowed to sit at the bottom of the cliff and watch as the others went up. He'd missed out on the elation of their success, feeling as though he hadn't really taken part. The following year had been better. Then he'd climbed to the first stage, where he'd been able to see the nectar harvested. On his 3rd visit, when he was 12, he'd finally been judged sufficiently mature and experienced to climb all the way to the night-blooming consort of midnight. After that, he'd trained often with Dad. Tonight, he was supposed to be actually gathering nectar. It should have been an honour, an initiation into adulthood. He should have been happy and excited. He did not want to go. "Don't just sit there, lazy bones," Mum exhorted. "Give me a hand packing these suits." Cleve got to his feet and trudged to her side. She handed him one of the flour sack garments and picked up another to fold and stow in a backpack. "Is there one for me?" Temel asked. "Of course not," Cleve snapped. "You won't need it." At 10 years old, his younger brother would be keeping vigil at the base of the cliff, as Cleve had 4 years ago. "But I might still be in danger," Temel said hopefully. Cleve tutted and shook his head. They were all in danger, only his parents didn't want to admit it. He squashed his suit into a ball and shoved it into the base of his backpack. "Not like that," his mother protested. She pulled the suit out. "What does it matter?" Cleve scowled. "It matters. If you put tension on a seam, it might break, and then where would you be? These are only loosely sewn. It isn't possible to sew them tighter. The material is too thick." When Cleve continued to scowl, she rolled her eyes. "If you're going to sulk, go back to your corner. I'd rather do it myself than look at that face any longer." He strode across the cabin and sat down, his arms folded. That was how he remained until, 20 or so minutes later, everything was ready. His father shouldered his pack, and his mother did the same. Temel had a small backpack of his own. Cleve sat next to the door. He faced an impossible choice. He could refuse to leave the cabin, abandoning his family to whatever fate might befall them. Or he could go along, risking the nameless fate. "It's time to go." Dad opened the door. Cool night air flooded the cabin, accompanied by a surge in the constant background noise of singing cicadas. His father glared from under lowered brows. "Cleve, are you coming?" The 3 figures of his little family were watching him. Mum, her greying hair cropped to ease the summer's heat. Dad, a little taller than Mum, untidy stubble sprouting on his chin and cheeks. Bright-eyed Temel, puppy fat straining the buttons of his too small shirt. The 3 stood in a little group. There were more people in the valley, other families, farmers, store owners, classmates. But these 3 were Cleve's world. "All right, I'll come." He joined them and picked up his backpack, slinging it over his shoulder before stepping out into the darkness. The consort of midnight was a half a day's trek away, but the journey took longer by night. The jungle trail was hard to follow in the dark, and they had to keep watch for jaguars. Dad made Cleve and Temel walk in front, where they were less likely to tempt a hungry feline into a risky attack. When they'd been walking for an hour and Cleve's mood had evolved from resignation to rising fear, a hand landed on his shoulder, making him jump. Take it easy, said Dad. I just wanted to say, I'm glad you changed your mind. It wouldn't be the same without you. His words did little to alleviate Cleve's feelings. His father was still being too casual about the threat. Perhaps it wasn't too late to persuade him to turn back. Would it really hurt if we missed it this year? Don't you guys have savings? We could cut down on food and supplies. I could definitely eat less, and so could Temmel. Right, Temmel? That's not the point, Mum argued. This isn't only for profit. If we don't collect the nectar, it wouldn't only affect us, it would affect everyone who uses the stuff. How would Ma Christoffel make her scented toiletries? And what about Farmer Jake's cordial? Consort of Midnight nectar is the main ingredient. Besides, this is what our family does. It's what we've always done. If we stopped harvesting nectar, who would we be? What else could we do? I'm sure Ma Christoffel, Farmer Jake, and the rest of the customers could get their nectar somewhere else. Hell, they could climb the cliffs themselves if they want it so badly. Don't curse, Dad admonished. And I don't want to hear any more arguments. We're doing this, and that's final. What's that? Asked Temmel. A pale blue light shone through the trees, silhouetting the trunks and gilding the leaves. The light shone upward from the valley. It was clearly not starlight or moonlight. It was also too blue and shimmered in a non-astronomical fashion. It's nothing, Dad replied. Cleve knew what it was, though it was the first time he'd seen it. It was the first time this year he'd been outside so late. He'd heard the rumours of the alien encampment glowing blue at night. Not brightly, but enough to be noticeable in the darkest hours. The alien presence was the great unmentionable in valley life. The creatures had arrived months ago, their crescent-shaped ship descending to the valley floor. Hundreds had landed all over the globe, it was said. Since then, they'd slowly constructed domes over each ship. No one had done anything about it as far as he knew. News of what went on in the rest of the world was hard to come by. There was an hour-long radio broadcast every evening, but Mum and Dad had forbidden him from listening to it lately. He guessed it was because they didn't want him to worry. Yet not knowing what was going on was more worrying. People had probably tried to make contact with the aliens or even attack them, and they'd failed. Now all that could be done was to tolerate their presence and hope they didn't mean any harm. He hoped so too. There was plenty of land for them to settle, if that was all they wanted. He had a horrible feeling it was not, and that it wasn't safe to roam in the area around their dome. He walked on, first in line, Temmel behind him, then Mum, and then, last of all, Dad. Why did his family have to harvest the consort of midnight nectar? Why couldn't they leave it one more year? Why did they have to hike through uninhabited areas in the early hours of the morning when no one else was about? Here we are, said Mum, relief in her tone. She was scared too. She just didn't want to admit it. They'd arrived at the cliff base. Cleve had been so preoccupied he'd almost walked past it. A rough, rocky surface rose above their heads, the top obscured by shadows and vegetation. In amongst the jagged, irregular shapes of plants was a soft luminescence. The consort of midnight was blooming, right on time. The trumpet-shaped flowers of the rare species would be heavy with nectar. The air seemed to carry their delicate scent, even here, far below. "I can see it!" Temmel exclaimed. "You can see them," Dad corrected. "They're right across the cliff, see?" He pointed, moving his finger from left to right. Speaking to Mum, he continued, "It's going to be a bumper harvest. We can live all year on it. I hope we bought enough bottles." "I packed some expandable ones." "Good thinking." Dad rubbed his hands together gleefully. "We have a long night ahead of us. Let's get started." Cleve glanced at the blue spectral light in the distance and then at his little brother. Maybe Maybe I should stay down here with Temmel, as it's his first time."
"He'll be fine," said Dad. "Won't you, son?"
"Sure, Dad. You go up, Cleve. I bet you'll harvest more than Mum or Dad." "Not likely," said Mum. "It takes time and practice to get it right, but if you do, Cleve, I'll give you a small bonus to share with your brother. How does that sound?" "Cool," Temmel breathed. Dad was already swinging the grapple. Foliage crowded the trail, and the sharp metal hooks bashed through the leaves. "Stand back," he warned, before slinging the grapple up the cliff face. Dad had been harvesting consort of midnight nectar all his life. He knew this area like the back of his hand, as he often mentioned, but the surroundings changed every year. The cliff crumbled a little. New plants grew and old ones died, yet Dad's throws remained true. The grapple caught on the gnarled trunk of a small tree. He tugged on the rope. When it didn't fall down, he jumped on it, dangling by his hands and wrapping his legs around it. The rope bore his full weight.
"Cleve," he said, "this one's yours. Mum and I will go farther down. Temmel, you come with us."
"But Dad,"
Cleve demurred.
His father ignored him. As his family walked away down the trail, he threw his backpack to the ground, tore the fastening open, and pulled out his suit. He swore as he put it on, using all the words he could never say in front of his parents. It didn't make him feel any better. When he was suited up, the flour sack material hanging loose on his body, he pulled the hood over his head and face. This was the only part of his kit his parents had purchased. The hoods were expensive. A transparent shield covered his face, and a thick, closely woven cloth covered him to his shoulders. He slipped thick gloves onto his hands. Then, his heart heavy with foreboding, he lifted his backpack onto his shoulders and began to climb. Hand over hand, rope gripped between his thighs and feet, up he went. Harvesting nectar from consort of midnight blooms was easy. It was the fact that the plant only grew on vertical surfaces at least 15 meters above the ground that made it hard. That and the bees. Bees loved the nectar as much as humans did, if not more. They built their hives close to the source and fiercely defended it. The first bee smashed into Cleve's visor, almost causing him to lose his hold on the rope. He was still many meters from the consort of midnight plants, but the bees knew his intention. Another bee arrived and landed right in front of his nose, crawling curiously across his vision. Cleve switched his attention to the rope. He didn't dare look down, but, judging from the distance to the nearest flowers, he was already high up. A fall from this height could kill him. The sounds of his mother and father climbing and talking drifted over. "You doing all right, Cleve?" Mum called. "Uh-huh. Where's Temmel?" Bees buzzed all around him, pushing their stingers toward his face and gathering thickly on his gloves and suit. "He's right underneath me. Don't worry about him. You got your first nectar yet?" "Not yet. Nearly there." He wished he could see her. It would be more reassuring than hearing her. He couldn't see anything except the bees and the cliff face, faintly lit by the luminescent blooms and the distant glow of the alien's dome. He reached his first flower. The trumpet poked out, long and slender. Holding tightly with both hands, he kicked the cliff. Loose, sandy soil tumbled down. He pushed his foot into the hole and rested a large portion of his weight on it. Now came the really tricky part. He eased one shoulder out from the strap of his backpack and swung the bag around to his front. The bees were going crazy. He could barely see what he was doing. More by touch than sight, he took a bottle out and unscrewed the lid. After stowing the lid in a pouch on the side of the bag, he felt for his knife. He took great care to avoid the blade as he pulled it out. A cut or tear in his suit would allow the bees in, and he would be lucky if he only suffered a few stings. Some nectar collectors had been stung to death. He placed the neck of the bottle at the base of the bloom and pierced the petals with the tip of his knife. Nectar gushed out. Dad had been right that this would be the best night for gathering. A lifetime's experience had told him down to the space of a few hours when was the perfect time to do it. "I got some!" Cleve yelled. "Mom! Dad! I got some nectar!" The bottle was full, and still the nectar poured out. Cleve hastily replaced the lid, put the bottle in his bag, and retrieved another. He managed to fill it a quarter full before the nectar slowed to a dribble. Bees swarmed over his hands, the bottle and the flower, drinking the dregs with their long tongues. "Mom!" Cleve called. "I got my first nectar!" No answer came. Somewhat annoyed, he called again, "Mom! Dad!" The forest was silent. "Mom?" His voice was quieter this time. Were his parents joking around? Maybe they were teasing him about his earlier worries. "Mom, if you're there, please answer." Nothing. "Dad?" Cleve fastened the lid on the quarter-full bottle and put it in his bag along with the knife. "Temel?" Above, the vegetation rustled. He froze. Something was there. It couldn't be a jaguar. They didn't climb this high. Was it a monkey? The thing was climbing down toward him. It moved awkwardly, as if unused to the environment. Cleve tore his pack off his back and flung it at the creature. Without waiting to see the result, he launched himself from the cliff and slid down the rope so fast it grew hot under his hands. Landing with a thump on the trail, he flew in the direction his parents and brother had taken. "Temel! Temel! Where are you?" "Here," a small voice squeaked. "I'm here, Cleve." He tried to follow the sound, but only met solid cliff face beyond the cloaking foliage. "Keep talking. I can't find you." His eyes wide, he looked over his shoulder. A dark shape moved closer, scraping along the track. It was large and its outlines weird. It looked like nothing he'd ever seen. "I'm here, Cleve," Temel called. How would he ever save his brother from the animal? Maybe he shouldn't lead it to him, but away from him. Had the creature killed Mum and Dad? Was it? Something clasped his ankle. He nearly jumped out of his skin. "Come inside," said Temel. "We can hide." He had found an opening in the cliff. Cleve ducked down and slipped through the gap. He barely fit. Temel crouched at the end. Cleve squashed up close to his brother. The meagre light went out. The thing had found them and was covering the entrance, but it was too big. It would never be able to get in. Cleve held his brother tightly. Temel whispered, "If we wait long enough, it'll give up and go away, won't it?" "Yeah, for sure," Cleve replied quietly, forcing confidence into his voice. "We just have to wait." But what had happened to Mum and Dad? Chapter 2. It was like old times. Cherry studied Aubrio's crouching, shadowed form as he hid behind a tree trunk, keeping watch on the Scythians. The aliens had plagued humanity since the early days of the Concordian colonization, and she and Aubrio had spent years fighting them. Only this time the Scythians had actually landed, and the planet she and her former lover were defending was not Concordia but Earth, the cradle of human civilization. In all the years she'd known Aubrio, he hadn't changed and would never change, while she had aged and begun to grow stiff. She shifted position in the ferny undergrowth to ease her aching joints, causing the fronds to rustle. "Shh!" Aubrio hissed. "They're 100 meters away," she retorted in a harsh whisper. "Doesn't matter. They might still hear us. We don't know what they're capable of." She silently grumbled, though he'd made a fair point. In the past, Concordians had gone to huge lengths to hide themselves from the hostile aliens, assuming they used sight to search, but the mechanical Scythian spiders had hunted the colonists through their scent and nearly succeeded in wiping them out. She pushed down a leaf and peered over it. The structure the aliens were building seemed nearly finished. Construction had continued day and night since they'd arrived. First, trundling robots had laid down a low wall surrounding the ship, squirting a pale, faintly lustrous liquid that hardened on contact with air. Later, machines with articulated limbs placed blocks on the base, each layer tapering slightly inward. The result was a dome roughly 150 meters in diameter. Aubryo called it an igloo. The top was out of sight, but the construction noises continued. They had to be closing off the dome by now. She grabbed Aubryo's sleeve and tugged. When he looked over his shoulder, she jerked her thumb toward the trail. He shook his head. Why he wanted to stay, she didn't know. There was nothing more to see. Moving as quietly as she could, she rose to her feet and walked, stooping, into the forest. Back at the Earthers' settlement, the low houses and narrow streets were mostly quiet. Nearly all the local inhabitants had moved out soon after the Scythian ship appeared. Earthers didn't have the technology, let alone firepower, to defend their territory from a spacefaring species, and they weren't stupid enough to try. They'd fled, getting as far from the threatening presence as they could. Yet, according to the grapevine, Scythian ships were landing all over the planet. What would the Earthers do when there was nowhere left to hide? Cherry went immediately to Wilder's hut. In answer to her knock, she heard a faint "door" through the wood. A moment later, a flustered-looking Wilder pulled the door open. "I'm never going to get used to this ignorant tech." "You'd better. We might not have the luxury of responsive devices ever again." Wilder grimaced. "Don't remind me. What's happening at the construction site?" Cherry followed her into the hut. "Nothing new. I think they're nearly finished. Want some tea?" "Sure." The Earther's drink was nothing like what Concordians called tea, but it was light and refreshing. "Where did you get it?" "I found a house someone left in too much of a hurry. They hadn't packed up any food as far as I could tell. We can eat for days." Wilder handed over a mug of steaming liquid. "I just made this. I'll make myself another." "Should we stick around that long?" asked Cherry. "There doesn't seem to be a lot of point. Maybe we should take our lead from the Earthers and find somewhere to hide. The Scythians must have a plan for what to do after they've finished building their domes. I'm guessing it involves destruction and slaughter." Wilder lowered herself onto the sofa with resignation. "At the very least, we should get Mickey and Nina away from here. We have to look after them now Kez is gone. What does Aubryo say?" Before answering, Cherry rested her elbows on the windowsill and gazed out into the deserted street. It was only wide enough for Earth vehicles, basic automobiles that had to be manually driven. There was no net for them to connect to. Nothing to navigate by or prevent collisions. It was a wonder the Earthers managed to use them at all. Earth also lacked good infrastructures for food supplies, medical equipment, education, and other essentials. It wasn't that the planet didn't have these things, but provision was patchy and uneven and depended entirely on local conditions. History lessons aboard the Nova had told of the decline of Earth's technological development due to the rise of the natural movement. Nevertheless, it felt odd to return to humanity's birthplace and find it more backward than its deep space colony. "You know Aubryo," Cherry replied. "He's all for attacking the Scythians as soon as possible, before they get a foothold. He would do it alone, only even he understands it would be suicide." "Before they get a foothold? They already have one. And what would we attack them with? Our bare hands? Firing from the Sirocco is out of the question. That ship's our only way home. You don't need to convince me how stupid it would be. We do need to get away from this place." I don't think watching the Scythians is going to tell us anything. Maybe we'll leave in the morning. I would have liked to figure some things out, but I've given up. Like what? Like why there are no doors in the domes, for one thing. It was the same with the Scythian city in Sardine. No doors. Only soft, squishy material you could push through. There doesn't seem to be any of that stuff in their construction material. Maybe it's permeable to gases. The Scythians can't breathe Earth's atmosphere. Okay, but how are they planning on getting in and out? Unless they don't intend to ever leave their domes, they need exits. That wall looks solid. Just because it looks solid doesn't mean it is, Wilder countered. There might be seams that are invisible to human eyes. Yeah, you're probably right. A figure appeared at the end of the street. Cherry opened the door and beckoned. A moment later, Aubryo stepped through the entrance.
You disappeared in a hurry.
I didn't have a reason to wait around. We weren't seeing anything new.
How would you know if they did anything new if you weren't there to see it?
So did you notice something different?
That's not the point.
Get yourself something to eat. Wilder's found a new store. Wilder pointed toward the kitchen. It's all in there.
Aubryo strode past them, glowering.
One thing's for sure, Cherry went on. If the Scythians wanted us dead, we would already be checked out. There's no stopping their spiders. Once they get a whiff of a scent, they follow it, slicing through everything in their paths until they... She swallowed, recalling seeing Garwin hacked to pieces and the loss of her own left arm. If the Scythians wanted to eradicate all humanity, they would have started by now. They have something else in mind.
You haven't figured it out?
Aubryo had emerged from the kitchen with a sausage of cured meat. He took a bite and leaned a shoulder on the wall. Somehow he could chew and yet maintain his usual supercilious expression. Cherry glared at him, refusing to take the bait. They'd been romantic partners of a sort for so many years. Of all the Concordians, she had been one of the few prepared to give this Earthman the time of day. She had allowed him into her heart, prickly and arrogant though he was, and in return he'd betrayed her. It was a betrayal he'd never apologized for, never even appeared to see a need to apologize for, and she'd long ago moved past the point at which she could ever forgive him. Yet circumstances forced her to be around him. Despite his many, many faults, Aubryo was their best military tactician. If she and the people she loved were going to survive, she had to tolerate his presence. Wilder gave in. Are you going to enlighten us?
Aubryo smirked. Don't you remember the Scythians' demands you refused, Cherry, before they launched the biocide?
Oh, shit! She moved from the window and slumped into a chair, putting her head in her hands. What were the demands? It had been the worst moment of Cherry's life. After the Scythians had returned to Concordia and annihilated Oceanside, they'd made a proposal. The leader at the time, Meredith, had wanted to accept, but Cherry had overruled her, firing off a refusal. Her decision had resulted in countless deaths, including most of the peaceful feler. The aliens' biocide had just about destroyed life on Concordia, and all because she hadn't wanted to give in to the Scythians' demands. Aubryo poked her shoulder.
What's your answer going to be this time?
To what question? Wilder insisted. Cherry replied woodenly. They want to colonize Earth, with human beings as their slaves.
And they can do it. On this piss-poor planet, with its Iron Age tech and Neanderthal natives, it'll be easy. It's over. Earth's screwed.
Chapter 3. The head of the Global Advancement Association was a stooped old man. To Cherry's eyes, Dakari Buka looked even older than Ethan had when he died, perhaps late 80s or early 90s. A strong puff of wind could blow him over. That explained why he hadn't been present when the Earthers had returned Kez. He was too frail to be riding horses, flying around in helis, or even waiting out on the prairie to meet strange humans from another world. Naturally, he spoke no English. He relied on the Earther translator, Ittai, to communicate with the Concordians, as they did with him. Ittai sat next to the old man, leaning close as he listened to the quiet words. He was as silver-haired as Buka, but perhaps 30 years younger, ruddy cheeks above his clipped grey beard giving the impression of vigorous middle age. When Buka stopped speaking, Ittai gave a nod and turned to the room. The GAA has received a report indicating the Scythians may have begun to attack. 2 people have gone missing in the vicinity of one of the domes, a mother and father. Their sons managed to evade capture by hiding in a hole too small for the Scythian to enter. Vesey asked, "When did this happen?" 2 days ago. "Why have we only just been informed?" Vesey looked nervous. She'd been all for abandoning the Earthers and returning to Concordia the minute the Scythians had appeared. It had only been Aubrio's absolute refusal and strong arguments against it that had dissuaded her. "The region is remote," Ittai replied. "We only received news of the incident ourselves a few hours ago." "What else do you know?" asked Aubrio. "When did the attack take place? What do the Scythians look like?" After Ittai translated, the head of the GAA laid a bony hand, freckled with sunspots, on the man's arm. The translator leaned toward him again and then said, "Mr. Buka would like to know why you're asking about the appearance of the Scythians. We thought you were familiar with these aliens." "We've never," Aubrio began, but Vesey talked over him. "No Scythians have ever landed on Concordia during the colony's existence. The assaults on our planet have taken place from orbit or via automated devices." The old man smiled wryly and he spoke again. Ittai translated, "So Earth is honoured by this special privilege." "They've landed because Earth is weak," Aubrio said loudly. "It doesn't have the tech to fight back. But it's more than that. When the Scythians discovered humans living on Concordia, they tried to wipe us out. You see, our planet used to be theirs a long time ago, before they ruined it and made it uninhabitable to their form of life. Only they couldn't kill us all easily, so they changed their minds and decided they would recolonize, with us as their personal servants. We turned down their kind offer, and they tried to sterilize the planet instead. You're lucky they didn't do that here. We survived the biocide attack with mass vaccination. You'll never manage the same thing on Earth. Concordia has a much smaller population and better transportation. If the Scythians launch their biocide on Earth, it'll destroy you and all life. They don't seem to want to do that yet. They've switched to the colonization plan again. That attack you heard about? They must have abducted those people in order to study them. They'll need to know all about our anatomy if they want to control us." By the time he reached the end of his short speech and Ittai had translated it, a leaden silence fell in the room. No one seemed able to speak. Cherry cast her gaze around the small space. The GAA had taken over a subterranean building that had to be centuries old. The concrete walls were stained and worn shiny by the passage of bodies. What had the place been in its previous life? Offices? A prison? Aubrio had said this region had once been very cold, which explained why construction had been underground. The Earthers had figured out how to repair the ancient geothermal energy mechanism to supply power. Buka spoke. Ittai translated, "We would like to know the Concordians' plan for helping us defend ourselves against this invasion." Vesey spread her hands wide. "You must understand, there's very little we can do. As I've explained before, it was fortunate that the Scythians didn't attack our ship when they arrived. They seem to have recognized the weapon we carry, which is the same type used to defeat them in the past. If we fire on their ships, we will inflict significant damage. That's what seems to be currently holding them back. Yet if they do attack, they will surely destroy us in the end. We're at stalemate for now. How long the situation will last, I cannot tell. My guess is that the Scythians have more ships on the way. They're only waiting for them to arrive before removing the Sirocco from the equation.
So you're going to leave?
Itai demanded. Though Buka hadn't spoken, his frown indicated the translator had expressed his sentiment accurately. Nothing's been decided yet.
You're going to abandon Earth, your home planet?
Vesey looked uncomfortable. The expedition to colonize deep space set out from here centuries ago. Concordians have no memories of Earth. They view Concordia as their home planet, and we have plenty of problems of our own. The Sirocco was heavily delayed on her journey. Our planet desperately needs the material we gathered if our people are to survive.
So now you've got what you need, you will leave us to our fate, your own kindred?
If we could help, we would, but I'm not sure. All through this exchange, Aubrio's jaw muscle had been twitching, to Cherry's amusement. Should the Sirocco have departed at the first sight of the aliens? Probably. It would have been the sensible thing to do, given all the points Vesey made. But the captain wasn't expressing the majority opinion of the ship's personnel. She didn't dare give the order to leave when so many Concordians were against it. Despite what Vesey said, most of them wanted to help Earth. That was the reason the captain had stuck around. She didn't have the authority or strength of will to enforce an unpopular decision. Aubrio might have managed it without significant repercussions, but not her. What was his take on the situation? He'd seemed hell-bent on fighting the Scythians at first, in his typical antagonistic manner. But recently he'd appeared to begin to change his mind. Though combative, he was also pragmatic. Whatever stance he took in the end, it would come down to one thing. It would suit him personally. Buka said via Itai,
"Where do we go from here? Must we plead or beg you to stay and help? You have so much to offer. Technology, skills, and knowledge that has been lost to us. Will you really deny us your aid? Surely there must be something you can do."
"We will continue to monitor the situation," Vesey said tightly. "The news about the abduction was useful. Please keep us informed about any further details that arrive and anything else you find out about the Scythians." Aubrio interrupted.
"You didn't answer my questions earlier. Do you have a description of the aliens? When did the attack take place?"
"It took place at night," Itai replied.
"The boys who escaped could only say the creature was large, about 2.5 meters tall and wide."
2.5 meters wide? Cherry echoed.
"That's what the children said."
She couldn't imagine what the Scythians looked like. The only large aliens she'd met had been at the Galactic Assembly, but that had been half a lifetime ago, and the Assembly was half a galaxy away. It would have been nice to have their allies around, if not to offer military backup, then at least to give advice. Humanity was on its own, however. The distress signal the Sirocco had sent out long ago, when the jump drive had failed, had gone unanswered. Buka made several more attempts to get Vesey to commit her ship's resources to Earth's defense, but the captain remained firm on wanting to wait and assess further developments. The meeting broke up without any decisions having been made. The old man rose unsteadily to his feet, and Itai helped him from the room. Vesey sunk her head into her hands. Aubrio said,
"You're gonna have to piss or get off the pot."
She shot him an angry look. "Thanks for your support just now."
"What did you want me to say? You know you don't have the backing of the crew."
"Well, if you or anyone else has any suggestions about helping the Earthers, I'm all ears."
"Cherry and I are still investigating the Scythians. Until we know their weaknesses, it's hard to develop a plan to defeat them."
"I seriously doubt that's even possible." "If we can't defeat them on Earth," Cherry interposed, "how will we defeat them on Concordia? Sooner or later they'll go back to see if anyone's still alive, and then they'll finish the job they started.
Good point, said Aubryo. We could learn valuable lessons here.
Vesey lifted her gaze to the ceiling. The kind of lessons that involve a lot of bloodshed, no doubt.
Hopefully more of the Scythians than ours.
If they even have blood, Cherry added. Vesey rose to her feet. I'm going back to the ship, providing she still exists. Keep me updated about anything you find out. Before you go, said Cherry, Wilder had an idea she wanted me to run past you. She said she wants to go with Niall to find the source of the signal we detected near the seed bank. Why does she want to do that? Cherry shrugged. It might be significant. I don't see how. The Earthers themselves didn't know about it. It must be something left over from before the collapse of civilization, like the seed store.
Let her do it, said Aubryo. It isn't like she'll be of any use if it comes to a fight.
Cherry spluttered. Wilder helped develop and maintain the armaments on Concordia.
Yeah, but there aren't any armaments here.
Tell her from me, said Vesey, that anything she can do that might contribute to Earth's independence is welcome. But she cannot use the shuttle, and only she and Niall are to go. Our resources are already stretched to their limit. She left the room.
That went about as well as I expected.
Which part? Cherry asked.
All of it.
I guess we shouldn't have expected anything better. I'm going to find Wilder and tell her what Vesey said. She stood up to leave, but Aubryo grabbed her hand. Stiffening, she halted and carefully pulled it from his grip. He rolled his eyes.
After you've talked to Wilder, have you got anything else you have to do?
Why? She asked warily.
I was wondering if you wanted to hang out.
Are you kidding?
Don't look at me like that. It's a reasonable question.
It would have been a reasonable question 20 years ago, before we knew each other properly, before you... She swallowed. After all this time, the memory still hurt.
Christ, you know how to hold a grudge, don't you? That should be water under the bridge by now. Can't you let bygones be bygones?
In answer, Cherry stalked from the room.
You fucked Kes, didn't you?
Aubryo's angry response rang out.
I know you did. You act like you're so superior, but you're no better than me.
Chapter 4. What is this place? Niall asked. Wilder replied, You mean, what did it used to be? The field of broken concrete spread out for hundreds of metres. Twisted shards, uplifted by tree roots, protruded from the ground, and thorny weeds covered the grey surface in dense patches. But it was clear the site had once been large and significant. A network of buildings had occupied part of it, though now the walls only stood at waist height. Your guess is as good as mine, she went on. It must be from Aubryo's time. Niall shook his head. It's hard to believe he's that old. He hasn't lived all those years. He spent the journey on the Nova Fortuna in cryosleep. Then when we went to the Galactic Assembly, time dilation hit us. Oh yeah, I was forgetting you went on that trip too. So you're how much older than me? He was trying to keep his expression deadpan, but a cheeky smile leaked through nonetheless. Do you mean chronologically or emotionally and intellectually? Laughter burst from Niall. Come here, old lady. He pulled her into his arms. You're older and better than me in every way, and I don't mind admitting it. Took you long enough? They kissed until the roar of an approaching engine broke through their pleasant distraction. The Sirocco's shuttle was a bright spot of light in the blue sky. Wilder and Niall backed off a little more. The shuttle settled on a relatively empty spot. The engine cut out and the noise died. A moment later the hatch opened and Zapata beckoned them, calling out, Don't hang around on the concrete. It isn't made to absorb heat. They ran over the hot surface and climbed into the open hatch. Thanks for helping us out, Wilder panted.
No problem. But you understand I can't wait around for you, right? It'll be a while before Vesey notices the shuttle's missing, but if she does, I'll be in a world of shit.
Sure, we get it. We've packed enough supplies to last us a few days.
You think it's going to take you that long?
Niall replied. We don't have any idea what we might find. We might be finished in a day or a week, or we might need even more time.
Well, con me when you need picking up, and I'll get there as soon as I can, the captain's diversions permitting.
Thanks, said Wilder. We appreciate it.
I don't know what Vesey was thinking,
said Zapata, returning to the pilot's cabin.
How are you supposed to go so far north on a planet with virtually no long-distance transportation?
We approached the GAA for one of their helis, but they said they couldn't help us. Wilder settled into a seat and fastened the belt. They said they're in too much demand. They're booked up months ahead.
Zapata halted at the cabin's entrance. Figures. It's really something to see how low Earth has sunk since our ancestors left it, right? This place used to be an airport, with hundreds of airplanes flying in and out every day.
What's an airplane? Niall asked.
Like a heli, but with wings and wheels.
Huh? Zapata waved a hand dismissively.
Never mind, I'll explain another time.
It had been months since Wilder had been to the island where the ancient seed vault was located, yet nothing seemed to have changed. Zapata landed at the coast, as he had when she'd been one of the party to search for the seed store. Kez had been in the team too. An ache expanded in her chest. It was still hard to believe he was gone. As she walked with Niall away from the landing site and into the forest, the noise of the shuttle's takeoff behind them, she recalled the older man's silver-streaked red hair and kind, cheerful expression. He'd been there for her at her lowest moments, the parent or older brother she'd never had, and she struggled to accept she would never see him again.
Are you okay?
Niall asked, watching her. She heaved a sigh. Let's find this signal beacon. She took out the locator from her pack. The signal originated in a spot beyond the seed vault, on the other side of a low mountain. Trees grew thickly up the slope and all around. With no tracks on the uninhabited island, they were in for a tough trek. It's that way. She pointed directly at the mountain. Do you want to go up and over, or take the long way and go around?
Niall squinted up at the peak. I'm not sure that up and over isn't the longest route.
He peered at the screen.
Do you think the signal might be coming from the far side of the seed vault? Maybe we could go through the mountain. That would certainly be easier than trying to force a route through the forest.
I didn't think of that. She studied the map more closely. I suppose it's possible. When I came here before, we didn't go right into the depths of the vault. We found the seeds we needed and left. I don't know how big it is. It might take up the whole mountain. She lifted her gaze to the slope. That would make it huge.
On the other hand, why would the people who built the vault have set up a signal beacon so far from the entrance? It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Nothing about the signal makes any sense. That's what makes it so intriguing.
I hope, after we go to all the trouble of investigating it, it's worth the effort.
You're getting ahead of yourself. I just hope we find whatever's making it.
We won't find anything if we don't get moving. What do you think? Up and over, around, or through?
Recalling the skeletons of desperate people she'd seen on her previous trip, Wilder didn't relish the idea of re-entering the mountain. It'll be chilly on higher ground and harder to find somewhere to camp.
You don't want to go into the vault?
I will, but as a last resort. It isn't nice in there.
I'll take your word for it.
They lifted their packs onto their backs and set off, pushing through dense scrub. Niall went first, using his heavier bulk to forge a path. Brambles snagged at their clothes and low branches made them stoop. Wilder didn't remember it being this hard. She guessed the original party must have been lucky, stumbling across the remains of the original track leading to the vault entrance. They toiled on for an hour before Niall halted.
Do you know where we are?
The higher ground was out of sight. Vegetation crowded so closely that visibility was limited to 3 or 4 meters. Wilder was scratched, sore and tired. I thought you did. You're the leader here.
You're the one who's been here before.
Not to this part. We went directly to the vault.
Well, my question stands. Where the hell are we?
Wilder surveyed the surroundings. This isn't going to work. We need someone who's used to wandering around in wild places. We've barely stepped out of a lab all our lives.
Shall we go back?
I don't think we have a choice.
An upside to their mistake was that their return passage was easy to find, marked by the crushed ground cover and disturbed and broken foliage. Another upside was that they arrived at their starting point in half the time of their outward journey. Soon they were looking up at the mountain once more from the original spot. Niall said, "Unless you fancy doing the same thing again, only climbing, it looks like we have to enter the vault."
Enter the vault? You make it sound like a sim.
In truth, the prospect did hold fantastical potentialities.
Just so you know, there are human remains in there. It's creepy and cold.
The dead can't hurt us. Let's do it. Do you remember the way? Wilder led him in the direction she roughly remembered. When they passed the piece of metal grid suspended high on a tree branch, remnant of the ancient walkway, she knew she was on the right track. Within another few minutes, the broken double doors gaped open before them, revealing darkness. The sun was grazing the forest canopy.
She asked, "Do you want to make camp here and go inside tomorrow? It'll be night soon."
All the more reason to go in now. We can bed down in there if we get too tired to go on.
Yeah, but...
She couldn't think of a rational objection.
Okay.
She retrieved her headlamp and put it on. Niall did the same. You go first this time.
Thanks.
She ventured into the dark. The seed vault was just as chilly and lonely as she remembered it. Scattered remains of torn seed packets and the boxes that had contained them littered the floor. Animal and human scavengers had taken the seeds. The Concordian team had been scavengers too, of a kind, though they needed the seeds for planting, not eating. The intact packets they'd found were now safely aboard the Sirocco, only awaiting the journey to a new planet to fulfill their biological destiny. As Wilder pushed deeper into the mountain, memories of her earlier visit flooded back. She recalled the passageway where they'd found the skeletons and wordlessly guided Niall away from it. The vault was vast. She realised the first time she had visited, her party had been extremely lucky to stumble across the cache of undisturbed seeds. Everywhere else seemed ransacked. After an hour or longer of wandering, a smooth wall confronted them, and a set of stairs led straight down. It seemed obvious to descend. If there was a way through to the signal site, it was here, though for some unknown reason her guts tightened at the notion. Perhaps it was only that they'd walked in the dark for so long and so deep into the mountain, under tens of thousands of tons of rock. She stepped down the stairs and Niall followed unquestioningly. He didn't know this area was new territory to her. The metal treads resounded with their footsteps, perhaps the first human footfalls that had hit them in centuries. "Are you sure this is safe?" Niall asked.
"Absolutely not. Hold on to the handrail in case the treads collapse."
The concrete shaft was square and the stairs ran around the edges. The light from their headlamps didn't penetrate the central well. "This is odd," Niall commented.
"I know. Where are the storage rooms? Where are the seeds? What was the point of this part of the vault? Why would the builders make it hard for people to reach whatever's down there?"
They continued to descend. The place had the feeling of something secret, an area deliberately hidden. Perhaps the seeds stored at the bottom were precious. Or were they dangerous? The beam from Wilder's headlamp hit a concrete floor. They'd reached the bottom of the stairs. Stepping from the final tread brought them onto a plain square landing with a single unadorned metal door, tightly shut. "Shit!" Niall breathed. White bones draped in dusty rags gleamed in the rays from his lamp.
These are the remains you told me about. They're different ones. Yuck! Wilder tried the door, but it resisted her. He or she must have been trying to get in. So it seems. We don't have a way in either. This is a dead end. We should go back. Don't give up so easily. Niall stepped to the door and also tried the handle. Unsurprisingly, the door didn't open. What's this? As Wilder had moved out of his way, her headlamp lit up a section of wall displaying a series of numbers. Some numbers were set in grids, others were in lines. Beneath them all, rows of bumps protruded from the surface. "A puzzle!" Niall exclaimed. "They're all puzzles." He pushed one of the buttons. "It's mechanical. I bet if we put in the correct answers, the door opens." "Cool!" Wilder assessed the first puzzle, her feelings of fear and foreboding dropping away. Niall leaned his head close to hers as he also took in the details of the problem. 3, 2, 1, 0, 1, 9, 2, 0, 0, 8, 1, question mark, 7, 5, 2, 4. Wilder got it first. "The missing number is 2. Add together the first 2 digits, then multiply by 2. The answer's 6. Without waiting for Niall's agreement, she pressed the relevant key. The next puzzle consisted of 2 rows of numbers. Question mark 7, 2, 7, 3, 7. Question mark 7, 5, 7, 6, 7. Niall said, 17, 27, 37. It's 1 and 4. He pressed the keys. Wilder was already working on the third problem. So they continued, all the way down. "These are too easy," Wilder complained. "I don't know how that dead person couldn't figure them out," Niall agreed. They reached the bumps. Were these for blind people? Wilder ran her fingertips over them. Next to the rows of bumps was a single plain button. "How can we show our answer?" "We can only either press the button or not press it." While they'd been working, no sound had come from the door, so she'd assumed it hadn't opened. She tried the handle again in case she was wrong. The door remained locked. Niall had closed his eyes and was touching the buttons. "Can't feel anything unusual." The bumps were shaped as an irregular pyramid. One bump sat at the top and another sat beneath it. Below those were 2 bumps in a row. 3 bumps were in the 3rd row, then 5, then 8. "Ah!" Wilder said, annoyed at herself for taking so long to understand. "It's the Fibonacci sequence." "Of course. How many are in the last row?" 13. Niall pressed the plain key 21 times. With a click, the door unlocked. Chapter 5. The idea was for the Concordians to grab a Scythian of their own. The aliens were increasing their abductions. All over the globe, people were disappearing. The attacks always took place at night and targeted individuals out alone or in small groups, usually in remote, rural places. Since the aliens' brief visit 2 years ago, the majority of Earthers had moved their activities underground wherever possible. The situation was similar to how it had been on Concordia. With little to no defensive capability, the best strategy was to hide. Yet a subterranean lifestyle was impossible for many. Topography, lack of digging and construction equipment, or the necessary skills prevented it. Other communities had underestimated the threat, and though the vanishing of their members had raised their awareness, their efforts were last minute. Plenty of Earthers remained vulnerable to attacks. When yet another report of an abduction arrived from the GAA, Aubrio's response had been, "Two can play at that game." It would send the message that Earth wasn't going to roll over and accept defeat without a fight. It would also give the Earthers vital information about exactly what they were up against. as well as Cherry and Aubryo, the Concordian team to execute the mission, leaving from a wood half a click from a Scythian dome, consisted of Maddox, Dragan, Mora and Acton. Cherry watched Maddox turning over a pulse rifle in her hands. Even after all these years, she found it hard to look at the woman without a certain image popping into her mind. Maddox had never spoken to her about the incident. She hadn't apologised, but nor had she tried to rub it in Cherry's face, though the sly smile she'd given at the time was also something Cherry had never been able to erase from her memory. Maddox looked up, and her gaze drifted to the space where Cherry's left arm should have been. "Are you sure you're coming too?" "Why wouldn't I?" Cherry retorted hotly.
"Cherry's one of our best fighters," said Aubryo. "She was at the Battle of Sidher, defending it against the Scythian spiders. Of course she's coming."
Like Maddox, none of the other team members had received extensive military training. Mora and Acton were fellow scientists, and Dragan was an engineer. Cherry had tried to dissuade him from volunteering. As one of the people to design and build the Sirocco, she felt his skills were too valuable to put at risk. But he'd insisted, and after registering the desperation in his eyes, she had relented. She guessed he wanted to atone for what he'd done, or rather, what he'd nearly done. As one of the final Day 5, the Apocalypse cult that had formed during their long space voyage, he'd come close to killing Wilder. At the last minute he'd come to his senses, protecting her from his deluded associates. Wilder had forgiven him, and they were friends again, but maybe playing an active role in Earth's defence was his way of forgiving himself. Aubryo said,
"We have time for some training before we set off. Maddox and Dragan, come with me. Mora and Acton, you're with Cherry."
Cherry took the pair to the edge of the woods and proceeded to deliver a severely truncated version of the basic training she and Aubryo had developed years ago on Concordia. At the time, she had never imagined she would be repeating herself on Earth. They had 3 hours before they set off. The plan was to reach the Scythian dome at midday. They hoped the nighttime abductions meant the aliens were nocturnal, so most would be resting at that time. If they couldn't grab one, they should at least be able to get a good look at the creatures and the interior of a dome. The purpose of the structures was clearly to provide the aliens with a breathable atmosphere, but other than that, no one knew what went on inside them. Was it crazy to launch an attack in broad daylight? Perhaps. It went against the grain. Dangerous activities were usually safer done in darkness, but maybe it wouldn't make any difference. The Scythians had developed interstellar space travel. The idea that they wouldn't have systems to detect movements around their domes, day and night, wasn't feasible. Cherry spent most of the available time in target practice and familiarising her pair with their armoured EVA suits. There hadn't been much time to develop and manufacture the suits during the rush to leave Concordia, so the Sirocco only carried a handful, but they would be essential for the attack. Too soon, the preparation time was up. Aubryo approached through the trees asking,
"You guys ready?"
"As we'll ever be," Mora replied.
"Cool, let's get to the heli."
The Earther's heli was larger than their usual ones, large enough to hold 6 passengers. It would drop them close to a dome. There seemed little danger of the Scythians firing upon it on its approach. The aliens had ignored air vessels passing over them. What would happen after the humans attempted to break into a dome was another matter. The pilot only nodded as they boarded. The language barrier remained a problem. Itai, the Earther's translator, had said he was teaching others the Concordians' ancient version of English, but it would take time until they were proficient. For now, everyone was confined to hand gestures and facial expressions to communicate. Cherry hoped the pilot truly understood that if their mission was successful and the Concordians emerged with a Scythian, he might have to risk fire to land and collect them. As was the case with all the Scythian domes, this one sat on open land, far from any human habitation. The ivory dome was a blister on the green landscape, strangely incongruous. For the first time, Cherry saw the upper surface, which was smooth and complete. How did the aliens leave it? They had to have a way. No one was in any doubt they were responsible for the disappearances.
"You sure that stuff's gonna work?"
Acton asked Aubryo nervously. Aubryo shrugged and lifted the package on his lap.
"I've been told it's an effective explosive. Whether it'll punch a hole in the side of the dome, who knows?"
The Earther pilot said something, and then the heli plummeted from the sky, eliciting gasps from the passengers. "Visors down," Cherry ordered. "This is it." As soon as the landing skids touched ground, the Concordians piled out. The pilot had set them down roughly 50 meters from the dome, as instructed. Aubryo raced toward the structure, carrying the explosive. The heli whined as the pilot took off. Cherry tightly gripped the detonator. The others seemed frozen. Had they forgotten the plan already? "Get down!" she urged. Snapped from their trance, the 4 Concordians squatted and turned their backs to the dome. Cherry scanned the structure. The smooth surface remained whole. She calmed Aubryo. "Not seeing any response so far. You're good to go." He'd reached the dome. Still, the aliens didn't react. Aubryo slapped the package against the wall so hard, Cherry winced. Intellectually, she knew the explosive wouldn't go off without a detonator. But that didn't stop her from feeling it would. Then he was on his way back.
"Blow it!"
"Not yet. It isn't safe. You'll get hit by the shockwave."
"Do it! We don't know how long we have."
She set her jaw, refusing to answer. Damn the man and his stupid heroics.
"Bloody well do as you're told."
He'd almost reached her. "Shut up and get down." She swiveled, crouched, and pressed the button. At the same time as she heard the boom, a force knocked her on her face. The sharp-edged trigger box was underneath her belly. She scrambled onto her knees and tossed it to one side before turning around for a look at the dome. A dark, jagged-edged hole gaped in the wall. Dusty haze filled the air, and shards of white material were spread far and wide. They'd done it.
"My suit's leaking," said Acton. "I think a piece of the dome hit me."
"You know what to do." Cherry leapt to her feet. Acton would run back to the cover of the forest and wait to be picked up. One man down already, she sped with the others toward the hole. Nothing was visible within. The Scythians didn't appear to light their dwellings, so they were definitely nocturnal. Something appeared at the hole. At first Cherry couldn't make it out. Its form was so odd, so unlike anything she'd ever seen, she couldn't take it in. Its skin was bronze and papery and stretched tightly over a skeletal frame. 2 large white eyes, bisected by a vertical black line, stared out. A pulse round flashed. Aubryo had fired. The creature was gone. A beat later, Aubryo was at the hole. He halted, waiting for the others to catch up. In another second, Cherry was at his side. Together, rifles lifted, they peered in. The interior was pitch black. It seemed to absorb sunlight, reflecting nothing. Cherry switched her visor to night vision. Now she could see a little, but it was only another wall a couple of meters away. It appeared to ring the dome, an inner layer of protection.
"It's full of CO2,
Aubryo remarked. She hadn't noticed, but her HUD agreed. Gas was pouring from the breach.
"Grey guns with me," said Aubryo. "We'll go right. Cherry, you go left with Maddox and Mora."
"No, Maddox is with you."
"Not since you lost Acton."
There was no time for arguing. Cherry roughly gestured for the women to follow her and stepped into the dome. Taking point, she walked into the dark passageway. No aliens were in sight, but she couldn't see far due to the curvature of the dome. Mora asked, "Did anyone get a good look at that thing?" "Not me," replied Maddox. "I only saw—" "Stay focused," Cherry snapped. "If anything moves, shoot, remember? And if it's near enough and hurt enough, grab it." "Yeah, we remember," Maddox replied sarcastically. The CO2 increased as they walked farther from the breach. Everything else stayed the same. The white outer walls were a rich, light-absorbing black on the inside, mirrored by the interior wall, which extended overhead, running parallel as it curved beyond view. 1 minute. That was the agreed period of time they would spend trying to capture an alien. Even so short a time was highly risky, considering that the hole they'd blown was their only exit. 45 seconds had passed. How far had they come? Perhaps only 30 meters. They'd been walking slowly.
"See anything?"
Aubryo commed. "Not a thing. You?"
"Zilch."
"Get ready to leave in 10 seconds.
"I might just—"
"No, that's not what we agreed."
"But we might not get—"
A shriek, quickly cut off, broke through his words.
"What was that?"
"I thought it was from your end." "Maddox!" Mora yelled. "Where's Maddox gone?" Cherry swung around. Mora was alone. The passageway was empty. "She was right behind me," Mora gasped. "And then she wasn't."
"Maddox has gone missing?"
asked Aubryo. Cherry ignored him. It didn't seem possible that an alien could have snuck up behind them silently, snatched Maddox, and retreated out of sight without Mora noticing. She would have turned immediately she heard the other woman cry out. The Scythian would have to be lightning fast to do it.
"We're on our way,"
said Aubryo.
"Get out of there before they take someone else."
"So quick to abandon your girlfriend?" Cherry pushed the spiteful thought aside. How had the Scythians taken Maddox? The answer niggled at the edges of her mind. It was something to do with the Scythian city on Concordia. She had it. "Mora, go back. When you meet Aubryo, tell him—" "Never mind. Just go back, now." There was no time to check Mora had followed her order. Cherry punched the interior wall. As she had predicted, her fist sank in, followed by her arm up to her elbow. She leaned her shoulder against it and pressed with her right knee. Slowly but surely, her body sank into the spongy substance. Then she was through it. Maddox was vigorously struggling with one of the bronze-skinned creatures. It held her around the waist with its— whatever they were not arms. And it didn't have hands, but long claws. The thing bent over her and tugged at her suit. The claws scythed through the armor, and the suit split like overripe fruit. Cherry's mind flew to the Scythian spiders and Garwin's horrific death. Maddox's struggles became more frantic. Without oxygen, in a couple of minutes she would be dead. The creature didn't seem to have noticed Cherry. It was too preoccupied with killing Maddox. Where was its head, its brain? Near the eyes, presumably. Cherry took aim. She was in grave danger of hitting Maddox too, but if she delayed, the woman was dead anyhow. She fired. The Scythian fell, but it didn't die. It writhed on the floor like a mad thing, bucking, jerking, whirling. Maddox took a step past it, and its claws raked the leg of her suit. She screamed as blood ran from the gashes, but she didn't stop until she reached Cherry's side. "Where did you come from? How do we get out of here?" "This way," Cherry replied. The Scythian seemed to be weakening. Its movements had slowed to twitches, but it crawled. Cherry shoved Maddox into the wall face first and pushed with all her might. The sponge absorbed the woman until she was gone. Cherry faced the alien for a good look at it. She finally understood about the Scythian city on Concordia. The creature was dying. Its eyes slowly opened and closed. She fired off another shot. It was still. As she emerged on the other side of the wall, she found herself suddenly grabbed. Aubryo lifted her onto his shoulder and began to pound down the passageway. "Put me down!" she yelled. "Put me down! Stars, I can run, you moron!" Maddox must have gone ahead. Cherry's night vision picked up the residual heat of splashes of blood on the floor. They were outside, and still Aubryo didn't set her on her feet. She was forced to let him carry her all the way back to the waiting heli. He threw her into a seat and then climbed aboard, slamming the door. Instantly, the heli lifted into the air. Cherry was thrown to the side as it banked. They were all here. Acton sat at the back of the craft, Dragan beside him. Mora and Maddox sat in front. Maddox's visor was up, and her face deathly pale as blood ran from her wounds. Aubryo was beside Cherry, staring out the window. They hadn't managed to capture an alien, but they'd made it into and out of one of their domes, and...
"Shit,"
Aubryo said.
"Would you look at that?"
Before even following the direction of his gaze, Cherry knew what must be happening. Her close look at a Scythian had revealed a key fact. It explained the weird configuration of their ancient city. All walls and no doors. It explained a lot of things. A circular opening had appeared at the top of the dome, and the aliens were emerging from it. Tinted transparent spheres over their heads and tanks on their backs, no doubt supplying the CO2 they breathed. They beat their thin-skinned wings and flew. Chapter 6. The purpose of the puzzles at the door remained unclear to Wilder as she walked with Niall down the tunnel beyond it. What was clear was the puzzles were part of an intricate mechanical lock, but why they'd been placed there was a mystery. "I still can't believe that person at the entrance couldn't figure them out."
"You aren't still thinking about that?"
"I can't understand it. It's bugging me."
"Really? I couldn't tell. You've only been talking about nothing else for the last 5 minutes. How about thinking about something different, like where this tunnel is taking us?"
She poked her elbow into his side. "One problem at a time. I'll work on the door lock, you concentrate on the cryptic destination."
"Seriously," said Niall, suddenly grave. "We could be walking into danger. That was probably the reason for the puzzles you're obsessing about. They must have been designed to keep people out. They were a safety measure."
"We made it through without too much difficulty."
"That skeleton didn't."
"No, but why?"
"Because he or she couldn't solve them. That's obvious."
Wilder chewed her lip. "Do you think there was something wrong with that person? Like they had low cognitive function?"
"What's the point of speculating?" Niall added after a pause. "Not everyone would be able to solve those puzzles so easily, and if you didn't know about the Fibonacci sequence, it might be hard to figure out."
"Yeah, but that person died trying to solve it. They took however long they had left and still didn't understand it."
"They might not have had very long left. Hey, look."
Wilder swept her headlamp in the direction Niles was pointing. The monotonous concrete of the dusty tunnel was broken by a door.
"And this one doesn't have anything to solve to open it."
Niall grasped the doorknob and turned it. "You shouldn't just open a door like that," Wilder chided. "Wasn't it you who were saying we could be walking into danger?" The interior reminded her of a starship cabin. A single bunk stood against the wall, the bedclothes neatly made. There was a desk and chair and a small cupboard, presumably for personal items and clothes. Above the cupboard was an empty shelf. Despite its tidiness, the room had an abandoned, forgotten air.
"Well," said Niall, "at least we have somewhere comfortable to sleep tonight."
Wilder gave a shiver. "I think I'd rather sleep on the floor in a sleeping bag." She crossed the room to the bed and touched the covers. The fibres parted underneath her fingertips. Experimentally, she pushed both hands down on the mattress. It sank beneath her touch, and she found herself pressing against the bed frame. This place is incredibly old.
Is that so surprising? The seed vault was built in the days before the appearance of the natural movement, right?
It was, but something gave me the impression this area is newer, an add-on, you know, at a later date.
Maybe you're wrong.
Maybe.
Wilder bent down to open the cupboard door, but it was jammed shut with rust.
I bet there's nothing inside it anyway.
She stood up.
This was someone's room once, but apart from the bedding there's no sign of their things. The shelf and desk are empty. There are no pictures on the walls. Whoever lived here packed up their stuff and left.
Let's carry on looking around, Niall said. If the rest of it is as neglected as this room, there hasn't been anyone here for a long time, so it's completely safe. As they walked down the corridor, they encountered similar rooms, all containing single bunks and minimal furniture, all in a state of extreme age. Unlike the seed vault, this place was so far underground, no rodents or bugs had colonized it. It was lifeless. Wilder began to long for the surface.
How big do you think this is?
We've walked a long way. Farther than the diameter of the mountain at its base, I would say. We're now under the surface on the other side, which means it's impossible to guess how big this place is. It could extend the width of the island.
Have we passed the signal beacon yet?
I don't know. I lost the signal not long after we entered the vault. A pair of doors appeared in their way. Concordian style, they encompassed the entire width of the tunnel. A small rectangular window glinted in the light from Wilder's headlamp.
Interesting,
she murmured, stepping closer. She peered through the window, but saw nothing but empty space.
That's a big room, way bigger than anything we've come across so far.
Let me look, said Niall. Wilder moved away from the window and inspected the doors. A simple handle was set into one of them halfway up. She grasped it and tugged. With a metallic screech, the doors parted, folding up as they opened. She sensed, rather than saw, a vast space. The light from her lamp faded into darkness, and the air felt different. While the tunnel had felt close and stuffy, here currents wafted against her skin. She called out,
"Hello?"
Her voice echoed back 3 or 4 times. "Shh," Niall hissed.
Why? A few minutes ago you said this place is completely safe.
There's no point in taking unnecessary risks.
I just wanted to confirm my suspicion, and I was right. This room is huge. It must reach as high as the surface. I wonder if it's a natural cavern.
She set off to explore. Slow down, Niall urged. You have no idea what's ahead.
Oh, what?
The signal. It's reappeared. I can see it now.
Then let's find it. Lead the way.
Holding his interface in 2 hands, Niall swiveled to get his bearings. This way. He moved off, checking the screen and the ground in front of him alternately. Wilder followed, glancing from side to side, but she only saw concreted ground. Niall proceeded on a diagonal from the double doors, crossing the wide area in silence. After a couple of minutes, Wilder asked,
"Are we close yet?"
"Nearly. He veered to the left.
"Wait, there's something ahead of you."
Her light had reflected from glass, and she'd caught a glimpse of their 2 figures, shadowy under the bright spots of their headlamps. It was another set of double doors. 2 large windows were set into them.
"Look!"
Wilder exclaimed.
"It's a control booth."
The walls of the room were crammed with equipment. Screens, dials, gauges, buttons and sliders on panels festooned it. Ropes of wires ran between them, bound with tape. Wilder's heart raced.
What's it for? And what's it doing down here?
She felt as though they'd stumbled across something significant, though she had no idea what it could be.
Can we get inside?
Niall's hands were already on the handles. He pulled cautiously, but they didn't budge. It's locked.
Maybe there's another set of puzzles. but the walls to each side of the doors were blank. "They must have locked them for a reason," said Niall. "The equipment must be dangerous." "Not after all this time." She tried the handles, but she didn't pull. She pushed and the doors opened. Light filled the room, and a hollow flashed to life in the centre. Wilder gave a little jump and grabbed the edge of the door. The translucent hollow was of a man wearing old patched clothes, little more than rags. He was speaking, but not in English. After a few moments, Niall asked, "Can you understand anything he's saying?" "Not a word." One thing was clear, however. The man was not giving a friendly greeting to the visitors from the future. His eyes were narrow, and spittle flew from his mouth as he spoke. He was angry. Chapter 7. Cherry cradled the man's head. Blood from his chest wound welled up with each breath he took. As he exhaled, it coated his lips and face in a fine spray. So much blood, she could feel it, wet and warm. He was saying something, murmuring words she couldn't catch. She leaned down, bending her body over his, turning her head so her ear was closer to his mouth. She could hear him now, but she couldn't understand him. Of course, he was an earther, speaking their language. Of course she couldn't understand. He was saying his last words, probably giving her messages to pass on. Messages of love, perhaps apologies. Who knew what he was saying? None of them could understand, and no one would know what he said with his last breaths. She nodded anyway. He was too out of it, too far gone to remember that she was from another planet, light years distant, that she spoke another language and had a different history. She gave another nod. "I understand. I'll tell them." Relief lit his fading eyes. Then they lost focus and his body relaxed. Cherry held on to the slumped form. She was back on Sardine, inside Chimera, the chamber built to house Concordia's 5th armaments silo. She was holding Isabel, Kez's wife. Inside the dark tent, the iron smell of blood had been strong. Little Nina had been quiet and still as her mother died. Cherry, what would she tell Kez? How would she explain that Isabel was gone? Cherry, he's had it. It's over. How would she tell Kez? Give him to me. As Aubreo tugged the body from her grasp, she looked up, confused. What was he doing here in the tent? But she wasn't in the tent. Trees surrounded them, and she was sitting within ferny undergrowth. "Are you all right?" Aubreo had laid the pilot's body out. She blinked. "Yeah, I'm fine." "You don't look fine. You're covered in blood for one thing. Not a lot we can do about it now. Come on, we need to get moving." He reached down as if to lift her to her feet. "I told you I'm okay," she snapped, standing up. "And while I remember, you didn't need to carry me out of the dome. I'm not a kid you can haul around." "Pardon me for wanting to save your life. Don't worry, the next time you're in trouble I won't make the same mistake. We'd better get moving." "I wouldn't mind a little support," said Maddox. The rest of them were here, Acton, Dragan and Mora. Cherry wondered how she hadn't seen them. Maddox did look as though she would need help with walking. The gouges the Scythian had inflicted on her leg looked painful, though she wasn't bleeding heavily anymore. Yet there had been a coquettish tone in her remark. Cherry scowled. Wouldn't the woman ever give it a rest? "We should head west to get back to base," said Acton. "I agree." Aubreo swiveled as he looked at the sky. "Sun's over there and it's the afternoon, so we go that way." He held out a hand to Maddox, who limped over to him. "If we can manage without any rests, we should make it back before sunset." He set off, an arm supporting Maddox. The others followed in a line. Cherry took a final look at the pilot and the crashed heli before joining them. 20 or 30 Scythians had erupted from the dome. She would never forget the sight of the creatures bursting out in such numbers, climbing aloft on their wide wings. They'd been out to get revenge for their murdered comrade. At least, that was how it seemed as they flew after the heli. Or perhaps they didn't care about the Scythian she had killed. Perhaps they were only angry about the hole in their precious dome, still leaking CO2. The Earther pilot wrenched his vessel's engine up to maximum output and angled the nose tip down to maximize acceleration. The passengers hung forward in their harnesses. Aubryo opened a window and the wind howled in. "What are you doing?" Cherry yelled.
"What do you think?"
He shifted in his seat and leaned out, pulse rifle under his arm. "Stars, don't hit the rotors!" But he had the right idea. She did the same. Luckily, from her position, she could shoot with her right arm. Aubryo was forced to shoot left-handed. The Scythians swarmed after them in a bunch, making an easy target. She got off 2 rounds. One hit a Scythian's wing. Through the tint of the creature's visor, she glimpsed its mouth opening, but any sound it made was blocked off. It separated from the rest, its flight erratic. It began to whirl and tumble over and over, losing altitude. What happened to it next, Cherry didn't see. She'd hit another Scythian in its midriff. The creature clasped at the wound in agony. The movement caused it to drop down. It beat its wings to regain height, but it stopped flying again, reaching for its wound. A window shattered. There was a zing accompanied by a metallic ping. "What was that?" Maddox yelled. Aubryo replied,
"They're firing back."
At first, Cherry didn't understand. She hadn't seen any flashes of pulse fire, yet it was undeniable that the Scythians were attacking. How? They weren't holding anything in their claws. They wouldn't have been able to fly. Another zing. The round must have passed close by her head, but there was no ping. Where had it gone? After checking no one was hurt, she returned her attention to the Scythians and fired again. They'd spread out now, probably to be harder to hit. She saw their weapons. Within each pair of prehensile feet was a metal object, something like a pulse rifle, only smaller. All pointed at the heli. Aubryo hit an alien, the pulse round exploding against its scrawny neck. The wings folded and it plummeted from the sky, the wind turning it lazily as it fell. The heli was maintaining distance from the pursuers. If anything, it was pulling away, but not fast enough. All the Scythians had to do was to hit the engine or a rotor, and it would crash. They'd reach the forest. Would crashing into trees be safer or more dangerous than crashing on open land? Cherry fired again, letting loose a stream of rounds, but aiming backward was hard, and both she and her targets were moving. She couldn't hit a thing. The heli swerved. Her stomach lurched as it sank. They were losing speed. Had the heli taken a hit? She faced forward. The pilot hunched over his controls, and blood oozed from his back. It was only then she noticed the hole in his seat. The zing she'd heard earlier had been around, hitting it. The projectile had passed through it and into the pilot. He'd been hit and hadn't said a thing. Aubryo reached over seats and grabbed the man's shoulder. He moved. He was conscious, but barely. He pushed himself upright and gripped his controls again. The heli swooped upward, but its flight was erratic. The pilot couldn't maintain control. They began to fall again. Acton blurted, "We're gonna crash!" What followed was hard to recall exactly. Cherry remembered the jerking of the heli as the pilot, seeming to lapse in and out of consciousness, grabbed and let go of the controls. Aubryo unfastened his harness and tried to get to them. Cherry yelled, telling him to fasten his harness. The forest canopy loomed upward and swung from side to side, matching the motion of the aircraft. A peek over her shoulder revealed the Scythians hovering, beating their wings impossibly fast as they watched, their bronze forms bizarrely out of place in the deepening blue sky. The scene seemed to freeze in silence. Then the forest rushed toward her. The crash of breaking branches and battering of foliage burst in her ears. Everything cut out. When she woke, she was hanging upside down, and her head felt thick with blood. She groped for her harness catch and released it, the understanding of what would happen dawning too late. She hit the ceiling of the heli and crumpled, groaning in pain. Others were moving around her, dragging themselves free. Where was Aubreo? What had happened to the Earther pilot? Somehow she got out. The heli was a bashed-in mess. The rotor blades had torn free, and the cabin was bent and deformed. She sat marvelling at it. How had she managed to extract herself from that disaster?
"Hey," said Aubreo. "You okay?"
"Nothing broken, I don't think."
"Can you help me with the pilot?"
"We should hurry up," said Mora. "Maddox, can you go any faster? Maybe we can carry you." "I'm doing the best I can."
"I know what you're thinking," said Aubreo, "but the Scythians won't come after us in here."
"He's right," said Dragan. "There's no way they can maneuver through the trees, not with those massive wings, and they can't shoot at us if they're walking." "But they could fire on us while they're flying," said Mora. "Canopy's too dense," Dragan replied shortly. Cherry walked on in silence. They had learned a lot. They now knew the Scythians were primarily flyers, not walkers. They also knew their weapons fired projectiles, not pulse rounds, and that their domes were vulnerable to regular explosives. They had other vulnerabilities. Sunlight was too bright for their eyes. Their visors had been tinted, and they couldn't breathe Earth's atmosphere. The knowledge had come at the cost of the Earther pilot's life, but it was invaluable. Surely there was a way to defeat these creatures. If the Earthers mounted a sustained attack, perhaps they could drive them off the globe. Cherry's shoulders slumped. How could she have forgotten? Aubreo had talked about it at the meeting with the GAA, but he hadn't followed his train of thought to its natural conclusion. The Scythians had a deadly weapon in their arsenal, the biocide. Even if they could be persuaded to give up on their plan of colonizing Earth and enslaving humanity, they would never leave peacefully. They would do the same as they had on Concordia. They would release their deadliest weapon. Everything that had been learned didn't matter. It didn't matter what anyone knew or did. The situation was hopeless. Chapter 8. As Wilder watched the man's hollow talk and wondered what to do next, a second voice spoke from the darkness behind her. "Whoa!" She started and swung around. Her headlamp caught another man's face in its beams. "He's armed," Niall blurted and clutched her, attempting to drag her away. His light had flashed against the muzzle of a rifle. Wilder resisted. "He isn't aiming at us. I think it's safe." The man had continued to talk, and he raised a hand as if attempting to reassure them. But, like the hollow, his words were unintelligible. Niall leaned closer. "This one's real, right?" "I think so, but I'm sure as hell not going to touch him to make sure." "Where did he come from? Did he follow us in here?" "He must have, but—" An odd feeling was nagging at her. She knew it couldn't be right, no matter what her gut was saying. "Let's go into the room. I want to get a proper look at him." As she had hoped, when they went into the place the hollow was playing, the stranger followed. He seemed to be appraising them as much as they were appraising him. He was tall, taller than most Earthers she'd seen, and he wore unusual clothes. A neatly fitting pinstriped suit clothed him from his neck to his knees, and he didn't wear pants but closely wrapped strips of cloth around his calves. His boots were black and looked new, except for the fact they were coated in thick dust. His hair was the oddest part of his appearance. It was long, but it had been gathered into a bun on the top of his head. For an earther, he was impressively clean-shaven. But was he an earther? Could her feeling be correct? And if so, how? How could it be possible? He appeared to conclude his assessment. Lifting a hand, he gestured toward the interface Niall was carrying. "Does he want me to give it to him?" Niall asked. "Try it and see what he does." The stranger took the interface, said something she assumed meant thanks, and carried it to a console where he sat down. Wilder joined him and peered over his shoulder. The man didn't object. He placed the interface on a smooth black pad and then touched another with his fingertips. "What's he doing?" "How would I know?" The man inclined his head and was still. Was he concentrating? It was hard to tell. His eyes remained open, though unfocused. "Niall, look at his chest. Is he even—" Light burst from the chamber they'd just left. Niall returned to the open door. "Look at that place!" It was even larger than Wilder had guessed. The ceiling hung 30 meters above, and the floor was 150 meters in diameter. A seam circled it 7 meters in from the wall. The outer edge of the floor was ordinary tile, while the inner was metallic. Long tubular lights were suspended from the ceiling. "Look," said Wilder. "He shut off the hollow too. I didn't notice at first." "I wonder if he owns this whole setup. Maybe he was broadcasting the signal so someone would come and rescue him." "He doesn't look in need of rescuing." The more Wilder had seen of the man and his behaviour, the greater was her conviction that her gut reaction had been correct. "This is going to sound crazy, but I think I know him." "That does sound crazy. You can't possibly know him. He's an earther, and this is our first visit to this place, unless you think you saw him somewhere else." "I did see him somewhere else, somewhere not on Earth, and a long time ago. I remember him from when I was a little girl." "That's insane. Are you feeling okay?" "I'm fine, and I know I'm right." "I suppose it's possible he had a doppelganger, or maybe you're misremembering." There was no point in trying to convince Niall. Besides, she was sure she would be proven right soon. The man straightened up, turned and smiled. "I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Could you please tell me your names?" Staring, Niall's wide eyes turned to Wilder and then back to the man. "How come you're speaking English?" "He learned it," Wilder explained. "He learned it just now from our interface. That's right, isn't it?" she asked the man, except he was not a man. "That is correct. I have analyzed the data on your device. I may mispronounce some of your words at first. I would appreciate it if you would inform me of the correct pronunciation." "Happy to." Wilder introduced herself and Niall. "Do you mind if I try to guess your name?" "If that's your wish, I will comply." "Huh?" Niall touched her shoulder. "What are you doing? We're going to be here a long time if you try to do that." "I don't think so." She frowned. The name had been on the tip of her tongue, but it had slipped away. Concentrating, she searched her memory again. She'd been young when she'd learned it, and she'd been on the periphery of everything going on in the colony. She had it. "Are you called Strongquist?" He smiled. "You have met my counterpart. Many things are becoming clear to me. You must be from the colony the other Strongquist set out to help." Niall breathed. "What the hell?" "We named the planet Concordia." "So the mission succeeded. That is gratifying to know." "It did succeed. A lot's happened since then." "I would be interested to hear about it. Your interface only contains recent information." "I can tell you everything. I was there from the start." "You were? I don't understand. Even if you were one of the scientists suspended in cryosleep on the ship, you should have died of old age many years ago. Unless perhaps you were only recently revived." "That's another long story." "I would also like to know why you have returned to Earth." I get it, Niall announced. He's a guardian. Finally, Wilder replied sarcastically. Hey, I never saw one. He stepped closer to the android, who regarded him with a questioning look. So he looks like one of the androids who arrived on the Mistral? As far as I can remember, he's the original Strongquist's twin. It must have been easier to reuse his design.
Actually, the android demurred, the second Strongquist is a copy of me. Not that it really matters. Is he among your party?
He died. I'm sorry. They all died defending the colony.
I see. So they followed their programming. Steen would have been pleased.
Steen?
One of the makers. The holo that was activated when you entered this room was a recording Steen made before the team shut everything down.
He didn't seem too happy in it, Niall remarked.
He grew very bitter toward the end of the project. He would rail about the sacrifice he had made for people he had no connection to and would never meet. I think in the beginning his focus was on the project's scientific challenge. It was only as its completion drew near he saw beyond it to the dull, unsatisfying and dangerous remaining years of his life. He saw more clearly what he'd given up, the chance of escaping Earth. His message is full of anger and does not contain useful content. It is probably not beneficial to watch it, though I am able to translate it if you wish.
Niall had wandered to the doorway and was leaning out, resting one hand on the frame. He whistled. They built a starship in here?
That is correct. It was a truly magnificent feat, considering the state of Earth at the time. The materials and parts had to be sourced from all over the globe or manufactured here in unfavourable conditions, and it all had to be completed in secrecy. The natural movement as an entity had disintegrated during the collapse of civilization, but the general anti-scientific sentiment continued. Plus, anyone with a supply of food or still functioning equipment was a target. That is why the scientists came to Svalbard, where they would be safe from marauders and scavengers.
Do you know what happened to them after they launched the Mistral?
My knowledge of the past stops at the moment I shut down. The logical answer is they all died many years ago.
Niall turned his attention away from the chamber. Why did they create the signal beacon?
I was not aware of it until your arrival triggered my reactivation. I perceive it now, but don't know its purpose. When I was ordered to shut myself down, all I knew was that my assistance might be required again. I didn't anticipate ever meeting anyone from the colony, but the team might have hoped a delegation would arrive on Earth one day. Or perhaps they simply hoped their work would not be forgotten.
Wilder mentally added, not forgotten by people who understood. The android's story made sense of the puzzles at the entrance. Only someone with an understanding of arithmetic and a basic interest in mathematics would be able to open the door. To anyone else, the site would remain an enigma. Chapter 9. Cherry stuffed the remainder of her belongings into a bag. She hadn't brought much down from the Sirocco, and in her brief time on Earth she'd only acquired a few additional items. Everything fitted into a couple of bags. She took a last look at the small room she'd occupied for the previous few weeks, and then walked to the door. Itai was on the other side of it. They each took a moment to get over their surprise, and then the Earther looked her up and down, taking in the bags.
So it's true.
I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry. She tried to move around him, but Itai stepped sideways to block her exit.
You're really leaving? All of you?
Nothing's been decided yet, but we are returning to the ship for now.
How long will you be gone?
I don't know. We have things we need to discuss.
You could do that here, with us. Buka is open to more discussion.
I'm sure he is. Look, would you move out of my way? The shuttle is scheduled to depart in 15 minutes. Itai rested a hand on the doorframe.
They'll wait for you. you're too important to leave behind."
Cherry sighed. Even two-handed, she was no match for a fully grown man, and the last thing she wanted was a fight. She felt guilty enough as it was. This might be the last time she spoke to an Earther, and she didn't want to depart the planet on bad terms.
"Can't we talk about this? There's still a lot to talk about."
"Maybe there is, but we have things to talk about too. So if you wouldn't mind."
"Please, hear me out."
She put down her bags. "You have 1 minute."
"You say you have things to talk about too, as if you're different from us. But we're both human. Concordians are the same as us. If you leave, you'll be abandoning your own kind. How will you be able to live with yourselves, knowing you refused to help your cousins when they were in need?"
"We have helped you. We risked our lives breaking into a Scythian dome. We drew them out into the open in broad daylight. Now you know what they look like and what they can do, you're in a better position to fight them. We've done a lot already. You seem to be forgetting we could have left at the first sight of them."
"I know, and we do appreciate the fact that you stayed, only—"
He was out of arguments, yet he still didn't want to let her go. She said gently, "We understand what you're up against. Believe me, we really do. But we have others to think about. Our people are waiting for us. They desperately need the seeding material. If we don't return soon, we could be too late." The last point was speculation, though she wasn't about to admit it. The Sirocco had been absent from Concordia for so long, no one knew what they might find upon their return. The colony might not have survived, or the Scythians might have dealt a second dose of biocide, rendering the planet entirely sterile. Lifting her bag, she pushed past Itai. He didn't resist. As she reached the end of the passageway, Buka hobbled into view, leaning heavily on a walking stick. He raised a hand and said something she didn't understand. She hurried away. Word had gotten out that the Concordians were leaving. She didn't want to wait around for more Earthers to accost her. Things could turn nasty. When she made it to the shuttle, she was the last to board. As Zapata flew them up to the Sirocco, the mood in the passenger cabin was somber. Everyone seemed to be wrestling with their feelings. Cherry's were mixed too. Since her realization that, regardless of aid the Earthers received, their future was doomed, she'd battled with her conscience. Kes would have probably wanted to stay. Aubrio had the same attachment to the planet of his birth. For her, Concordia was her home and her first allegiance. Yet she also felt a duty to the Earthers. She wished Ethan were here. Not only would he have known in his heart the right thing to do, he would have confidently and decisively led the Concordians to do it. Aubrio slid into the next seat. "I bet you're glad you got your way." "What?" She squeezed herself up against the window. Aubrio was not particularly bulky, but he was strong, and, for the first time since she'd known him, his presence felt physically threatening.
"Don't play the innocent. You got what you wanted all along."
"You mean leaving Earth? Nothing's been decided yet."
"And yet here we are, leaving Earth. Seems to me the decision's been taken, only no one's told the Earthers. Vessi's recalled us all to the ship, so no one gets lynched when she gives Buka the bad news." Lynched. He'd used that word before. It was something to do with hanging. "If you really think the Earthers will kill us if we don't help them, maybe it's better that we leave, and soon. We've already done a lot for them, and they aren't the least bit grateful. They seem to expect us to sacrifice everything we have, even our lives, to protect them. As if we don't have our own planet to protect." "So that's what you've been telling everyone. It's no wonder the mood changed."
He was clenching and unclenching his fists as they lay on his knees. "You really think I orchestrated this whole thing?" It was true that, following the mission to break into the dome, she'd expressed her worries to other Concordians. She had explained her realization that Earth was in an impossible bind, faced with the choice between enslavement and destruction. The people she'd talked to might have discussed her thoughts with others, but none of it had been deliberate. If other Concordians had come to the same conclusion as her and related their change of heart to Vesey, it wasn't her fault. When Aubryo didn't answer, she went on, "You said it yourself. Earth's screwed. It doesn't take a genius to figure it out. Anyone who lived through the biocide would come to the same conclusion eventually. So save your blame for the ones who are actually responsible for this situation, the Scythians." Aubryo still didn't answer. He only stared at the back of the seat in front of him, continuing to clench his fists. He seemed to be undergoing some kind of mental crisis. "What I don't get is, you know Earth can't be saved. You saw it first, right? That day we got back from spying on the Scythians building their dome. You saw it then. You said as much. Why can't you accept it's over for the Earthers and it's time for us to move on?" He jerked his head around to face her, his features rigid.
"Because I can't. Cherry, you never saw Earth in its heyday. There were billions of people. The night sky lit up from vast cities, roads and railways travelling thousands of miles, planes and shuttles filling the skies, container ships sailing across the oceans, transporting food and products between continents, art, music, books, vids, sims, dancing, circuses, restaurants, sports, clubs, societies." He caught his breath before continuing. His tone softened. "Medicine, manufacturing, construction, technology, research, finances, law courts." He paused again. "Then the natural movement shit on everything, and now it's gone." He added quietly, "It's like a bloody country town in the arse end of nowhere. Everything's gone. Everything." She hadn't realised the changed Earth had affected him so badly, but it was hard to be sympathetic towards someone who never sympathised with anyone except himself. "What did you expect? The Guardians told us things had gone downhill after the Nova left. I don't know what you thought you would find." "Something," he muttered. "A sign of what went on before. There were paintings, Cherry, already hundreds of years old in my lifetime, worth millions, billions even. Beautiful works of art. Where are they now? If they still survive, they'll be rotting in a basement somewhere, with no one to appreciate them. There were buildings, ancient monuments, surviving from great civilizations. You could go and see them, walk around them, and imagine the famous people who lived and died there. Where are they? Who remembers those people?"
"Just you, I guess." Was he finally grieving Kes, his remaining link to the past? Aubryo hadn't shown any emotion regarding his fellow Earther's death. It was hard to imagine Aubryo feeling anything for anyone, but it was possible. More likely, he was missing the one person who remembered how important he'd been in Earth's former incantation. Aubryo nodded, saying, as if to himself, "Just me." Chapter 10. Vesey looked better than she had in a while. The rumour was she hadn't touched a drop of alcohol since the Sirocco entered Earth orbit. Her skin was clearer, the bags under her eyes less heavy, and her demeanour was more assured. More key to her improvement than going teetotal, Cherry guessed, was the fact that the captain felt the ship's personnel was finally behind her. She greeted the shuttle passengers brightly as they disembarked and chatted to a few who were her personal friends. Perhaps spurred by the responses they gave, she announced an immediate meeting. It was a little too soon. It would have been better to give people time to settle in and get used to being aboard the ship again. But with some grumbling, the Concordians left to put their luggage in their cabins before going to the meeting room. In particular, it would have been a good idea to give Aubryo time and space to accept they'd done all they could for their Earther cousins, and that now they were going to put their own needs first. Cherry watched as he stomped off angrily. She contemplated saying something to Vesey, but the damage was done. Cancelling the meeting the minute she called it would make her look indecisive and weak. They still had a journey ahead, assuming the jump drive worked. Cherry decided to go straight to the meeting. The cabin she now shared with Mickey and Nina after taking on the girls as, she felt, an inadequate adoptive parent, was on the other side of the ship, and her minimal luggage wouldn't get in the way. Several others had the same idea, and when she arrived, the room already had some occupants. Vesey arrived and nodded at her. She walked to the front of the room to wait, clutching the back of a seat nervously. When everyone had arrived, she gave a cough to quieten the murmuring. "Thank you for coming at such short notice. I think we all know why we're here. The situation on Earth has become untenable. The Scythians have constructed domes all over the planet, and hundreds of Earthers have gone missing. It's clear that the aliens have embarked on a program of subjugation of the human population and colonization of the planet." She gave a voice command and the lighting dimmed. "Also, I would like you to look at this." A hollow lit up the room. It was a spacescape showing Earth and its thin layer of blue luminous atmosphere. Vesey said, "Display Scythian vessels." Brilliant spots appeared, high above the atmosphere in orbit. "There are more. What you can see is only what the computer can display on the hollow. Scythian vessels surround the planet." "How many?" someone asked. 20. There was a whistle and several gasps. "We've known the number for a while, but I can now tell you the scan data indicates that many are transports. They brought the colonization vessels after discovering Earth was undefended a couple of years ago. The Sirocco must have come as quite the surprise upon their return." "And her gun," came a comment from the audience. "Exactly. We've been lucky. If the Scythians had attacked us with the same ships they used to attack Concordia, we couldn't have defeated them. The Parvus's weapon has bought us time, but it's my belief that time will shortly run out. The aliens must have called for military backup. We need to leave, and soon, if we're to make it home." A hand rose. It was Mora's. "But the Parvus's weapon deterred the Scythians before. Why wouldn't it work now?" Cherry replied. "The Scythians had already released their biocide when the Parvus started attacking them. They had no reason to stick around and risk their ships. They thought the biocide would kill us anyway. If they really want Earth, the Parvus's weapon won't be a deterrent, especially not in this part of the galaxy where there are no assembly members to come to our aid." "But the Scythians must know where we're from," Mora argued. "What's to stop them going to our planet and attacking us again?" "Nothing at all," said Vesey. "But Concordia is easier to defend. We've done it before, and we can do it again. Maybe we can convince the Scythians to leave us alone if they already have Earth as their prize." Mora asked, "Give up our origin planet in return for being allowed to live on theirs?" "The Scythians might accept tit for tat. It's impossible to know. But regardless, we can't protect Earth with one ship. And Earth's population is too large and spread out, and their infrastructure is too weak for it to protect itself." Vesey took a breath. "It's a lost cause. It's time we accepted that and moved on. We've gathered everything we need to reseed Concordia, so there's no reason for us to wait any longer. We're going home. We'll make the first jump in 48 hours. "When are you going to tell Booker?" asked Aubrio. "He's gonna kick off." "Naturally, I expect Mr. Booker will be extremely disappointed. I hope he can understand and accept my decision with grace. Regardless, we leave in 48 hours. "What about Nile and Wilder?" Zapata asked. Vesey replied, "What about them?" Before the pilot could answer, Vesey quickly scanned the room and added, "Shit, I'd forgotten about their plan to investigate the signal. Does anyone know how far they got?" Zapata squared his shoulders. "I flew them to the island." "I gave you express orders not to." "I'm sorry,
but I thought it was less dangerous than letting them attempt to reach it on an Earther ship.
You're probably right, but this direct contravention of my order will not be forgotten. As you flew them there, you can damned well fly back and pick them up. Comm them to let them know you're coming, so they're ready to leave as soon as you arrive." The meeting broke up. As the attendees left, Cherry realised she couldn't see Mickey or Nina. Maybe they'd missed a notification. The girls had been shadows of their former cheerful selves ever since their father's death, and their mood hadn't been lightened by the fact they hadn't been allowed to return to the surface since his funeral. How would they feel about returning to Concordia? They would be leaving Kez's grave behind and would never be able to visit it. And when they arrived home, what would they find? Did the house they'd shared with their father even exist anymore? Similar prospects applied to everyone on the ship. Many had left loved ones behind who must have died, and no one knew the truth about the current state of their planet. But the girls were young, and they'd loved Kez so much, they would be even more traumatized. Cherry steeled herself as she walked to their cabin, preparing to break the bad news. The atmosphere on the ship had changed. Enthusiastic chatter floated along the passageways as the Concordians discussed Vess's decision. In the long years of the journey, the mood hadn't been so upbeat. It was understandable. Though they would be flying to an unknown fate, they would also be flying from known danger and a hopeless cause. Now the decision had been made, and the right decision, guilt began to eat at Cherry. It felt bad to abandon their cousins in their hour of need. She was glad she wasn't the one who had to break it to Buka. When she arrived at the cabin, it was empty. She commed Mickey, guessing the girls were probably working in the Ark. Its reconversion to a storage facility wasn't quite complete, and they had been helping out as a welcome distraction. Mickey didn't answer the comm, so she tried Nina. The result was the same. It was odd. Wherever they were on the ship, they should be reachable, and as their bunks were empty, they obviously weren't asleep. Why weren't they answering? Then she saw their earcoms on their bedside tables. What the hell? She strode to Mickey's table and picked hers up. Why in all the galaxy had she taken it out? Cherry scanned the cabin. The light on her interface was flashing. A message was waiting. "Cherry, please don't be mad, but we decided we want to live on Earth. Nina overheard the captain talking about the plan to go back to Concordia really soon. We don't want to leave with you guys. We don't want to go. We know it's dangerous, but we want to be on Earth, near Dad. We don't want to leave him all alone down there. So we're going to stow away on the shuttle. Don't try to find us. We hope you have a safe journey home. Thanks for everything you've done. You are like another mum. We love you. Have a good life. Love, Mickey and Nina." Chapter 11. It was surreal to sit with a guardian and tell it all that had happened on Concordia since the arrival of the Nova Fortuna. Wilder had never imagined she would meet another one so long after all the others had been destroyed. She'd certainly never imagined she would meet one on Earth. It was a lot to take in. She told Strongquist about the first night attack, when saboteurs had turned off the electric fencing and slug limpets had invaded the camp, killing colonists horribly by dissolving their flesh. And she told him how Ethan and Cariad had saved many lives with their calmness and quick thinking. That was the night the Mistral arrived. It was a lucky coincidence. If it hadn't been for the Guardians, many more people would have died, possibly everyone. The slug limpets were relentless in those days. We found out later that the feler had eradicated their food source in that area, so they were starving.
"The feler?"
Strongquist asked. "Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll explain about them in a minute."
"Before you go on, I heard Niall refer to me as a guardian earlier. And you used the same word again just now. That was the name the colonists gave us."
The other Strongquist explained. Can I call you Strongquist too? It's confusing.
Call me whatever you like. I can be known by another name if it helps.
Strongquist 2 is fine, I think, though she vaguely recalled Cherry had an antipathy toward the Guardians and had probably disliked the original Strongquist, but changing his name wouldn't make anything better. The resemblance to the first Strongquist was an unmistakable reminder. Never mind. Where was I? Oh yes. Strongquist explained they were there to protect the colony from descendants of the Natural Movement members who had infiltrated the project. That was how they got the name Guardians. She paused. You have to understand, I was young when all this happened. I wasn't there for the first night attack, thank the stars. I didn't go to the surface until later. What I'm telling you is second-hand.
I only need to know the gist.
Well, there were lots of problems in the beginning, and not only due to the saboteurs. The scientists, they called them the Woken, and the generational colonists, the Gens, both thought they should be in control of the colonization. There was a lot of anger, a lot of fighting. Between the Natural Movement saboteurs, slug limpet attacks, and the vying for control, it was a miracle the colony succeeded. To be honest, the presence of the Guardians made things worse in some ways. They were armed, you see, and the Woken turned them into a militia to subdue the Gens. You can imagine how well that went down.
Strongquist 2 nodded. An unfortunate and unforeseen consequence. The makers did not anticipate that result. They thought they were helping the colony, and that without their intervention it was doomed.
Niall commented. Their intentions were good, and this, he gestured at the vast chamber outside the office.
This monumental effort shows the lengths they went to in order to safeguard the survival of human civilization. And it worked, right? I have a question, Wilder. When was it the colonists realized the Guardians were androids?
That was after the cave settlement was sabotaged, I think.
Strongquist 2 asked. So they managed to maintain the subterfuge for some time.
Oh, months, if not a year.
The makers were conflicted about whether to divulge our true nature to the colonists. Some felt it would cause distrust if it was known we were not human.
It did, as I remember. Most Gens hated the Guardians.
Wilder thought of Cherry again.
Though, to be fair, that was mostly the Woken's fault. Who likes the person aiming a gun at them? Where was I?
The sabotage of the cave settlement, said Niall.
Right. You know, it's funny, but the revelation about the Guardians seemed to bring everyone together.
A common enemy, said Strongquist 2.
Perhaps. Anyway, it was around that time we discovered the feler. They're an intelligent alien species who had colonized Concordia decades before the Nova arrived. But we didn't know about them because they're aquatic. They were living in the seas, oceans, rivers and lakes, and we didn't even know they existed. They also didn't know about us at first, not until we started living and working near water.
So humanity has made first contact with an extraterrestrial species? How interesting. Do the two sets of colonists coexist peacefully?
The feler have left Concordia, Wilder said sadly, thinking of Quinn, who she would probably never see again. The ones who survived the biocide, that is. As Strongquist 2 opened his mouth, clearly about to ask for further explanation, she held up her hands. This is going to take all day. I have an idea. How about you return with us to the Sirocco? Concordia's history is bound to be somewhere in her databanks. You can learn all about it there, and I'm sure everyone will be fascinated to meet you.
I'd be delighted to accept your invitation. Shall we leave now? How did you come to Svalbard?
What? Niall exclaimed. No way! We can't leave without having a look around, right, Wilder? I guess so. She frowned. Yeah, of course. This might be the only chance she had to see the place where the famous Mistral and Guardians had been built. She asked Strongquist 2. What's left to see? What's the power source for the lighting, for instance?
A fusion reactor.
Holy shit! You have a freaking fusion reactor on site?
Only a small one. I recall the team planned to shut it down. It must have restarted as you entered the outer door. It's pleasing that it still works after all this time.
Show us, said Niall. I want to see everything. The sight put anything Wilder had ever seen on Concordia to shame. It extended far deeper into the mountain and surrounding land than she'd thought. Many workrooms contained equipment she didn't recognise, but that was clearly highly sophisticated. Stromquist too explained these were the areas where the makers had constructed the androids. In other places, the purpose of the machinery was to create the many parts that made up a starship, including the Agrav. It was astounding to think that humans had invented the precious drive centuries ago, only for the knowledge to be nearly lost. It was lost here on Earth. I'm blown away, Niall remarked as they left yet another work site. Just when I think I've got my head around the scope of all that the scientists and engineers did, I see something else amazing. It was hard enough building a starship on Concordia, where we had the entire colony behind us and priority for all its resources. How the hell did the people here manage to do everything they did in secret and scrounging materials or making things from scratch? Stromquist replied.
You're forgetting they had a much larger population and longer history to draw upon. As I understand it, the scientists had developed an underground network in response to the rise of the natural movement.
They were driven underground from the sound of it.
That may be a more accurate description. They had technical knowledge and skills to maintain effective channels of communication. While the world was falling apart around them, they used their intelligence and training to survive, building communities of like-minded people. The resources of earlier generations remained available to those who understood how to use them. There were abandoned space programs and myriad other scientific endeavours all over the globe.
That makes sense, said Niall. Earth's population must have been in the billions then. What I don't get is, why didn't the scientists and engineers use their advantages to try to re-establish an advanced civilization? I mean, I'm grateful that they built the Mistral and you androids. If they hadn't, I might not exist. But wouldn't it have been easier for them to put their skills to use on Earth, trying to rebuild civilization where they could be more certain of the outcome, rather than trying to save a colony light years across the galaxy?
Do you think they didn't? If you search the archives, you will find many instances of attempts to do exactly that. All failed, often with much loss of life and permanent injury. Not to mention the destruction of irreplaceable equipment. Eventually, the consensus was that once civilization passes a certain point in a downward trajectory, recovery is impossible, in the short term at least. Therefore, the scientists faced the choice of saving a space colony they knew was well planned and heavily resourced, or making their own colonization attempt on another planet. In truth, despite Steen's ravings, the latter option was not viable. The team managed to build the Mistral, but a ship the size of the Nova Fortuna was beyond its capabilities. Moreover, there were far more people wanting to leave the planet than the 2,000 the original colony ship carried. Who would have chosen who was to go or stay, and based on what criteria? Wilder gazed around the workroom, with its dusty benches and tall stools, its dry sinks and rusted faucets, its silent machines and dark corners filled with items left behind. She saw shadows of the men and women who had worked here, labouring for a purpose from which they would personally derive no benefit, striving for a cause to benefit humanity, not themselves. She imagined the camaraderie of the united endeavour,
The thrill of the intense work and the anxiety that something might go wrong, that they might not achieve their goal, or the willfully ignorant majority of humankind might attack. And they did it all, knowing they would never find out if they'd succeeded, whether all their effort would be worth it. Perhaps it was enough to simply try.
"You've seen the main work areas," said Strongquist too. "Would you like to see the residential accommodation?"
"I think we passed through a section on our way in," Niall replied. "I'm not interested. Are you, Wilder?" She shook her head. Rooms where people relaxed and slept were predictably similar across the ages, but that wasn't what put her off. She felt a strong connection to the people who had lived and worked at the site. Now they were gone, lost in time. "I'm glad we came here, especially glad we met you, Strongquist too. But I think we should report in and tell our captain what we've found. It feels important, though I'm not sure how just yet."
"Let's go up to the surface and comm Vesey," said Niall.
The android said,
"I'll show you the way."
Chapter 12. The stairs wound up and up. Every 5 meters or so, motion-activated lights would blink on, revealing another section with no apparent exit. At the same time, lights below would turn off, plunging the lower levels into darkness. "How much farther is the door?" Niall asked.
"Only 98 meters, replied Strongquist too.
98 meters? I thought you said this was the quickest way back."
"It is, by 5.05 meters.
Niall grumbled something Wilder didn't catch, but she could guess at his complaint. His thighs and calves had to be aching as much as hers. The android might have chosen the shortest route, but it was also the most strenuous. Naturally, as a machine, it hadn't factored physical exertion into its choice of exit. She was puzzled. The stairs they'd descended at the far end of the seed vault hadn't been anywhere near so tall. The corridors had sloped downward, accounting for some of the additional height they were now scaling, but it couldn't be all of it. "Where exactly are you taking us? You know we have to go back to the coast, right?"
"There's a gully running across the lower slope of the mountain. That's the quickest way to the place where your shuttle landed, if I understood your description correctly."
"Why didn't the makers enter via the seed vault? Why did they create this entrance?"
"In the early years, the vault was the only entrance. This stair was constructed in later years, for safety. People would turn up at the vault from time to time, following a rumour of a massive storehouse from the old days, stuffed to the rafters with grain and dried and preserved food supplies. Often they were starving when they arrived. Hunger made them desperate and violent, and chance encounters with the scientists resulted in some deaths. So this shaft was sunk at the far end of the gully. Only those who knew the way were able to find the entrance. If, by chance, a stranger who had heard about the project arrived, they could still enter via the vault by solving a few puzzles. It was a basic safeguard, and yet surprisingly effective. Another set of lights flicked on. Still no door appeared. "There is a third exit, a much larger one, for equipment and materials. A dirt road ran from it to a hidden harbour on the far side of the island. The forest must have overgrown the road by now."
The last comment had sounded wistful. Wilder glanced over her shoulder at the android. Its head was down. She hadn't had much to do with the machines in the early years of the founding of Concordia. Mostly all she knew about them was from Cherry, who had described them as creepy. This one didn't seem creepy. In fact, if she hadn't known what it was, she would have been surprised to discover it wasn't human. Were its emotions programmed in order to fool the colonists, or did it really feel them? Just when she thought she had to take a rest before climbing farther, and perhaps abandon her backpack, the next set of lights revealed a metal door set into the rough-hewn wall. "At last," said Niall. He was the first to reach it. He turned the knob, but it didn't move. It's rusted. He tried again to no effect. Don't tell me we have to go all the way back down. Allow me. Strongquist too had reached the landing. It's a simple mechanism. He gave the knob several blows with his fist. Flakes of rust fell from the door and the frame. Gently, Strongquist too grasped the knob and turned it. A loud creak resounded. The door opened, and sunlight burst from the gap, drowning out the meagre interior lights.
"We've been in here all night," said Wilder. "I can't believe it."
I can. Niles stepped through the opening, raising a hand to shield his eyes. Come and take a look. They were high up on a rocky crag protruding from the mountainside. A forested vista spread out, and beyond it lay the ocean, the beams of the rising sun gilding the waves.
"It's so beautiful," Wilder said. "It could be Concordia."
Strongquist too joined them. Your planet must be very Earth-like. I heard it was supposed to be. That's why it was chosen. It was odd to hear him describe her home planet as Earth-like, when to her it was the other way around. How long will it take us to reach the place the shuttle landed? Niall asked. Approximately 2.5 hours, depending on how fast you walk. Then we should comm Zapata to pick us up.
"I'll do it," said Wilder. "Boy, do we have a surprise for everyone."
But before she could comm the pilot, his agitated voice sounded in her ear. Wilder, Niall, can you hear me? Please respond.
"We're here. What's up?"
Thank the stars. I've been trying to contact you for hours. Vessie's hopping mad.
"She found out you brought us here? Shit."
Wilder pulled a face at Niall.
"Sorry about that. We'll tell her we insisted or something."
That isn't the problem. We're leaving for Concordia soon. She wants everyone aboard pronto.
"We're leaving? But what about the Earthers? What happened to the plan to help them fight off the Scythians?"
The plan's changed. Are you at the pickup site?
"Not yet. We should be there in under 3 hours. And we have another passenger for you."
No, absolutely not. We're not taking any Earthers with us. Vessie's strict orders. Wilder looked at Strongquist too, who had been listening to her end of the conversation.
"I think she might change her mind about this one."
I doubt it, but I guess that's on you. I'm going to be making at least one more trip to the surface, so I can take him or her back down when Vessie says no.
"It isn't a him or her, technically," Wilder replied.
Huh?
"Never mind. See you in a few hours."
She cut the comm. We didn't discuss my accompanying you to Concordia, Strongquist too said mildly.
You're right. I just assumed you would. It seemed logical. You're a guardian, and I associate them with my home planet."
Do you want to stay here on Earth? Niall asked. What would you do? I would like to apprise myself of all facts retaining to the current state of affairs before making my decision, in particular regarding these Scythians you mention. Makes absolute sense, said Niall. Let's go. I don't want to keep Vessie waiting. She's already pissed off. Strongquist too walked to the side of the crag and stepped down. Niall followed, and Wilder was about to do the same when something in the distance caught her attention. 2 large birds had flown into view. The pair circled, and she watched, fascinated. Before coming to Earth, she'd only ever seen birds in educational vids at school. Roughly guessing their position, which was in the area of the picking-up point, she concluded they had to be very large indeed. The birds disappeared behind the mountain. Wilder, Niall called. What are you doing?
I'm on my way.
She climbed down from the crag. Strongquist too led them on a tough march through the forest. As Wilder watched the android effortlessly navigating the dried stream bed, often stopping to allow them to catch up, she wondered why the makers had left him at the Mistral's construction site. He had said that the Strongquist sent to Concordia was his copy. Did that mean Strongquist too was a prototype? Could he be defective? Was that why they hadn't sent him? And if he was defective, did he know? Or was there another reason for the android's presence? The makers had activated the signal before they left, so they clearly expected or hoped that one day someone would detect it and come looking. As she and Niall entered the site, Strongquist too was triggered to turn on, yet he didn't know why. Or did he know and he just wasn't telling them? Could the androids lie? She couldn't remember, but Cherry might. She had been involved with them from the start. Making a mental note to ask her friend when she got back to the ship, Wilder hurried on, scrambling through the undergrowth. By the time they neared the rendezvous point, she was hot and sweaty, despite the cool temperature. She was also panting and tired, as well as sore from thorns that had caught in her skin. The makers were either hardier than her, or they rarely left their sight. Strongquist too was waiting. Beyond him lay the wind-churned ocean.
"I thought we'd never make it," said Wilder. "I can't wait to get aboard the shuttle and relax."
"Yeah," Niall replied. "I'll happily take an angry Captain Vesey over another trek through the wilderness." As they neared the android, however, he held up a hand, warning them to stay back.
"What's wrong?"
"An aircraft is at the site. I don't recognize the design."
"Oh, that's just Zapata and the shuttle. He must have arrived early and he's waiting for us."
She walked around Strongquist and out into the open. The vegetation petered out as it neared the shoreline, where slabs of rock stepped down to the water. She turned, expecting to see the familiar lines of the shuttle, and perhaps the friendly pilot getting some fresh air before the return journey. Zapata was not there, and neither was the shuttle. Two slim points faced her, joined by a silver crescent covered in intricate yet chaotic swirls. A Scythian ship! With a sharp intake of breath, she tried to run back to the forest. A shadow descended, and there was a burst of downward fetid air. Something fastened tightly around her waist and lifted her from her feet. Suddenly she was meters from the ground, looking down at the upturned face of Strongquist too, who quickly disappeared into the trees. The Scythian ship slipped from her mind, as her immediate impulse was to tear at the things gripping her. They were feet, covered in knobbly skin and oddly prehensile. She fought her instinct. She was already so high that falling would kill her. All she could hope was that the bird would set her down somewhere and not drop her. It had to be one of the two birds she'd seen before. She hadn't known some earthbirds attacked humans. Why hadn't anyone warned her? She craned her neck to get a look at the creature. Close up, she wasn't even sure it was a bird. It didn't have feathers, but pale brown skin stretched out over a skeletal frame to form its wings. She looked up for a view of its head. She screamed. The thing wore a transparent helmet. It was looking at her. Round white eyes, each with a central vertical black line, stared into her face. A lipless mouth opened. She caught a glimpse of layered, jagged scales, and then it spoke. It was talking. There seemed no other word for it, though she couldn't hear what it said. Even if sound had permeated its helmet, the wind at this height was too noisy to hear anything else. Understanding hit like a lightning bolt. She looked down at the ship, now little more than a silver crescent on a distant shore. She looked at the creature. It was a Scythian. The Scythians could fly, and it would kill her. There was no doubt about it. They hated humans. No one they'd kidnapped had ever been seen again. All strength left her. With shaking fingers, she plucked feebly at the feet around her middle. Better to drop to a quick death in the ocean than face whatever fate awaited her inside a Scythian dome. She hoped Niall was safe, hiding among the trees. She'd seen two of the creatures. Where was the other one? The skies were empty. The island was far below. The alien ship was a sliver of bright metal on a thread of rocky shore. They were higher than the mountain peak. She struggled to breathe. Why was the alien flying so high? What was it planning to do? The great wings beat hard, and the Scythian banked to the left, sending her legs trailing. "Let me go, you disgusting creature!" Even at this height and in the freezing gale she could smell it. A rank odour emanated from its feet and skin. What was it doing here? The island was uninhabited. Had the Scythians detected the signal too? Had they come here to investigate? It was descending. Its banking had turned into a spiralling downward glide. Slowly the ocean drew nearer. Cringing, she looked up into its face again. It continued to talk, but it was no longer looking at her. Its focus was on the shore, or perhaps its aircraft. She followed its gaze. There was the other one. The massive wings were unmistakable. But it wasn't flying. The wings were only partially outspread as it crouched on the rocks. What was it doing? A terrifying image of the other Scythian feasting on Nile flashed into her head, gnawing at him with the grey scale-like teeth. But that couldn't be right. The aliens would suffocate if they took off their helmets. There was Strongquist too. The android stood at the alien's head, one hand on its long neck, the other arm holding the pulse rifle against its helmet. That was why the creature that had captured her was descending. Strongquist too was threatening to kill its partner if it didn't bring her back. She could breathe easily again, and the roaring of the wind had lessened. They were about 300 meters high and dropping lower every second. The white tips of the waves were clear, the hull pattern of the alien vessel defined. Would it put her down gently on the rocks? Did it understand she would be hurt if it dropped her more than a few meters? She couldn't see Nile, which was a good thing. Strongquist too must have told him to hide in the forest. The android really was a guardian. It was protecting them. 100 meters, 50 meters. Strongquist too watched carefully. She made eye contact and gave a small wave to show she was okay. Below, the water surged. The Scythian had to fly closer to the shore if it was to set her down safely. Another gliding circle. They were 30 meters up. "Closer to the shore. You have to fly." The feet opened. She shrieked. Perversely, she flailed for the open taloned fingers, clutching at them, but the alien was already swooping out of reach. The ocean rushed up at her impossibly fast. She plunged into icy water. Just before it closed over her head, she managed to take a breath. Then she was in the frigid ocean. Bubbles resounded in her ears. Water pressure crushed her eardrums and lungs. Her eyes opened on darkness. How deep had she gone? Which way was up? She kicked and pushed down with her arms. Was she going in the right direction? It was so cold, so cold. Where was the sunlight? It should be above, but she couldn't see a thing. She needed to breathe. The coldness made her want to gasp. Her chest worked as she fought the desperation for air. Was she swimming correctly, or was she only thrashing around? "Quinn, where are you when I need you?" The feler had tried to teach her to swim on one of the rare occasions she had taken a break from her work, but she hadn't been very good at it. Her arms and legs refused to coordinate. "Quinn, I need you. Where in the wide galaxy are you, my old, dear friend?" Her thoughts were turning fuzzy. The darkness seemed to grow. It closed in. "I have to breathe. Sorry, Nile. Sorry, Quinn. I must breathe." Something touched her head. Snapped back to alertness, she swept it away. Where was it? Was it one of those predatory fish she'd heard about? The thing touched her arm, but before she could hit it, a claw fastened around her biceps. She tried to prise it off, only to realize it wasn't a claw, but another hand. Someone had grabbed her. She was being saved. Relaxing her body, she allowed herself to be towed. Moments later, her head broke the surface, and she inhaled air in a great whoop. Strongquist, too, bobbed next to her.
"Are you hurt?"
"No, I don't think so. Thank you for saving me." A wave lifted them closer to shore. Along with it came the body of a Scythian. The massive wings were spread out, but the rest of it hung out of sight. On land, another alien lay on a slab of rock, dead. Chapter 13. As they journeyed back to the Sirocco, Niall was quiet and pensive. He stared out of the shuttle window, brooding. When Wilder reached to take his hand, he didn't resist, but his grip was limp and apathetic. Bewildered by his attitude, she didn't know what to say. He seemed angry, but she didn't know why. Zapata had arrived while Strongquist had been helping her from the water, and there hadn't been time to talk about what had happened. The pilot had insisted they left as soon as possible, reasonably speculating there might be more Scythians in the area or on their way. As everyone had been getting ready to leave, she had changed from her wet clothes into one of his spare flight suits. The garment swamped her, but at least she'd been dry and warm. She didn't know exactly what had gone on between the time the Scythian had snatched her and the moment she'd seen Strongquist threatening to kill the other one. Perhaps something else had happened that had upset Niall. Or was he annoyed because she had stepped out into the open, ignoring the android's warning about the strange ship? How could she have known it was a Scythian craft and not the Sirocco shuttle? It was an easy mistake to make. Niall might have done the same. "Is something wrong?" "No. Why?" No reason. I nearly died. Don't you care?" She released his hand. He didn't react. She turned away from him. Two could play the ignoring game. "Strongquist, what happened while I was up in the air? How did you manage to catch the other Scythian?"
"It was not difficult. The alien landed just beyond the trees. It clearly suspected there was more than one human in the vicinity. I asked Niall to show himself. We were both hiding by then, in order to entice it under the canopy. It took the bait, and I pounced on it from behind. The hard part was dragging it out onto the rocks. I am stronger than humans, but my strength has its limits, and, of course, I had to prevent it from flying off. So I shot its wings, disabling it. The creature became more passive after that."
"I bet it did."
"I had several concerns. The alien who captured you might not have cared about a threat to its partner's life, or they may have been unable to communicate, or the one I captured might not have told yours that it was in danger. Any number of things might not have gone according to plan. As it was, the event that surprised me was your captor dropping you into the ocean. That decision was its undoing, for it allowed me a clear shot at it without any danger of hitting you. The next obvious step was to dispatch the alien in my control."
"Why do you think my one dropped me instead of handing me over?"
"I cannot answer with any certainty. I am only familiar with human psychology. If I were to speculate, I would say it may never have intended to participate in an exchange and was only stalling until it was sufficiently close to attack me. Perhaps, according to their culture, the one I injured had lost honor and its life was forfeit, so its partner did not care if I killed it. Who knows? It's impossible to say without further information."
"I hope we never find out." Wilder shivered, though she was no longer cold. She didn't want any more close encounters with Scythians. Her first sight of them had been a shock. After the attacks in Concordia's early years, living under the threat of their return most of her life, and the later decimation of the colony, she'd given a lot of thought to what they were like. Yet she'd never imagined anything so horrible as the creature that had carried her high into the air. Why had it done that? Strongquist was right. It was impossible to say. Disembarking at the Sirocco took longer than usual. Before taking them to the bay, Zapata had to deliver their cargo to the hold, which turned out to be a tricky process. If it hadn't been so precious, Wilder suspected he might have been tempted to abandon it. But after half an hour or so of manoeuvring, he managed it, and they could finally fly around to the bay. It seemed like the entire ship's personnel had turned up to greet them. The news of their adventure must have spread. Wilder was first to exit the hatch. Cherry stepped forward from the group to give her a hug. "Thank the stars you're okay. I was worried about you." Stepping back, she added, "Why the heck are you wearing that? Thinking of training to be a pilot?" Before Wilder could answer, however, Cherry turned white and her mouth fell open. Her gaze was fixed on something over Wilder's shoulder. Niall and Strongquist had left the shuttle.
"Bloody hell!"
The exclamation had come from Aubreo. "It can't be," Cherry breathed. Aubreo stepped forward.
"This is the Earther?"
he asked Vesey. "Who else could it be?" the captain snapped. "I assume you're already familiar with Niall and Wilder," Zapata said.
"Got everything into the hold, Captain. I didn't think I'd manage it, but I did in the end."
"I'll take a look at it all right away. Cherry, would you mind taking our guest to the mission room and making him comfortable? Dragan, could you come with me? And I'll need a couple of biologists."
Niall said, "I'd like to take a look too, if you don't mind."
"I thought you might want to recuperate after your ordeal, but the more the merrier."
"I'm fine. It was Wilder who got put through the mill."
They left, and the group began to break up. Today's show was over. Cherry hadn't moved a muscle. Strongquist's features were impassive as he watched Aubreo walk up. His gaze followed Aubreo while he inspected him from the toes of his boots to the top of his head.
"Fuck me!"
Aubreo turned to Cherry.
"It's really him."
"It isn't a he," she replied icily. "It's an it." Wilder mentally checked herself. Cherry was right. Strongquist too wasn't a person. It was a thing. Yet since he had saved her life, her attitude toward him had changed. It was hard not to see him as human. Even if he hadn't been her saviour, he looked like a person, sounded like a person, and even mostly behaved like one. "It isn't the Strongquist we knew," Cherry continued. "I saw him cut to pieces with my own eyes."
"Pfft," said Aubreo. "You know what I mean. It's his twin or whatever."
"I don't know what Vesey's told you," Wilder said, "but this Strongquist saved me from the Scythians."
"Yeah,"
Cherry drawled, her expression not changing. "They have a habit of doing that."
"You found him at the seed vault?"
Aubreo asked Wilder.
"I thought we searched that place pretty thoroughly."
"We didn't see half of it. We left after we found what we were looking for, remember? But he wasn't in the vault." "Didn't Vesey explain? The signal was coming from the place the Makers built the Mistral and the Guardians."
"She didn't explain shit."
Aubreo tutted and shook his head.
"The woman's not fit to lead. So you found the construction site? What was there? I mean in terms of equipment. Did you have a look around?"
While Wilder listed what she could recall, Cherry continued to stare at the android. He appeared unperturbed by her scrutiny. Eventually, Wilder became uncomfortable on his behalf. "Someone should take Strongquist to the mission room. I can do it."
"I am happy to answer any questions," the android said. "It appears my arrival has caused some agitation." "Oh, I've got plenty of questions for you," said Aubreo, "and I want to hear more about the place the Mistral was built."
"Why are you so interested?" Cherry asked. "What difference does it make? Don't tell me you're still thinking about protecting Earth."
"It's a whole new discovery. Throws a new light on things."
"It doesn't throw a light on anything. One android and some starship building equipment isn't going to save the Earthers."
"Why the pessimism? Oh, that's right. You don't give a shit about Earth."
"Why should I care about your home planet? You'd happily sacrifice everyone on this ship for a war we can't win, Wilder interjected. I thought Vesey had decided we're leaving. But neither of them heard her. They continued to bicker. They hadn't gotten along since breaking up years ago, but lately their animosity seemed to have intensified. It didn't help that, as two of the most experienced and competent people on the ship, they often had to work together. Come with me, Wilder told Strongquist. Wait, Cherry had noticed they were leaving. You haven't heard the news. Mickey and Nina have gone down to the surface. No one knows where they are. Chapter 14. Wrinkling her nose, Cherry squatted down and grasped the edge of the Scythian's wing. When she lifted it, a noxious smell escaped, and she wrinkled her nose more. Gross! They aren't the most pleasant life form I've encountered, Mora commented. That's putting it mildly, said Acton. I've seen quite a few odd species since arriving on Earth, but nothing compares. These creatures are abominable. Cherry straightened up. What can you say about them? Apart from the obvious, Mora replied, that they're aerial, CO2 breathing, and predatory. It's hard to say anything just yet. We're taking samples to analyse in the lab, and then someone will perform a full autopsy. Did you say predatory? Do you think they're here to prey on humans? I haven't seen anything to indicate it. The one that snatched Wilder didn't try to take a bite out of her, as far as I'm aware. What I mean is their forward-facing eyes, sharp teeth, and grasping and slashing appendages tell us they evolved to catch and eat prey, that's all. Humans have some aspects of predator anatomy too, but Concordians are vegetarian. Yeah, said Acton. Let's not jump to that particular nightmare scenario just yet, if you don't mind. The dead Scythians only took up a small portion of the hold. Most of the rest of it was occupied by the vessel Zapata had towed back. Though it followed the alien ship's usual design, it was the smallest Cherry had ever seen. Niall and Dragan were attempting to open a humped section at the widest part of the crescent. It was easy to guess why. It had to be where the aliens sat while flying it. The hump probably contained the control centre, though what the engineers would be able to discern from inspecting it was uncertain. So far they hadn't even gained access to the strangely marked vessel. Vesey stood to one side, watching. Cherry approached the captain. Aubreo and I are ready to go planetside as soon as Zapata's rested. I'm not sure what you mean. What? She spluttered. You know exactly what I mean. We have to find Mickey and Nina and bring them back. I told you the matter is still under consideration. I've been consulting with Buka about exactly how to handle it. Luckily, I haven't given him formal notice of our plans to leave, so there's still room for negotiations. Negotiations? These are two teenage girls we're talking about, Kez's daughters. What's there to negotiate? We have to get them back. We've delayed long enough waiting to pick up Wilder and Niall. What you're forgetting is that Wilder and Niall are essential crew. Mickey and Nina went to the surface of their own free... They're kids! They don't have any idea what they're doing or the danger they're in. Her tone stubborn, Vesey continued. They have as much information at their disposal as everyone else aboard this ship. And though they might not be quite adults yet, they are intelligent and capable individuals. If they don't want to leave their father's grave site, that's up to them. I have a responsibility to all the Sirocco's personnel, not just those two. If it were only a matter of picking them up, it would be different. But I can't risk more of my people searching an entire planet to find them, delaying our departure for who knows how long. As she had spoken, the captain's voice had grown louder and more strident. By the time she finished, she had the attention of everyone in the hold. Are you talking about Mickey and Nina? Niall asked. Cherry replied quickly, depriving Vesey of the chance to spin the facts to fit her agenda. They got it into their heads they need to stay on Earth and not return to Concordia. They don't want to leave Kez. She choked up. She didn't want to leave Kez either, but he was dead. he had no knowledge of and didn't care who might visit his remains. "You have to understand," said Vesey. "Buka suspects we plan to leave. Mickey and Nina's actions have given him bargaining power, and he's using it. Whereas before we could come and go as we pleased, now he's saying we need to request permission to land, that the increased use of airspace must be managed for safety. It's complete nonsense, of course. All they have is a few helis. We'd be in more danger of colliding with a flock of birds than hitting one of their aircraft." She swallowed before continuing. "Painful as it would be to leave the girls behind, the simplest solution would be to do just that, which, after all, is exactly what they want." "You don't know that," Cherry protested. "They could have changed their minds already and be looking for a way to come back. We don't know where they are or who they're with. They could be wandering around the countryside, trying to find where their father is buried, or Buka could be holding them against their will, refusing to allow them to com us. We don't know anything, and the only way to discover the truth is to go down there and find them, speak to them face to face, and hopefully persuade them to come back." "What about these?" Mora touched a dead Scythian with the toe of her boot. "The latest development changes things, doesn't it? The aliens have been snatching humans, presumably to study. But now we have 2 specimens of our own, plus one of their ships." "So?" Vesey asked. "So we can offer the Earthers information about the enemy in exchange for returning Mickey and Nina." "You clearly don't know the first thing about diplomacy. As soon as Buka knows we're prepared to offer something valuable for the girls, he will up the stakes, demanding more and more concessions and delaying the process in order to squeeze as much out of us as he can, while also getting us to stick around as long as possible. I'm not prepared to accept further delay. We need to leave soon, before it's too late." Cherry had a horrible feeling it was already too late, that there was no hope of saving Concordia. She was also not persuaded by Vesey's reasoning, though she had to concede that diplomacy was not a personal strength. Maybe the captain was right. "Do you mean we should pretend Mickey and Nina aren't that important to us?" The captain replied resignedly. "If there's a way to get them back quickly and simply, I'm happy to hear about it. But what Mora is suggesting would take weeks. Firstly to gather data and then to bargain with Buka." The discussion had captured Dragan's attention. "What if we offer to give them the bodies and the ship in return for Mickey and Nina? Straight exchange. If Buka doesn't know where they are, that would light a fire under him to find them. The whole thing could be over in a day or so." Vesey shook her head emphatically. "We need these bodies and the ship. We can use the information we glean to protect Concordia when the Scythians inevitably return." Cherry had another reservation. If Mickey and Nina had to be dragged, screaming, back to the Sirocco, they might never get over it. It could damage them forever. They stood a better chance of staying alive, but at what cost? She had learned the hard way, while caring for Wilder when she was a teenager, that forcing them to do what you thought was best rarely brought good results. There had to be a better way. She just didn't know what. "I have an idea." Niall walked to the alien nearest the ship and grabbed its wingtip. "An idea about what?" Cherry asked. Sorry, I meant about opening the ship. Could someone give me a hand?" Niall and Dragan pulled the corpse over to the small vessel and up onto it. The helmeted head flopped and bounced, the lax features sagging. Niall pressed the tip of a claw against the hull. "I get it," said Dragan. "There's no patterning on that spot. Maybe it's a sensor." "That was my guess," Niall agreed. "But it didn't work." "We could try another claw or another part of its body." "Try its foot," Cherry offered. "Its foot?" asked Dragan. "They hold stuff with their lower limbs and use their wing claws for cutting and slicing. You're forgetting they fly. They would fly onto the ship and open it, not climb onto it like a human." "Makes sense," said Niall. The one that snatched Wilder held her with its feet.
Whatever you say.
Dragan hauled the creature around until its feet were nearest the bare patch on the hull. It didn't seem to take much effort, though the Scythian had to be 3 times his mass. Niall tried each toe of one foot in turn. At the 3rd try, the humped section split from the rest of the ship. "We're in!" Chapter 15. It was hard for Wilder to pay attention as Aubryo questioned Strongquist too. The news about Mickey and Nina was extremely worrying. The girls were smart and resourceful, but they'd spent most of their lives on a starship. They would have struggled to survive by themselves on Concordia, let alone on a planet with a poor infrastructure and where the inhabitants had gone into hiding. She itched to ask Aubryo what was being done to find the missing children, and if there had been any news of them. Had her and Niall's trip delayed the search? She would feel terrible if it had, but Aubryo was busy drilling the android for information.
Did these makers, as you call them, give any indication of where they were going when they left? As I've already told you,
Strongquist 2 replied patiently.
All I know is that after the Mistral's departure, they planned to abandon the site. There was no reason for them to stay, and they feared the launch of the starship would attract unwelcome attention. Though few of Earth's inhabitants possessed significant military capability then, the number of intruders had increased, and there was a realistic threat of a sustained attack. Furthermore, the makers had no reason to stay once their work was done.
"All right," Aubryo said tetchily.
"Where do you think they might have gone? Where would it have been logical for them to go?"
Wilder asked. "Why do you want to know? What difference does it make? The Mistral left Earth centuries ago. The makers are all dead, and it's a different place now." He turned to face her sharply.
"Because those people were the last of the peak of scientific and engineering achievement in human civilization. They weren't the country bumpkins messing around with ancient artifacts they don't understand, living down there today. You think you're smart, right?"
"Well..."
"You are. You're a freaking genius. Niall and Dragan aren't far behind you. Imagine 100 of you, 1,000, the cream of human intelligence. Do you think people like that would fade away, living out their lives tilling the soil and brewing their own beer? If you lived on Earth now, if you'd grown up there, is that what you would do? Would you be satisfied with that kind of life?"
Wilder recalled the long years on the Sirocco, with little more to do than keep the ship running and maintain the growing systems. "I would be bored out of my head."
"I know you would. So would the makers. Wherever they went, whatever they did, there's a chance they left stuff behind that we can still use."
"That we can take back to Concordia? The Ark's already full, and the Scythian ship takes up most of the hold. We don't have space to stow anything big."
"Used to defend Earth!"
Aubryo spat, glaring. If a man could be said to be beautiful, he was it. But when he got angry, he turned ugly fast. Wilder leaned slightly away from him. "But I thought we were leaving, as soon as we get Mickey and Nina back."
"That might be what Vesey thinks, but that woman doesn't have her head screwed on straight. If we give up on Earth, what's the point? We might as well throw in the towel."
He continued more softly, and as if partly speaking to himself.
"The kids aren't so important. We have bigger issues at stake, much bigger."
Narrowing his eyes, he returned his attention to Strongquist 2.
"Do you have a list of all the equipment at the construction site? Not an exhaustive one, I'm afraid, only a general understanding. And as I was showing Wilder and Niall around, I noticed some things were missing."
Aubryo swiveled aggressively toward Wilder again.
"You toured the site? Why didn't you tell me?"
"You didn't ask. What did you think I would do? Just leave?"
"I want to know what you remember. Everything. Write it down and send it to me."
He swiveled back to Strongquist 2.
"One more thing. What's in your programming about the Concordia colony?" "Nothing at all." I was not constructed for the same purpose as my counterparts. You don't have any protocols to follow about assessing personality types and their fitness to lead?
What a strange question. Why was he asking that? Wilder vaguely recalled a run-in between Aubryo and the Guardians.
I do not.
Aubryo regarded the android suspiciously, as if he suspected him of lying. Do you know what purpose you were constructed for?
I believe I am a prototype, perhaps the first successful model. The history of my manufacture was never explained to me.
But you are programmed to protect humans. It seemed obvious from the android's behaviour when the Scythian had snatched her.
That function overrides all others, including self-preservation.
Aubryo rose to his feet and slapped Strongquist on his back.
Useful bloke to have around. Just remember, you don't need to interfere in the ship's politics. Got it? I don't anticipate doing anything in that regard.
She watched Aubryo leave. As was his habit, he hadn't said he would see her later, or anything like that. And it wasn't only because he didn't do platitudes. He knew she disliked him, and that was unlikely to change. There was no point in social niceties between them. She had a bad feeling about his mention of ship's politics. He clearly disagreed with Vess's decision to return to Concordia. What exactly did he have in mind? Strongquist too was watching her expectantly. She didn't know what to do with him. Apart from Aubryo, everyone else seemed to have forgotten about the android's existence in all the excitement over the Scythian bodies and their ship. You should wait here until Captain Vesey decides what to do with you.
As you wish.
Strongquist too rested his hands on his knees. Wilder walked to the door. She desperately wanted to shower and change into her own clean clothes, but something occurred to her. If you had to choose between defending Earth and returning to Concordia, which would you pick?
I am reluctant to give a reply. I don't believe I have sufficient knowledge of the situation on the respective planets to make an informed decision.
Fair point. What if you had access to all the available information? Would you tell us then?
I will give my opinion for what it may be worth.
I'll ask Vesey to give you access to the ship's database. You can find every...
What?
Cherry had arrived. What did you just say? I was telling Strongquist too I'll get him access to the Sirocco's data.
Are you out of your mind? Have you gone crazy?
Why the hell would you think it's a good idea to allow that thing access to our data? He has a high level of computing power.
It, not he.
Okay, it. It's difficult not to think of it as a man.
Try harder. Have you forgotten all about feler?
Wilder put a hand over her mouth.
Shit!
She hadn't exactly forgotten. She'd been present when the Guardian had appeared on Concordia, decades after it was supposed to have destroyed itself, smashing the Mistral into a Scythian ship. Hell, she had gone with Kes to the site where the escape capsule had crashed. After that, she hadn't had much to do with feler, because she had gone to live with Quinn on the Opportunity. It had been Cherry who had followed the android into the ancient Scythian city. Feler's programming had been compromised by the aliens. They'd sent her to the planet to reactivate the defense systems that would destroy approaching starships. The android had been turned against the colony, her functions subverted.
What do you know about that thing? Cherry demanded. You don't have a clue about it, do you? All you know is that it was at the Mistral's construction site. That's it.
Wilder stared at her.
And now it's here, with us, on the only ship, with the only people who stand the tiniest chance of putting up a fight against the Scythians. You think that's a coincidence?
Strongquist too hadn't moved while they talked. He sat still with his hands on his knees, facing the bulkhead. Cherry strode up to the android and peered behind his ear.
May I ask what you're looking for?
She peered behind his other ear and then inspected his neck, pulling at his collar to look down it.
Where is it?
Where is what?
You know what I mean. Where's your off switch?
My off switch?
I am not mechanical per se. I have an inbuilt power pack and...
How can we turn you off? Cherry demanded. All the Guardians had a mole or a freckle somewhere on their neck that could be pressed to turn them off. Where's yours?
I understand what you mean. That was a feature of the later model. I can only be deactivated and activated remotely. I have no external controls.
Figures. How do we deactivate you remotely?
The computer on Svalbard can emit the signal.
Double figures. Stars, you're a liability.
I had anticipated being an asset.
Cherry turned to Wilder. I'm going to tell Vesey we need to return it to the surface fast. It's too much of a security risk. We can look for Mickey and Nina at the same time. Are you up for that? Absolutely. I just need to get changed. Be quick. I'll stay here with it to make sure it doesn't do anything shady. If Vesey won't let us take it back to the surface, I'll try to persuade her to destroy it. Actually, maybe it would be better to destroy it right now. Strongquist II's eyebrows rose. Chapter 16. Dakari Buka stared mournfully out from the interface. He seemed to have aged in the brief interval since Cherry had seen him. Captain Vesey stood to one side of the screen, her arms folded tightly over her chest. She looked furious, perhaps understandably. As she'd explained after summoning all the ship's personnel to the bridge, Buka had told her he had important news to convey, but he would only give it with all the Concordians present. It's as if he doesn't trust me to relay news from Earth to you truthfully, she had concluded. Maybe the suspicion of the GAA's leader was correct. The captain's eagerness to leave Earth and all its problems far behind was no secret. Cherry suspected that if Mickey and Nina hadn't pulled their stunt, Vesey might not have agreed to his demand. The old man's eyes drooped and his lips sagged as he spoke. From off-screen came Itai's translation. I received a report half an hour ago from a distant province in South America. You may remember the incident where Scythians snatched mother and father while they were out in the jungle with their 2 sons. Thankfully, the children were unharmed, though their parents have never been found. This report comes from the same area. Buka took a deep breath before continuing, via translation. Last night, the aliens emerged from their dome, flew to the nearest village, and murdered every man, woman, and child. Only one young woman managed to escape. She walked through the night and the morning to reach the nearest habitation and tell others of the massacre. I say she managed to escape, but it would be more accurate to say the Scythians let her go. He wiped his eyes and breathed in deeply again. She has what I believe to be a message carved into the skin of her back. I won't show it to you. It's too distressing. But after a doctor cleaned up the wound, I had a copy drawn. He held up a sheet of paper. Can any of you tell me what this might mean? The paper was covered in short vertical lines. Cherry winced, imagining the many cuts they represented. At the top of the paper, presumably in the area of the woman's neck, were 2 lines standing alone. Below them were 8 rows of 8 lines. 66, said Vesey. 66 in total. Yes, we can count 2, Buka snapped. Wilder asked, Is that how many people were killed? 69 people died. 70 if you include an unborn child, so the numbers only roughly correspond. Niall said, The Scythians have 4 toes on each foot. It would make sense they would use base 8 for their number system. What's base 8? Itai asked, not waiting for Buka's response. It's just a different way of counting. From 0 to 7 instead of... Wilder gasped and clapped a hand over her mouth. Tears started into her eyes. What's wrong? Cherry asked. Have you figured out what it means? It's not complicated, she replied in a strangled tone. It's a simple representation. 2 equals 64. 2 To what? Mr. Bucher, Vesey said. We'll discuss this matter and get back to you. She cut the comm. Wilder, explain. It's easy, Niall said heavily. 2 Scythians equals 64 humans, give or take. I see, Vesey said. The 2 Scythians you killed. The massacre was retaliation for their deaths. Well, technically it was Strongquist who killed them, but the aliens had implemented a brutal deterrent against further attacks. A pall settled over the bridge. Aubryo asked, Does Bucher know about the Scythians Strongquist killed? Vesey replied, Not unless someone has gone behind my back to tell him. He doesn't know anything about the trip to investigate the signal, and neither do any other Earthers. So he doesn't know we have one of their ships either. We need to keep it that way. That was my plan for now. The screen flashed. Bucher was hailing the ship. He didn't wait long, someone muttered. You'd better answer, said Wilder. I'd better, retorted Vesey. Why? We need to maintain a dialogue. Mickey and Nina are down there. Yes, said Cherry. We have to get them back. Vesey bit her lip and studied the assembled Concordians from under hooded eyes, as if trying to get the measure of their feelings about the missing girls. Cherry repeated forcefully, We have to get them back. They're just kids, and they're the children of a highly valued and respected member of this team. I can't believe you're contemplating leaving them behind, not after everything Kes did. If it weren't for him, we would have starved to death. The least we can do to honour his memory is to not abandon his children. She's right, Aubryo said. Can't ditch the nippers. Cherry rolled her eyes. He didn't care about Mickey and Nina. He was only jumping on the opportunity to keep the Sirocco in orbit, hoping there might be a way to protect his beloved Earth. They are half-Earthers, someone mumbled. Cherry stared at the crowd, but couldn't figure out who had spoken. It might have been Marcus, blinded by Wilder when he attacked her. The man seemed to seethe with silent hatred for everyone and everything. Judging from other expressions, the sentiment of the Concordians was mixed. No one else spoke, probably not wanting to commit themselves. Vesey said, Every day, the possibility of Scythian military backup arriving grows greater. The longer we delay our departure, the more likely it is we'll never depart. Is that what we want? Silently, the interface blinked. Aren't our hands tied anyway? Mora asked. Any attack on the Scythians will be avenged on the local population 32-fold. Many Earthers are in hiding, but some have nowhere safe to go. We have to consider them. We do, Vesey agreed. But let's not get our priorities mixed up. Are we for the Earthers or our own kind? Do we try to save someone else's planet or our own? Now hold on, Aubryo said. Don't turn this into them and us. We're all human beings, and you're lining up the situation here with some airy-fairy notion of what might happen somewhere else. For all we know, Concordia could be dead. Like it or not, Earth might be our only chance for survival. Seems to me that after all this time, that's the real situation. I wish Kes were here, Wilder murmured. He would know what to do. If Kes was here, Cherry said, we would already be planet-side searching for the girls. All right, Aubryo announced, slapping his knee before standing up. Vesey, you're not a bad person, but you're no leader. There, I've said what's obvious to anyone with eyes to see right from the start. All through this mission, you've been shilly-shallying, dithering, going backward and forward, and it's getting us nowhere. It's clear what's needed here is a firm hand. A voice called out, And we can guess who you mean. Aubryo shrugged. There's no point denying it. I do think I could do a better job. But don't forget, I could have gone around. Sit down, Vesey blurted, turning pale. I could have gone around behind the captain's back, rallying support, Aubryo repeated, speaking over her. But I haven't.
At heart, I believe in democracy.
Cherry snorted. I said sit down! Vessie's gaze roamed the room, but no one was looking at her. All attention was on Aubreo. She slumped into a seat.
I propose a vote of no confidence in our captain. If the majority think she's competent to lead, fair enough. I'll shut up and let her get on with it. If she loses the vote, we'll elect a new captain. Someone who'll make a decisive plan about what we do next. Maybe that'll be me, maybe it won't. What do you say?
Chaos erupted as everyone started shouting at once. Who are you to tell us what to do, you freak? Someone yelled above the rest. What's wrong with you? Yeah, a second voice added. How come you never seem to get any older? Everyone's aged on this trip except you. What's that about? Aubreo looked taken aback. His gaze flicked to Cherry, the only person who knew his secret. She stared back at him blankly. Before the thread could be followed, however, someone else exclaimed, You can't have a vote of confidence about the captain of a starship. That's mutiny. But he's right, came a reply. We need someone to make a concrete decision. Someone who can think of the best way out of this mess. I say we vote. No, he's only doing this because he wants Vessie to leave. And she's right. Concordians for Concordia. What did the Earthers ever do for us? They killed Kes with their nasty disease. Cherry tried to figure out who had spoken. It had sounded like Mora, but she wasn't sure. It wasn't possible to tell in the sea of flushed, angry and agitated faces. The volume of voices rose. Aubreo was looking at her, a peculiarly intense expression on his face. As soon as he caught her gaze, he nodded toward the corner of the room. She followed his direction. Zapata stood there, leaning his back against the bulkhead, arms folded over his chest, head down, like he was fed up with all the arguing. She felt the same. Still, what was Aubreo trying to signal? She looked back at him. He nodded in the direction of the pilot again, more emphatically. Then he said to the crowd,
I'm just stating my opinion. Everyone's entitled to their opinion.
He made a subtle gesture, flicking his fingers at her. He wanted her to leave with Zapata. He wanted her to leave with Zapata. She grabbed Wilder's arm. Let's go. Where? She stood on her tiptoes to whisper, To get the girls. Understanding dawned in the younger woman's eyes. They quickly eased through the mob of overexcited Concordians. Zapata, said Cherry, can I speak to you outside?
Sure, anything to get out of here.
It was quieter in the passageway. When she explained her proposal to the pilot, he hesitated, but only for a few seconds.
Vessie's gonna kill me, but what the hell? This mission's turned into a free-for-all, and I hate the thought of those girls down there by themselves.
Cherry was partly elated, partly furious. She finally had a chance to find Mickey and Nina and bring them back. On the other hand, she was playing right into Aubreo's schemes. He didn't really care about the girls. He was only using them to undermine Vessie's authority and force her to keep the ship in Earth orbit a while longer. Everything was about him and what he wanted, as usual. Chapter 17. As Wilder stepped down from the shuttle, she surveyed the surroundings. It was here that Mickey and Nina would have snuck away from the vessel, probably the instant Zapata had left it. By the time the Concordians had boarded, the girls would have been long gone. Where? It was a bleak place. The site the Global Advancement Association had picked for their headquarters was in the north of a large continent, not as northerly as the Seed Vault, but sufficiently high latitude to give a distinct chill to the air. Unlike the island of the Seed Vault, this area wasn't forested. A small settlement stood a kilometre or so away, and a few low buildings huddled beyond the landing pads. Flat plains stretched out in all directions to the featureless horizon. No, it wasn't featureless. Wilder squinted and shielded her eyes with her hand. To the east, a small bump broke the monotonous view. Light from the low sun glinted on the structure. "Is that what I think it is?" Cherry and Zapata were chatting as they exited the shuttle. Cherry checked and replied heavily, "Yeah, it's one of their domes." "So close to the GAA? They're all over the place. But why didn't the group move after the aliens arrived? There can't be many underground complexes. The association probably didn't have a lot of choice except to stay here. It's this way." Cherry headed for the buildings. They didn't get far before several figures emerged. The shuttle's arrival had been noticed. Cherry said, "Now we find out how serious Buka was about asking permission to land." She halted. "I don't think it's a good idea to leave our only method of getting back to the Sirocco unattended."
"You think they'll try to steal the shuttle?"
asked Zapata.
"They'd have a hard time piloting it."
"That wouldn't stop them from taking it." She glanced at the vessel and then at the small delegation approaching. "Are there weapons aboard?"
"Always."
"Then I suggest you go back and lock yourself in."
"What about you guys?"
The danger of what they were doing was beginning to dawn on Wilder too. She had been focused on finding Mickey and Nina, who are like sisters to her. But now that Dakari Buka suspected the Concordians were about to abandon Earth, who knew what he might do? And here they were, walking right into his hands. "Maybe we should get a couple of those rifles." "I thought about it," Cherry replied. "But no, if we act too aggressively, it's only going to inflame the situation. Let's tread carefully for now."
"I'll be waiting for your comm," said Zapata. "Good luck."
While the pilot retreated, Wilder said, "Tread softly. That doesn't sound like you." "I guess I'm getting old." One of the men arriving to greet them was Itai, the translator.
"We're delighted you decided to pay us a visit, though it's somewhat unexpected,"
Cherry replied. "I apologize on behalf of our captain for not seeking permission to land. We're here on an urgent matter that couldn't wait for formalities."
"I'm sure Mr. Buka will be eager to hear all about it and do all he can to help. Please come with me.
He glanced at the shuttle.
Pilot won't be joining us."
"He's busy running flight checks. We don't expect to be here long." It was Wilder's first time at the GAA headquarters. From the bare utilitarian style of the place, it seemed to be a former military bunker or some other governmental building. Someone had mentioned that the GAA had resurrected its ancient geothermal energy system. They descended with Itai to the lower level, and he took them immediately to a small room. The leader of the GAA was waiting. The old man didn't get to his feet. He gestured for them to sit down, murmuring something Itai didn't bother to translate, probably a greeting. He continued,
"We appreciate your quick response to this terrible tragedy, and we understand why you didn't follow protocol and request permission before landing."
Terrible tragedy? For a heartbeat, horror seized Wilder as she inferred he was talking about Mickey and Nina. Then she realized he meant the massacre at the Eartha village. Vesey had cut the comm after he delivered the news. He hadn't heard from the ship since. Cherry stumbled over her words as she also took a second to catch his meaning. "We were so sorry to hear about it. I don't think you've met my colleague. This is Wilder, one of our engineers." The old man nodded at her and then returned his expectant gaze to Cherry. Wilder said, "We were all devastated to hear what happened. Is there any more news?"
"The location of the attack is very remote and the government has few resources. We haven't received any updates yet, but I expect more information will reach us in the coming days. I'm eager to hear about your plans to help us, now the Scythians have taken this next horrific step. Did any of you make sense of the markings on the girl's back?"
"We're still working on it," Cherry said. "We're actually here for another reason. We want to retrieve 2 Concordian girls who arrived when the shuttle came to collect us the other day."
2 girls?
"They were supposed to stay on the ship, but they stowed away and snuck out while no one was watching. We're here to take them back. Their names are Mickey and Nina, Wilder added. They're teenagers. Buka and Itai seemed genuinely puzzled, though she was wary of trusting her impression. She wasn't good at reading people. The two Earthers spoke for a while. Itai left the room. Buka, Cherry and Wilder sat in awkward silence, the language barrier a gulf between them, until Itai returned a few minutes later.
"There are no girls from your ship here," he announced.
"But they have to be," said Cherry. "Where else could they go?"
"I can assure you, no Concordians are present in this base."
"They must be hiding. They're intelligent, and one of them is strong-headed. They must have found somewhere."
"It isn't possible. We've recently taken in about 50 refugees, and we're packed to the rafters. There's only one way in and out. They couldn't have entered without someone noticing."
"Could someone be helping them?"
"Why would anyone do that? We're living on rations. Why would anyone give up their food to a pair of strangers?"
Wilder said to Cherry, "They must have gone to the settlement out on the plain."
"That's deserted,"
Itai responded quickly. "That doesn't mean they aren't there," Wilder retorted. Cherry said, "I'm still not convinced they aren't here, somewhere." Buka spoke. He seemed agitated. Itai listened and appeared to weigh his words before translating.
"We're naturally concerned for the welfare of the adolescents, but we have weightier matters at hand than 2 runaways. Mr. Buka would like to know what you're going to do in defense of Earth."
"As I said," Cherry's words were cut off as Buka spoke again. She waited.
"We believe your ship to be armed,"
Itai said.
"Otherwise the Scythians would have attacked it. You could destroy the Scythian domes or fire upon their ships. The aliens should receive a clear message that their invasion will not be tolerated."
Cherry snapped. "If it was as easy as that, don't you think we would have already done it?"
"I don't know,"
Itai translated.
"Wouldn't it be easier to avoid any risk to yourselves and leave us to our fate?"
"Avoid any risk to ourselves?" She rose to her feet. "You realize you're talking to one of the people who broke into a Scythian dome? Someone on our team nearly died."
Buka also stood up,
leaning on his cane. Spittle flew from his mouth as he spoke. Itai said woodenly,
"Our pilot on that mission did die. One of the very few we have. Hundreds more of us have been snatched. An entire village was annihilated. And you expect sympathy because a few of you put yourselves in danger?"
Wilder touched Cherry's arm. "We aren't getting anywhere. We should go and take a look at that settlement."
"I apologize for Mr. Buka's anger,"
Itai said.
"He is under a lot of pressure. The GAA is one of the few organizations with the reach to mount a response to the invasion. But even we lack equipment and skills to act effectively."
"Look," Cherry said. "What you don't understand is—" She hesitated. Wilder squeezed her arm, fearful she was about to spill the beans about the Earthers' hopeless predicament and the Sirocco's imminent departure. "Sit down." As Cherry took her advice, Itai said,
"What don't we understand?"
Wilder replied, "The situation is complex. It's going to take us a while to figure out a strategy for helping you. We need time to work on it." She felt like shit for lying to them. Despite Aubrio's challenge to Vessi's leadership, it seemed a foregone conclusion that the Earthers were on their own. Realistically, there wasn't anything the Concordians could do. Everyone would realize that eventually, even Aubrio.
"And in the meantime,"
Itai said,
"you want us to find these girls?"
"That's right," Cherry replied.
"I will speak with Mr. Buka and we'll see what we can do."
The men talked. Buka appeared to calm down. He glanced at Cherry and Wilder. After a little more discussion, he nodded. "Phew," Wilder murmured. "I think he's agreed to help us." Cherry was watching the men suspiciously. "I'm not so sure." Buka addressed them as if he was taking his leave and then hobbled out. Itai said,
"We will arrange a team to search the base top to bottom."
Cherry replied, "I thought you said it wasn't possible they're here."
I may have been wrong. Please wait. If we find them, I'll let you know immediately."
It-Eye stepped toward the door. Cherry got up and followed him. "Can we search too?"
"I'm afraid not."
He shut the door. Cherry turned to face Wilder. "I don't trust—" A noise had interrupted her. It was the sound of a lock snicking shut. Chapter 18. Cherry closed the comm to Zapata. "Did he say where he's gone?" Wilder asked. "Not exactly. He's found somewhere in the middle of nowhere with no visible habitations. He'll wait there." "For how long?" "As long as it takes for us to get out of this mess." "You're sure he won't just go back to the ship?" Cherry shrugged. "What can I do? It's up to him what he does." She had abandoned her chair and was sitting on the floor, leaning on the wall. She rested the back of her head against it. "I've known Zapata a long time. He's usually pretty reliable. Did you know he flew me to Sardine once in the middle of a storm?" "I didn't. When was that?" "During the biocide attack. I had to get there too." She sighed. "Never mind. It was when Isabel died." She closed her eyes and rubbed them. "Are you okay?" When she opened her eyes, she found Wilder watching her with concern. "I'm just pissed at myself," she explained. "Coming down here was dumb. How could we have been so stupid? Now Buka has 4 bargaining chips, us and the girls. We've played right into his hands. Vessie's going to be furious." She slapped her forehead. "And I went and told him you're an engineer. He knows our captain won't want to leave without you." "We didn't get a chance to think this through. It was Aubrio's fault, pushing me to go right there and then, to sneak out while Vessie was distracted. If it hadn't been for him, we wouldn't be here. Damn that man. I hate him." "What is it with Aubrio?" Wilder asked. "Someone at the meeting said about him not getting any older. I've noticed it too. It's weird." "Everyone must have noticed by now. He won't get away with it much longer." "Get away with what?" "I suppose it won't hurt to tell you. It'll come out in the end, one way or another. You know Earthers used to genetically engineer their embryos?" "I read about it, yeah. They used to remove abnormalities and congenital diseases, then progress to enhancing intelligence, physical attributes, etc." "Well, you can imagine the level of engineering Aubrio's parents could afford. They used an experimental treatment on him, designed to eradicate aging." "Eradicate aging? I can understand they could maybe delay it. You're telling me he's immortal?" Cherry gave another shrug. "Even he doesn't know how long he'll live. But for now, the treatment's working. As far as I can tell, he hasn't aged a day since he was revived on the Nova." Wilder whistled. "If only being immortal compensated for being an asshole," Cherry continued. "I honestly don't know what I ever saw in him. Apart from his perfect body and devastating good looks." Cherry gave a sly smile. "There is that, but even they don't count for much in the end." "He really likes you, though. I can see it in the way he looks at you." "Likes isn't the right word. I don't think he likes anyone, at least not more than he likes himself. I'm a challenge to him. He knows I loved someone else, preferred another man over him, and he can't stand it. So he spent years with me, hoping I would grow to love him as deeply." Wilder didn't ask who it was she'd loved so much, and Cherry was grateful. She continued, "And he can't take rejection. It wounds his massive, fragile ego. When I left him, it was the greatest insult, even though he deserved it. He thinks he should be able to do whatever he wants and still have me hanging on his elbow. He can't get over the fact I broke up with him. That's what you see when you see him looking at me." The door opened. 2 armed men stood outside. One entered and roughly searched them. He seemed to be looking for something. When he came up with nothing, he inspected them more closely. Cherry wondered if he was going to make them strip, but when he checked her ears, he found what he was looking for. He flicked out her comm and put it in his pocket. Then he did the same with Wilder's. The Earthers had figured out they must have told their shuttle pilot to leave. The other guard gestured with his rifle. Looks like we're going somewhere, Wilder said, and I liked it here so much. Cherry joined her as they were forced from the room. The guards took them deeper into the complex and down another level. They passed Earthers, who eyed them curiously. The place was indeed packed, as Itai had said. Things were getting desperate. 2 years of living in hiding, watching the skies for the Scythians' return, and now doubling down on their restricted movements, had had a disastrous effect on the Earthers' already fragile infrastructures. On the lower level they were taken to a dead-end corridor and put in a room with 2 bunks, a reinforced steel door, and a toilet in the corner. "They plan on keeping us here a while," said Wilder. Cherry noted the dismay in her tone. "Don't worry, it won't be much different from the time we went to the Galactic Assembly. We'll get through this." The door closed with a clang. "Do you think the others might leave without us?" Wilder asked. "Not a chance," Cherry replied, with more confidence than she felt. In fact, they were both expendable. Vesey was desperate to leave. Nile and Dragan could operate the jump drive, and Aubreo would be Aubreo, looking out for number 1. "We'll be fine." Their share of the Earthers' rations at dinner time featured salty porridge, crackers, pickled vegetables, and water. "We ate better on the Sirocco," Wilder muttered. Cherry stoically chewed a cracker. She had spent the last few hours going over their options. All seemed bleak. Their chances of escape were minimal. She couldn't take on the guards one-armed, and though Wilder could fight if backed into a corner, she was no warrior. Plus the guards had weapons, not pulse rifles. They appeared to be similar to the projectile-firing devices the Scythians used, but deadly nonetheless. Their only hope lay in persuading Buka to let them go. But the old man would never do that without a massive incentive, and she couldn't think of anything to offer him. Would he even believe her if she did? He knew the decisions lay with Vesey. What had he told the captain? When their meals were finished, she told Wilder they should sleep. "I don't think I can." "Then lie down and rest at least. It's going to be a hard few days until this is sorted out. We need to stay focused." "What's the point?" Despite her words, Wilder lay down. "Do you think they're going to turn out the light?" They didn't turn out the light. Long after Wilder had fallen asleep, the cell remained illuminated. Cherry rested on her back, her hand behind her head. She had given up on trying to figure out what to do. Her mind had travelled back to the early years of the Concordian colony, to Ethan and Cariad, to Garwin and Twyla, to the arrival of the Guardians, the destruction of the Nova Fortuna, and to the building of Sidher. The remainder of her missing arm ached as she recalled the moment a Scythian spider had sliced it from her body. She didn't remember anything after that until she woke up in the infirmary. She had learned later that Aubreo and Ethan had saved her, and that Aubreo had put her over his shoulder and run with her to safety, just like he had inside the Scythian dome. In his own way, he cared about her. But even if she could forgive his infidelity, which she didn't think she could never be with him again. "What time is it?" The minimal sounds of activity had died away a while ago. Deciding to take her own advice and try to get some sleep, she turned onto her side and closed her eyes. Footsteps approached along the corridor. It was an odd time of night for visitors. Perhaps someone had come to retrieve their dinner trays. But there seemed to be 2 sets of footsteps. When the door opened, Itai stood outside with a guard. Cherry sat up. "Please wake your companion and come with me." "Huh? Does Buka want to speak to us?" "Quickly, please." Itai glanced at the guard. Cherry shook Wilder's shoulder. "We have to go." Wilder groaned. "What?" She blinked and sat up. "Where? What's happening?" "I don't know." Something about the situation seemed odd. "Get up." Itai took them to the stairs leading to the upper level. He told the guard something. The man shook his head. It-I spoke again, more forcefully. After some back and forth, the guard appeared to relent. It-I ascended the steps, and the guard remained at the bottom. "He isn't coming with us?" Cherry's suspicions were growing. "I will explain everything soon. For now, it would be extremely helpful if you don't ask any questions, and do exactly as I say." Was he breaking them out of the place? It was one explanation for his shady behaviour. As the only person who could communicate with the Concordians, It-I must have achieved a measure of trust and authority in the GAA. If anyone could convince the guards that Booker had asked him to collect the prisoners, and that accompanying them was unnecessary, it was him. But why? Why was he doing this? The translator had nothing to gain from helping them and a whole lot to lose. If things didn't go according to plan, they could end up cell neighbours. On the next level, the corridors were quiet and empty. It-I took them at a fast walking speed to an area that was new to Cherry. "Are you going to tell us where we're going?" He replied quietly. "Contrary to what I said earlier, there is a second exit. It's kept locked and therefore unguarded. I managed to get the key." "Thanks," Wilder breathed. "Thanks so much." "Wait until we're outside. You can thank me then." The other exit was at the top of a second set of stairs and dusty with disuse. When It-I tried to open the door, the key wouldn't turn in the lock. He tried again, twisting sharply. Somewhere distant, a baby began to cry. It-I looked over his shoulder. His attempts to open the door became more frantic. "It's probably just rust," said Wilder. "Rust? What's that?" It was a simple word, but he was speaking a second language. Cherry told him, "You need to hit the lock with something. Do you have anything heavy?" "Would this work?" He pulled a hand weapon from his waistband. They took a step back. "You could try," said Wilder, "but be careful." It-I banged the grip sharply against the lock 3 times. The noise echoed up the corridor. He shoved the weapon into his pants and gave the key another sharp twist. The lock opened. They ran out. It was deep night, and frost sparkled on the land under the starlight. The black, blocky shapes of the bunker's surface buildings stood 200 meters away. "Can I thank you now?" Wilder asked. "You're welcome." It-I smiled. "But I have something to ask in return." Now his actions made sense. Cherry said, "You want to come with us to Concordia." His smile widened. "Naturally." Chapter 19. "We shouldn't be doing this," Nina whispered. Mickey rolled her eyes. It was so typical of her sister to change her mind at the last minute. Not even the last minute. It was too late to leave their hiding place now. If they did, the pilot was bound to notice. Then he would tell Captain Vesey, and they would be in deep trouble. "We are doing it," Mickey replied. "So be quiet, or Zapata might hear us." She did not want to get found out. This was their only chance to go to Earth. The captain had ordered an immediate recall of all personnel to the ship, and Zapata was going to collect them. That had to mean the Sirocco would be returning to Concordia very soon. It was now or never. She had to get to Earth. The idea of leaving Dad behind filled her with so much sadness she couldn't bear it. Losing him had been hard enough. Never being able to visit his grave was a prospect she couldn't even consider. He wouldn't be a few kilometers away, he would be light years from them, alone in the dark. It didn't make sense. She knew he wasn't conscious of anything anymore, but knowing it didn't change the way she felt. A gentle hum permeated the storage locker they were hiding in. "That's the Agrav field. This is it. The shuttle's about to leave. We can't back out now anyway." The only light penetrating the locker came from a slim gap around the door, so she sensed rather than saw Nina's frown. Mickey added, filling her voice with confidence. "Don't worry, it'll be fine. The Earthers will look after us." The entire trip down to the surface, her heart beat hard in her chest. The source of her fear had changed from the threat of discovery. Now she feared what might happen to them after they arrived. She hadn't thought that part through carefully. All she knew was they had to remain hidden until after the Sirocco left, so there was no chance the Earthers would give them back. She didn't know how long the Concordians would search for them before they gave up, nor how she and Nina would survive while they waited. Surely it wouldn't be that hard. The sensation of flying came to an end as the shuttle's drive cut out and the vessel landed with a small bump. Mickey clutched Nina's arm and whispered, "We have to wait until Zapata leaves. Then we slip out." Nina didn't reply. She must still be having second thoughts. It didn't matter. They were committed. The clunk and whoosh of the hatch opening followed. There was a click from the pilot's cabin door, and then heavy footsteps passed by right outside the locker. Mickey softly counted to 10 before taking a peek. The passenger cabin was empty. She climbed out, stood to her full height, and stretched. Nina climbed out too. "Don't forget the bag," Mickey reminded her. Nina reached into the locker for it. "Hurry up!" Zapata had sealed the hatch, but there was an emergency release. Mickey twisted the handle and the hatch split from the hull. Cold air swept in. Outside, grey cloud blanketed the sky. The shuttle sat on a concrete pad. There was a group of low buildings, and a narrow road led to a small town. Both places seemed deserted. So far, so good. She had been worried they would be seen by Earthers immediately and reported, but there was no one around. It had to be something to do with everyone hiding from the Scythians. That was what Cherry had said. They'd all gone underground. "Luckily for us," Nina said. "Maybe we should—" "Come on!" Mickey trotted down the steps. When her sister remained at the top, she said, "Give me the bag." Nina was forced to come down to comply. As soon as Mickey had their few belongings and supplies, she walked quickly away from the shuttle. She didn't want to run in case someone noticed and thought they looked suspicious. There was Zapata. She hadn't left enough time. He had his back toward them, heading for the buildings. If he looked behind, he would spot them. She turned in the opposite direction. 2 of the Earthers' helis were parked on pads. Beyond them was open countryside, wide open. The area had once been farmers' fields, but weeds covered the ground. Mickey checked over her shoulder. Nina was following, and Zapata had nearly reached a building. He hadn't seen them. When he returned to the shuttle, he would find the hatch open, but maybe he would think he'd forgotten to close it. "We'll go there." She indicated the town. They waded through waist-high vegetation, moving directly across country. Prickly seed heads caught on their clothes as they brushed past the plants. Soon they were covered in them. Insects buzzed all around. Something crawled up Mickey's sleeve. She flicked it off. She vaguely remembered a time on Concordia when a cloud of flying pests had descended on her and Dad. He had carried her into their house, shielding her from the attack. But she couldn't remember any other life forms on her home planet, only humans and the biting insects. Earth was so full of life. There had been a time when Concordia had been like this, but now it was barren. Earth was better. Once the Earthers had fought off the Scythians, it would be good to live here. When they reached the first house, she looked back at the shuttle. The landing area remained empty. Her plan had succeeded. No one knew they'd left the Sirocco. Now all they had to do was find somewhere to stay for a few days and wait for the Concordians to leave. At first glance, their new dwelling didn't appear promising. The little town had clearly been abandoned ages ago. Doors and windows stood ajar, revealing empty interiors. Weeds from the fields encroached the streets. An overturned stroller lay at a corner, rusted and grimy. If she remembered rightly, it had been 2 years since aliens paid their first visit to Earth. The people who had lived in this place might have gone into hiding soon after, judging by the state of things.
"Don't tell me we're going to live here," said Nina. "Only for a little while. What will we eat? Is there even any clean water to drink? Stop complaining. Do you want to be near Dad or not? You didn't have to come with me if you didn't want to. You didn't tell me we would be living in a dump. What did you expect? Did you think we would be living in a palace? Life on Earth is different from how things were on the ship. A lot different. Things are harder here, but they're richer. Life is more fulfilling."
There was only so much she could make up to try to appease her sister. She sought a distraction.
"Let's look in there."
The door to one of the houses was closed, as if someone had taken the time to lock it. Useful things might be inside, things like food, bedding, and warm clothes. She was already feeling cold, despite their exercise crossing the fields.
"Is Dad even buried near here?"
Nina asked as Mickey tried the door. It opened.
"I don't recognize this area," Nina said. "Do you even know where we are? Dad might even be buried in another country. Did you consider that?"
Mickey was looking at a cramped but comfortable living space.
"Hello? Is anyone home?"
The closed door had prevented dust from blowing in from the street. 2 small sofas faced a fireplace. It was the first fireplace she'd ever seen, but the ashes and grate told her its purpose. Painted pictures of flowers and landscapes hung on the walls. A rug covered most of the wooden floorboards. A strange feeling crept over her. She had the impression she'd stepped back in time.
"Hello?"
Was someone living here? The remains of the fire could be days or years old. She simply couldn't tell.
"There's a kitchen,"
said Nina excitedly, all her misgivings apparently forgotten. She'd always been like that. Her mood could change in an instant.
"Check the cupboards."
Mickey followed her sister.
"The previous owners might have left some. There's lots of food."
Nina stood in front of an open cupboard filled with packets of dried basic supplies. Mickey recognized flour, noodles, beans, and peas.
"And here."
Nina had triumphantly opened another door.
"And here. There's enough to last us weeks."
A rifle stood propped against a wall. Mickey's relief and elation rapidly sank.
"No." "No what?"
"We can't stay here." She glanced into the living room, half expecting to see it occupied.
"Why not? This is the perfect."
"Someone already lives here. We have to leave, now."
"But
now!" She grabbed her sister's arm and tugged her toward the exit.
"You're hurting me. I thought we were going to live with the Earthers. That's the whole point. What are you frightened of?"
"We're going to live with the Earthers after the Sirocco leaves.
If they find us now, they might send us back to the ship. We need to."
A noise had come from somewhere in the house.
"What was that? Did you hear something?"
Her sister shook her head.
"What did it sound like?"
"Shh!
There it is again."
The noise had been louder. It had been human, a human voice, but not speaking. The third time the voice sounded, Nina's eyes widened.
"I heard it. It's coming from over there."
She pointed at the open door leading into a hall, adding,
"It sounds like someone's hurt."
Mickey silently nodded. The noise the person was making was the groan or cry of someone in pain.
"We should help them,"
said Nina. Mickey clenched her hands into fists. She didn't know what to do. They should help the person, but that would mean revealing their presence. Nina said,
"Dad would want us to help them."
Put like that, the answer was simple.
"You're right."
While they'd been talking, the person had groaned again. They walked toward the sound. Mickey went first. Beyond one door was an empty bathroom. The other door was closed. She knocked.
"Can we come in?"
The person answered in a language she didn't understand. She looked at Nina, who shrugged.
"We're coming in."
A man lay in a double bed, the covers pulled up to his chin. Closed curtains blocked the daylight, so it was hard to make out much more. The man's hair was straggly and greasy, and long stubble clothed his face nearly to his eyes. "Are you sick?" Mickey asked. "Do you need something?" The man replied in a quiet, grating tone. She couldn't understand a word or even guess at his meaning. She stepped closer. "My name's Mickey, and this is my sister, Nina. We did knock at your front door, but no one answered." It was a lie, but he couldn't understand her anyway, and pretending made her feel less guilty. "We can go if you don't want us here, only—" She looked around the room. Her eyes were becoming accustomed to the low light. A dresser stood open, clothes spilling out. She returned her attention to the man. "Are you ill?" He didn't seem ill. His eyes were bright and his skin looked healthy, if rather dirty. As they held each other's gaze, she began to see something in his expression she didn't like. Something hungry and mean. "If you don't need us, we'll go." She turned to her sister. "We're leaving." She took a step away from the bed. The man threw back the covers and leapt out. He was fully clothed. He'd been pretending. Mickey tried to run. A large hand caught her forearm and clamped tight. "Nina, go! Run!" Her sister froze. In another instant, Nina broke from her trance and moved, but the man was ahead of her, hauling Mickey with him as he strode closer. He shoved Mickey into her sister so they tumbled to the floor, stepped out of the room and slammed the door shut. A key rattled in the lock. Disentangling herself from Nina, Mickey yelled, "The window!" She raced to it and tore open the curtains. It was locked too. "Smash it!" Nina exclaimed. They looked around for something hard, but the only things that might break the glass were the bed and the dresser, both too large and heavy to lift. "I'll punch it out," Mickey announced. "Be careful." She snatched a shirt from the floor and wrapped it around her fist. But as she drew back her arm, the man appeared outside. He was aiming his rifle at them. They backed away. He yelled and gesticulated. He wanted them to sit on the bed. Would he really shoot unarmed girls? Mickey couldn't believe it, but she had Nina to consider. She could not put her sister in even more danger. She sat down. Chapter 20. The man came for them not long after it turned dark. It was hard to tell night had fallen. The man had hammered planks onto the outside of the window, blocking out most of the light. Mickey thought he had come to bring them food, or at least some water. Or maybe he would allow them to go to the bathroom. But he didn't do any of that. He pointed the rifle at them, tucked under the crook of one arm. He was holding something in his other hand. When Mickey saw what it was, she quailed. 2 lengths of cord dangled from his fist. "What does he want?" Nina whispered. "I think he wants to tie us up." Mickey hoped she was right and that he didn't want to do the other unmentionable thing that sprang to mind. He thrust the cords at Nina and then pointed at the door. "He wants you to go into the hall with him," said Mickey. "I don't want to." Nina was clearly on the edge of tears. "I don't want you to either, but I think you must. Why did I bring her here?" If something bad happened to her sister, she would never forgive herself. What was she talking about? Something bad was already happening to her. "Nina, I'm so sorry. It isn't your fault. I'll do what he says. Maybe we'll find a way to escape." Nina went to the door and gave Mickey a single wet-eyed glance before stepping into the hall. As soon as the man shut the door, Mickey flew at it. She thumped it with her fists and screamed, "If you hurt my sister, I'll kill you! I swear I'll kill you!" She continued to thump it until it jerked open again so forcefully she was knocked to the floor. The man kicked her, first in her ribs and then in her head. The second kick dazed her. She lay still, confused and not resisting as he bound her wrists. Then he picked up his rifle. He gestured for her to stand up. Nina's hands were also tied. Jabbing them with the muzzle of the rifle, the man forced them out of the house. No lights were on in the town. All was still. The place was as quiet as it had been when they'd arrived. The man had to be living here alone. For some reason, he had remained after everyone else had left. He indicated the direction he wanted them to go. Starlight glittered in an obsidian sky. Space looked different down here on Earth than from a starship. Here the stars seemed to move ever so slightly. Looking out from the sirocco, they were steady pinpricks of light. Their appearance from Earth should have been more friendly, but it wasn't. They passed the last houses, standing each side of the road, and then they were out in the open countryside. Where could the man be taking them? Was he taking them away from his house to... Mickey shook her head. She couldn't contemplate the threatening thought. She focused instead on looking around for possible ways to escape. Vegetation grew tall on the borders of the road. If they could run into it, he might not find them, but he would have time to get 1 or 2 shots off before they were hidden. However, he couldn't shoot at both of them at once.
"Nina," she whispered, "we can't let him taking to wherever he's planning to go. We need to get away. When I give the signal, you run into the weeds, okay?" "No way!" "You have to." "I know what you're going to do. You're going to try to distract him so he doesn't shoot me." "No, Yes, you are. And then what happens?"
Nina asked quietly but fiercely.
"What if he doesn't catch me, but you're dead? What do you think I'm going to do all alone, with my wrists tied? How am I supposed to go on without you?"
Mickey didn't have an answer. For what felt like the millionth time, she regretted not bringing earcoms. She'd been so determined they weren't ever going back to the sirocco, she'd left hers behind and made Nina leave hers too. She'd been so stupid.
"Maybe you can find some other Earthers who—" "Ow!"
The man had jabbed his rifle in her back, in the exact same place he'd kicked her. She got the message and stopped speaking. Her burgeoning bruise throbbed and her head ached in sympathy. They trudged on through the night. The dirt road split off to a narrower, more overgrown track to the left, but the man didn't take it. He kept them going straight another few 100 meters, until suddenly he jabbed Mickey again. She cried out, not understanding what she'd done wrong. Nina said,
"I think he wants us to go that way."
There was a gap in the vegetation, barely 1 person wide, where the plants had been trodden down. Mickey stepped off the road, Nina followed, and the man continued walking behind them. The little path was hard to see in the dark, and a couple of times the man shouted when she veered off it. Then she saw where they were heading. How she hadn't managed to spot it before, she didn't know. Perhaps it was because she'd kept her head down, focusing on following the trail. The structure was still some distance away, but it stood out plainly as it glowed gently in the night. A pale silver dome protruded from the surrounding shadowy scrub. It had to be one of the Scythian domes she'd heard people talking about on the ship.
"Oh!"
Nina exclaimed softly. She'd seen it too. He was going to give them to the aliens? Why would he do that? He had to be mad. The Scythians were the Earthers' enemies. They'd been abducting people all over the globe. Why would he hand over 2 girls he didn't even know, and for no reason? That was it. There was no debating any longer. They had to escape. They might die in the attempt, but at least it would be quick. Who knew what horrors lay in wait for them inside a Scythian dome?
"When I count to 3, run."
"No! Don't argue!"
1, 2, 3, ah!
The rifle dug into her ribs.
"Now!"
She whirled and kicked the muzzle. Not hard enough. It flicked up, but the man held on to it. She ran at him, head down, and drove into his chest. He stumbled backward. Her momentum kept her going, and unable to use her arms for balance, she began to fall forward. Her forehead smacked against the man's knee as she went down. It hurt but didn't stun her. The impact seemed to complete the man stumbling because he was suddenly under her. Where was Nina? She had no time to check that her sister had done as she had asked. The man was squirming under her, trying to get both hands on his rifle. She bit his arm. The man grunted. He was heavier and stronger than her. She had to do something to knock him out, fast. She thrust the top of her head into his jaw and heard his teeth snap closed. A yell of pain erupted from him. Had he bitten his tongue? She leapt to her feet and kicked his head once, twice. For the third kick she recalled him kicking her head and kicked even harder. He groaned and rolled. Still, his eyes didn't close and his grip on his rifle remained firm. Liquid oozed from his lips, black in the low light. She aimed a fourth kick, but before it landed, his hand shot out and fastened around her ankle. He tugged sharply and she fell on her backside. She tried to scramble upright, but he was faster. A boot thudded down on her middle. The man was standing over her, the weight of his right foot crushing her. She couldn't move. She couldn't breathe. She brought up her knees and squirmed, trying to get out from underneath him, but it was no use. Wavering slightly, the man lifted his rifle. He'd given up on his plan of taking her to the Scythians. He was going to shoot her. Thick drops of blood dripped from his chin and spattered on his boot as he took aim. Her vision narrowed to the gaping hole of the barrel, through which would come her destruction. She turned her head and shoulders away. Her muscles became rigid as she prepared for death. Would she see Dad again? She hoped so, though it was sooner than she'd wished. There was a cry, a female cry, then a yell of rage. Quick footsteps followed and a thump of impact. The weight on her chest was gone. The man hit the ground. His rifle was knocked from his grasp. Nina kicked it further away. "Run!" she shouted. "Mickey, run!" She turned onto her front and managed to get her knees under her. Vegetation flashed past, snatching at her clothes. She didn't know where she was going or where Nina was. All she knew was she had to put as much distance between herself and the earther as possible before he could get his rifle and come after her. If they could both hide so long he gave up looking for them, they could find each other in the morning. Maybe they would even be able to untie their wrists. A tremendous crack exploded. She gave an involuntary jerk. He'd fired. The noise was far louder than a pulse rifle. Had he hit Nina? There was another shot. "Please, don't let him hit Nina." She crouched as she ran and glanced from side to side. She couldn't see the Scythian dome. It had to be behind her. "Where's Nina?" When Mickey had run for a few minutes, she slowed and took a look over her shoulder. It was hard to see much in the darkness, but the earther didn't seem to be in sight. She slowed down some more. Panting, she stopped and dropped low. Peeking over the foliage, all she saw was a sea of dark grey leaves, stalks and dry seed heads. She ducked down. Where was her sister? Was she okay? She rested for a moment, catching her breath, and then took another look. Stillness and silence confronted her. No, over to the left, the plants gently rustled and swayed. Praying she was heading for Nina and not their attacker, Mickey crawled toward the movement. The rough ground scraped and scratched her knees. Rarely daring to raise her head, she trusted she wasn't going too far off course as she continued on. As soon as she found Nina, they could hide together and wait out the night. The man would have to give up searching for them eventually. The vegetation crackled and swished. Something was coming toward her. She held her breath. It was impossible to get away without making a noise. She could only wait, frozen between fear and hope, unable to see farther than a meter all around. A head burst into view. "Nina!" "Mickey, I found you. I thought I saw—" "Shh!" Mickey urged. "He might be listening." They huddled close, gently sobbing. They were together again. That was something. Mickey didn't know what they should do next, whether they should go back to the place where the shuttle had landed and try to find some friendly, not crazy Earthers to help them, or if they should find another way out of their predicament. Whatever they did, at least they would not be alone. A draught of stinky air hit her nostrils. At the same time, something hit the ground behind her. Nina's features turned rigid with fear as she focused on something over Mickey's shoulder. "What?" Before she could get a word out, steely hands fastened around her waist and she was swept up into the air. Chapter 21.
"What does that mean?"
Itai demanded. "It means," Cherry retorted hotly, "we can't contact our pilot." She had just explained about the guards removing their earcoms. She wasn't sure how Itai had imagined Concordians communicated with each other. Had he thought they had some kind of inbuilt system? But the information was obviously news to him. He must have anticipated the shuttle arriving soon after they escaped. But without a way of calming Zapata, that wasn't going to happen in the short term, perhaps never. Itai swung wildly around, recklessly waving his gun.
"But it won't be long before your absence is noticed. Buka will figure out how we left, and he'll send men after us."
"No, really?" Cherry asked sarcastically. "Maybe we should go back," Wilder suggested. "If we return immediately, we might make it before anyone notices we're missing."
"That can't happen. I must leave with you. You haven't stated it outright, but it's clear you think that Earth is doomed. I agree, but I'm not. I still have a chance."
He muttered something else to himself in his own language as he peered into the night. "What other option do we have?" Wilder asked. "It sounds like we're going back in that cell whether we like it or not. There's nowhere to hide in this wilderness, and even if there were, Buka's guards would soon find us." Cherry said, "I'm not in love with the idea of going back in there either." Her gaze was on the weapon Itai was carelessly moving around. She made eye contact with Wilder. If they could coordinate, they could get it from him. She might have tried alone if she had 2 arms, but Wilder didn't seem to understand her look. "We should leave. Let's not make it easy for them."
"I agree. There's a small township not far away. We can hide there and wait for your pilot to return. It's that way."
He indicated a direction and waited expectantly. When they didn't move, he added,
"You two walk ahead of me."
So the fact he hadn't put his gun away wasn't accidental. They had no choice except to comply. He guided them through the darkness, across long-abandoned fields. Cherry wondered why the Earthers around here had given up farming after the Scythian attack of 2 years ago. Concordians had continued to grow crops despite the ongoing threat of the aliens' return. On the other hand, the Concordians would have starved if they hadn't. Earthers had survived by farming for a long time after the fall of civilization. They must have had plenty of stores to rely on, but the food wouldn't last forever. What was their long-term plan? They didn't seem to have one. It was no wonder they were desperate for the humans from outer space to save them. She and Wilder walked in front of Itai for about half an hour across the semi-wild landscape until they hit a road. They followed the cracked, weedy surface for another 15 minutes before they reached the outer buildings of the settlement. The houses had been empty for a long time. "What happened to the people who lived here?" Wilder asked.
"They're in the bunker," replied Itai. "Or they went elsewhere, or they're dead."
"The Scythians took them?"
"They killed themselves."
Itai's tone was flat.
"There were a lot of suicides in the months after the bombardments. Many people had lost everything, or feared a second attack, or refused to live in hiding."
The sky had lightened in the east. If Buka didn't already know they were gone, he would soon. "Where are you taking us?" asked Wilder. "It won't be hard to search this place top to bottom. Hiding seems futile."
"I know somewhere. Turn to the left. It's down this street, I believe. It's been a while since I was here, and the place has changed somewhat, but I think I'm right."
As they turned, Cherry got a look at Ittai. He was glancing from side to side, as if he expected someone to step out from the shadows. She asked, "Do you think Buka's men are here already?"
"They would seize us immediately if they were. There's a rumour about someone still living here, someone gone mad from fear of the aliens. I don't know if the rumour is true, but I'm not taking any chances."
The madman didn't appear. Ittai took them to what had once been a shop. The wide glass window was smashed in, and the sign hung at a crazy angle. Inside, shelving ran the length of the place, all picked clean, whether by humans or animals.
"This was a grocery. There's a cellar out the back. We can hide in there."
"That's dumb," said Cherry. "If you know about the cellar, so do others. We would stand a better chance of not being found out in the fields."
"It isn't safe out in the fields."
"Why not?"
"The Scythians regularly comb them for humans."
She had no argument against that. They waded through debris to reach the rear of the store. Torn and gnawed packaging, dust, and plant matter blown in from the street littered it. As Ittai had predicted, an open hatch in the back room revealed stairs leading down to a cellar. "It's dark in there," said Wilder, peering in.
"Go down. I will find some lamps."
"But—"
Wilder's protest dried on her lips as he lifted his gun. "Please don't argue. I only need one of you alive."
Cherry said, "If you think you'll be allowed aboard the Sirocco after murdering one of us, you're deluded."
"Perhaps, but it's a chance I'm willing to take. I know your captain will be anxious to have her engineer back."
"This is insane." Wilder stepped down the stairs. When Cherry had descended and her head was below floor level, Ittai shut the hatch, plunging them into near complete darkness. Only a faint ray of light escaped the edges of the opening. "I can't see a thing," Wilder complained. Cherry's glimpse of the cellar before Ittai shut them in had shown her a small room about 4 meters square. Shelves adorned the walls, all empty. As before, the floor was littered with the leavings of looters. "Just sit down somewhere. If you blunder about, you'll hurt yourself." She descended the remaining steps carefully until Wilder's hand brushed her. "There are only a couple more steps." They sat down together. "Do you think he'll be back?" Wilder asked. There were sounds of Ittai moving around overhead. The idea that he might just shut them in and leave them here, bargaining for passage on the ship in return for revealing their location, had occurred to Cherry too. "I don't know, but don't worry. We'll be okay, I'm sure." Wilder's arm snaked around her shoulders and hugged her. "You're not my mum. You don't have to reassure me." Cherry chuckled. "I never was the greatest mum to you, was I? You mean after my incident with the agrav machine? Forget about it. I was a bratty kid. I'm not going to argue about it. Look, as soon as Ittai's distracted, we have to—" The hatch opened. Despite the short interval it had been closed, the light was blinding.
"I found a lamp," said Ittai. "We don't have to sit in darkness."
He walked down several steps and put down the lamp. Then he pulled the hatch almost completely closed and fiddled at the edge of it.
"I've put a rug over the opening."
Cherry rolled her eyes. His tactic was an exercise in futility. The lamp burned some kind of oil and gave off an unpleasant vapour. If Buka's people didn't find them soon, they might die of smoke inhalation. Settling down opposite them, Ittai rested his gun on his lap, his hand loose on the grip. The lamplight cast up shadows on his face, lending him a sinister look. Cherry hadn't managed to fully convey to Wilder her intention to overpower him, but she'd said enough to get her point across. Now all they had to do was wait for an opportune moment when he was lulled into inattention. "Something I've been wondering," she said. "You told us a group of refugees had arrived at the GAA bunker. How did they get there? This place seems in the middle of nowhere, and I haven't seen any transportation except helis."
They walked and rode horses. One family had a truck to transport children and the elderly.
I didn't see any horses or a truck.
The truck is in a barn. We ate the horses.
Gross, Wilder muttered. So you have mechanized transportation? Cherry asked.
It was one of the first innovations of the GAA, along with roads, of course.
What do your vehicles run on?
Alcohol. How is your planet's transportation powered?
Electricity.
Ah yes, that's right. I've seen it in old books. Unfortunately, we haven't managed to create the infrastructure for battery-powered vehicles. Before the Scythians came, we had some power plants, but they were the first things they attacked.
They knew what they were doing, Wilder said, destroying the frameworks of civilization. Itai's mouth turned down and his shoulders sagged.
It was a terrible time. I lost my wife and children. I was away from home in another city, organizing the foundation of a technology education center. It was the beginning of a new, bright future for humanity. From that school we would have sent out people trained in all the old skills, possessing the knowledge of past generations. We would have sent them all over the world to teach others. Eventually, humankind would have regained everything we'd lost. But the Scythians came. They razed every major metropolis, blasted the roads, destroyed factories, manufacturing plants, apartment blocks.
He swallowed and continued.
By the time I made it home, my family had been dead for days, killed by falling rubble.
I'm sorry. Wilder reached out to touch his free hand. That should have been the moment. They should have jumped him and grabbed the gun, but Cherry didn't move, trapped by her thoughts. In a sense, what had happened to Earth was Concordia's fault. If she wanted to be particularly egocentric, it was her fault. The aliens had offered Concordia a choice, to submit to slavery or die. She had overruled the leader and defied the Scythians. As a consequence, they'd launched the biocide, killing hundreds of thousands of feler and most other life. It had taken her a long time to come to terms with what she'd done, if in fact she ever had. After leaving their home planet to die, as they thought, the Scythians had come to Earth. They'd found the coordinates from the guardian feler, and they wanted to complete their revenge on humanity. It was simple. If she hadn't refused the Scythians' proposition, if she had accepted life under Scythian rule, they might never have come to Earth. The family of this man sitting opposite her might not have died. Civilization might have advanced here. Heavy footsteps sounded overhead. Dust sprinkled down lightly, the motes shining in the lamp's glow. Itai lifted his gun and put a finger to his lips. The ceiling reverberated as something heavy was dragged across the floor. More footsteps resounded. There was a scraping noise and the shuffle of textile. The hatch flew open. Itai lifted his weapon. Cherry leapt on him. "Grab his gun, Wilder! Grab it!" He threw her off. She landed in a pile of trash. In the time it took her to struggle upright, it was all over. Guards had run down the stairs and Itai was on his face, a boot on his back. Another guard had his gun. Wilder was on her feet, staring slack-jawed at the open hatch. Aubryo stood there, looking in, and next to him was Strongquist. Chapter 22. The flight to the Scythian dome was a nightmare Mickey would not soon forget. Her stomach grasped painfully tight. She'd been carried aloft so fast it had taken her a minute to figure out what was happening. She recalled Nina's upturned face receding, pale in the starlight. Then a second creature had descended to snatch her sister, and it all made sense. Pure terror had followed. Would the alien drop her, leaving her to plunge to her death? Or would it take her to its dwelling place, and what would happen then? Perhaps the first possibility was better than what else might happen. And Nina, poor Nina. She couldn't bear the thought of what might happen to her sister. The alien had flown with her to the dome. All the while a horrible smell had wafted down from its wings. The centre of the dome's roof had spiralled open, and they had descended through the opening. Inside, a second portal had opened, barely visible in the scarce light. From then on, everything was hazy. She recalled being unable to breathe, or rather, choking on the air. She must have passed out, because the next thing she knew she was on solid ground, and the pressure around her middle had gone. A warm body lay next to her. She turned onto her side. It was Nina. Thank the stars. Nina was coming around. "It's all right," Mickey whispered. "We're safe." For now. She looked around. Others were here. Other people. She sat up. Earthers of all ages were staring at them. From little children to a woman so old she only had a few wisps of white hair clinging to her scalp. The group numbered about 20, and they crowded together in one corner of the room. It was a strange place. The walls were dark grey and made from a material she didn't recognise. It was smooth, matte and featureless. Above, high above, was what seemed to be the ceiling of the dome, glowing softly like the sky at dusk. The walls didn't reach anywhere near it, at only about 4 meters tall. Atop the walls, forming a barrier over the room, was a layer of barely discernible transparent sheeting. A man addressed her and Nina. Mickey shook her head. How to convey she didn't speak their language? "We can't understand you," Nina replied loudly, as if shouting might make her meaning clear. The man spoke again. Mickey replied, "We aren't from Earth. We're Concordians." She cupped her ear as if trying to listen, and then gave an exaggerated shrug. The man turned to talk to his companions. After a short discussion, he faced them again. The group stared at them once more in silence. "What is this place?" Nina asked. "Some kind of holding pen, I guess. How long will they keep us here? Are they going to let us go? I don't know." In fact, Mickey doubted very much that the Scythians had any plans to set them free. What did they plan on doing with them? She'd heard snatches of conversation aboard the Sirocco about the aliens kidnapping people, but as soon as the speakers noticed she was listening, they shut up. If anyone knew what happened to the humans taken into captivity, she hadn't heard anything about it. Nina said softly, her voice full of fear, "They're never going to let us go, are they? Do you think they're gonna... Shh! Mickey hugged her. She knew what her sister had been about to say. The same idea had occurred to her, that the Scythians might feed on humans. But the notion was too terrible to state out loud. "Everyone on the Sirocco knows we're missing. They'll be searching for us. They'll find us and rescue us. I'm sure. Cherry and Wilder won't leave without us." As soon as the words were out, she knew they were true. What a stupid thing she'd done. Instead of talking to Dad's friends about how she felt, she'd run off and messed up their plans. They would either delay the ship's departure or they would stay on Earth to try to find them, missing their chance to go home. A shadow crossed the pale light, and the Earthers reacted with frightened murmurs. A Scythian was descending, holding something in its feet. It landed on the transparent barrier, which dipped under the additional weight. With one wing claw, it cut a slit, and then emptied its burden through the gap. Something fell and hit the ground with wet splashes. Instantly the Earthers fell upon it, grabbing handfuls of the material and shoving them in their mouths. The man who had spoken before thrust a cupped full hand in the girl's direction. He seemed to be holding a kind of cereal mash. Mickey wrinkled her nose and shook her head. She was not that hungry. "Is that all there is to eat?" asked Nina. The question seemed rhetorical. "You should try some if you want." Mickey looked up. The Scythian had gone, and the cut it had made was no longer visible. The Earthers cleared the food in under 5 minutes. They didn't exactly fight over it. They made sure the old and young were fed, but it was clear they were hungry. The aliens weren't supplying enough sustenance, either through ignorance or deliberately. If they didn't give more, eventually everyone would die.
"What do we do now?"
Nina asked.
"We should try and get some sleep."
It had been night when the crazy earther had forced them out of his house and over the fields. They needed to conserve their energy for whatever lay ahead. They moved to a corner of the room. Mickey lay behind Nina and wrapped an arm around her, using her other arm as a pillow. The earthers were settling down too.
"I don't think I can sleep,"
Nina whispered.
"Just try."
All thoughts of slumber were driven from Mickey's mind, however, when another foreboding shadow crossed overhead. This time 2 Scythians had arrived. The earthers reacted with terror, screaming and wailing as they crowded together. One of the aliens slashed the ceiling open. The earthers' screams became muffled. They had clapped their hands over their mouths. It took Mickey a couple of seconds to figure out why.
"Nina, cover your mouth. Don't breathe."
Her sister's wide, frightened eyes stared out as she did as she was told. The aliens descended, flapping lazily down. As soon as the first one alighted, it walked awkwardly across to the huddled earthers and spread its wings threateningly. They were so wide they almost touched the walls. The other Scythian waddled toward Mickey and Nina. Though her hand covered her nose, Mickey could smell its stench. She choked and coughed, accidentally breathing in the room's new atmosphere, which made her choke harder. The alien hopped into the air and reached for Nina.
"No!"
Mickey thrust a hand at its midriff, pushing it away. The alien's skin had a horrible, greasy feel. It landed and focused its strange eyes on her. One wing swept smoothly around, the claw catching her cheek and slicing it open. She shrieked and grabbed it. Hot liquid spilled from between her fingers.
"Don't!"
Nina yelled.
"I'll go with it."
She pushed Mickey out of the way.
"No!"
Mickey shouted.
"Not my sister! You're not taking her!"
She tried to fight off the alien, and in return received 2 more gashes, one to her arm and another to her hand. The creature wrested Nina from her grasp and carried her aloft.
"No!"
Mickey screamed. Chapter 23. Cherry gazed sourly at Aubryo across the table. He was so full of himself, cocky with the knowledge that he'd saved her again. Yet Buca's guards would have found them anyway, regardless of his and Strongquist's help. The fact clearly didn't stop him from being smug. Itai's expression was a marked contrast. He stood handcuffed, flanked by armed men, his head down. Buca trembled with rage as he spoke to him. Cherry was concerned for the old man, fearing he might have a heart attack or stroke. When Itai replied, he seemed contrite. Was he apologizing? If he was, Buca didn't accept it. He barked an order at the guards, who grabbed Itai's arms to take him away. Itai protested and struggled. When Buca ignored him, he turned to the Concordians. "He wants to lock me up, but you need me, right? You need me to translate for you." "Nope," Aubryo replied flatly. "Your presence won't be necessary," said Strongquist. "I am able to perform translation duties. I have familiarized myself with the local language." Were they aware he was a machine? Cherry didn't know who she trusted least. She gave Wilder a look, but the younger woman only shrugged. She wasn't familiar with Guardians. She'd only been a kid during the early years of colonization, and Aubryo had turned 180 degrees in his attitude. At one time he'd seemed to hate and fear the androids even more than her, if that were possible. Now, because it suited him, Strongquist was his best buddy. Itai was taken away. Buca spoke to Cherry and Wilder, and Strongquist related his words. "Please accept my apologies for incarcerating you. I hope you understand we're in a desperate position, and as leader of the GAA, it's my responsibility to do everything I can to help my fellow human beings in this crisis.
I hope you can forgive my actions and move on."
He handed them their earcoms. "I can't speak for Wilder," Cherry replied, "but I don't accept your apology. As far as I'm concerned, what you did was unforgivable, and your apology makes no sense anyway. I'm one of your fellow human beings, and you threw me in a cell. What had I done to deserve that? I came here to find 2 girls, that's it. And you took advantage of us for your own ends. So don't tell me you're sorry. I don't want to hear it." There was a soft tsk from someone. Aubryo. He gave her a slight shake of his head, as if chiding her. She wanted to punch him. "It really isn't excusable," Wilder added, though with less vigour. "You can't talk about helping humanity while at the same time incarcerating the innocent. Doesn't make a lot of sense."
"Your responses are noted," said Buka. "I will endeavour to be less hasty in the future. Can we discuss the plan for helping Earth now?"
Cherry was about to answer that there was no plan, that as soon as they found Mickey and Nina they would leave the system and Earthers could go screw themselves. But Aubryo got his reply in first.
"The way I see it, there has to be a campaign of mass resistance. Everywhere, all over the planet. You guys have got to stand up for yourselves. Up until now, you've allowed the Scythians to walk all over you like doormats. You've got to fight back, hard, with everything you've got. Blow up the domes, wage guerrilla warfare, attack, attack, attack. Show the bastards you're not going to be their slaves. If you want your planet back, it's the only way."
Cherry's jaw fell open. What was he talking about? Had he forgotten about the biocide? Did he want Earth turned into another Concordia? He turned toward her, hard-faced, and repeated,
"It's the only way."
Buka said,
"There is no guarantee we will win." "Right," said Aubryo. "But what you don't get is, it's been like this through most of Earth's history. Go back far enough and you'll discover everyone was at each other's throats for thousands of years. Millions died in wars, billions probably, as one leader fought for land or money or just the love of a beautiful woman. For humans, it's normal. It's what we do. The Scythians are just another catalyst for the same old, same old."
Cherry couldn't find the words to respond. Wilder appeared similarly flummoxed.
"History's come full circle," he concluded. "We're back at the beginning."
Wilder spluttered, I don't think that's right. There has to be a different way." Cherry finally got her brain in gear. She leaned over the table to talk directly to Buka. "What he isn't mentioning, and what you have to take into account, is the Scythians' biocide. He told you about it in the early discussions you had with Captain Vesey. Do you remember? The biocide is the reason we're here. It destroyed most life on Concordia. If the Scythians change their minds about enslaving you, if you make their lives too difficult, they'll just kill every living organism here. Not only all humans, everything. And there won't be anything you can do to stop it. Believe me, you do not want to see that stuff spreading over the land, through the water, destroying everything it touches. You do not want that." Aubryo threw her a dark look. She smiled facetiously.
"I do remember you mentioning a devastating pesticide," said Buka.
"It isn't a pesticide as such," Wilder explained. "It's a virus that targets all living things, multiplying as it spreads. That's how it's so destructive. On Concordia," said Cherry, "we managed to vaccinate everyone. You'll never do that here."
"But you have the vaccine?"
Buka asked. They didn't have the vaccine, but they could manufacture it. The same as they'd used Kez's blood to manufacture a vaccine against the Earth virus that had killed him. They had people who knew how to do it. "No, we don't."
"But we could make it," said Aubryo.
"Not in sufficient quantities," Wilder protested. "What's the population of Earth? 1 billion? 2 billion? Do you even know?"
"The number is irrelevant if we can get the information out.
Buka knitted his fingers and rested his hands on the table.
Ever since you came here, you've had a habit of acting, how can I put it, superior? It's clear you think your society is far in advance of ours. But what have you really seen of Earth? When you arrived, we'd already suffered one attack, an attack that caught us unawares. You didn't see the level of development we'd achieved before then. You also don't understand the GAA or our workings. This association exists to disseminate information. That's its primary purpose. We delve into the past, old databases, ancient machinery, archaic books even. We strive to understand and reverse engineer, and then we spread what we know all over the world. We are already aware of how vaccination works. Give us the necessary...
You don't get it, Cherry exclaimed. Even if you manage to protect every human being, the biocide will kill everything else. How are you going to survive on a barren planet?
How did the Concordians survive?
We had stores, but...
So do we.
She groaned and put her face in her hand.
You don't understand, said Buka. People are already rising up. We've been receiving reports from all over the globe of attacks on the domes. Most are unsuccessful, but people are trying. They've had their loved ones taken away from them, and they know what's coming next. They know the Scythians are preparing to subjugate all humanity. Many won't tolerate it. With or without your help, there will be a war. Without your help, we don't stand a chance.
You don't understand, said Wilder gently. Concordia is barely clinging on. That's why we're here, to collect the material we need to revitalize our planet.
I do understand that very well, Buka replied. And if you succeed in your endeavour, Concordia could return the favour to Earth. It could be the repository from which we draw in order to reseed our planet.
I'm no biologist, but even I know you're underestimating the amount of biodiversity here. It's built up over 1 billion years. What we've taken from Earth will only recreate a shadow of it on my home planet. I hope it'll be enough to kickstart ecological development, then evolution can take over.
Exactly as it can here. He's got a point, said Aubreo. There's been plenty of mass extinctions on Earth. Each time, life started up again, spreading out, diversifying. If conditions are right, that's what happens, over and over. Scythians might try to kill everything, but a few things will survive, the same as they did on Concordia.
But Earth is beautiful, Wilder said helplessly. Then she was silent. Cherry had no words either. Aubreo and Buka were set on their course, and she didn't have the inclination or willpower any more to force them off it. But there was something else to discuss. What about Mickey and Nina? We have to find them.
Now that, Aubreo said, we do agree on. What's happened to the little tykes, Buka? Any ideas? It seems clear they must have gone to the abandoned settlement where we found you. But I'm afraid they aren't there any longer. When my people were trying to find you and Itai, they searched the settlement thoroughly. There was no sign of anyone.
They would have been hiding, said Cherry. We need to search it again.
There's something you don't know.
The GAA leader looked uncomfortable, and Strongquist paused as he waited for him to continue.
The settlement was not entirely abandoned. One individual couldn't be persuaded to leave. He is mentally ill, and he was convinced the Scythians were gods who had come to punish humanity for its sins. It seems likely that, according to what the searchers found, the girls from your ship encountered him.
So? Cherry asked. Then you just need to find where he's gone, and Mickey and Nina will be with him.
When I said no one was found at the settlement, I was speaking the truth. However, the mentally ill man was found, wandering in the fields. From what could be gleaned from his babble, it seems likely he took the girls to the Scythian dome and...
No! Cherry yelled, leaping to her feet. No! Don't tell me that. It isn't true. Strongquist continued his translation in an even tone.
The aliens have them.
Chapter 24. Are you out of your mind? Cherry demanded after Buka had left the meeting room. She was boiling with rage, and she needed a diversion from the news that the girls had been taken by the Scythians and were probably dead. There was no doubt who was the object of her question. Aubryo replied,
Save it for the cowards on the ship.
Cowards? It isn't cowardice to not want to die in a pointless war. A war that has nothing to do with us. Let the Earthers fight their own battles. We have our own problems to worry about. Does Vesey know what you're doing? She had a suspicion he was acting unilaterally, that the captain hadn't agreed to the message he'd given to the GAA. She might not even know about it.
After you snuck off,
Aubryo began. She restrained herself from hitting him. He'd all but told her to sneak away and go to the surface to find Mickey and Nina.
I reminded the Sirocco's personnel about their heritage, their duty, and what they owed to the people of this fine planet. I also made the very good point that what we learn here fighting the Scythians, we will be able to apply on Concordia, when the time inevitably comes.
Her jaw set, Cherry replied. So you persuaded them to stay?
In a word, yes.
You did it on purpose, didn't you? He raised his eyebrows innocently.
Did what?
If you're going to make me spell it out, you orchestrated everything so I was off the ship while you were giving your little speech, changing people's minds, because you knew I would argue against you. Like you, I've been around since the early years, and people listened to me. You wanted a powerful opposition out of the way. You never gave a shit about Kez's kids. You wanted me gone. I'm right, aren't I?
That's not nice, Cherry. Of course I care about the girls. I'm not a monster.
Maybe. But you care more about yourself and what you want. Wilder said, What about the Sirocco? If we help the Earthers wage this war, the minute the Scythian backup arrives, they'll blast her out of the sky.
I thought of a solution to that problem. Wouldn't have got Vesey on my side otherwise. The Sirocco only has to make a little jump to be out of danger.
He lifted a hand and placed his fingertips on the table.
She starts here.
He moved his hand to one side.
And jumps here. At the right time she jumps back again.
He moved his hand to its original position.
And picks us up. The Scythians don't have jump tech, or they'd be here by now.
At the right time? Cherry asked. When's that going to be? This war will last years. It's never going to be over. Millions will die, said Wilder.
Everyone dies,
Aubryo retorted. Not everyone. Not according to what I've heard.
Aubryo looked sharply at Cherry. She glared back.
And what's going to happen to Concordia while we're gone? Wilder continued. We desperately need to begin the reseeding process if it's going to be saved.
Concordia's an open question, said Aubryo. We've been gone so long, we don't know what we'll find when we get back. The colony might have died out. That's what Kez seemed to think would happen. In which case, what would be the point of restarting it? We can live here just as well.
Not if the Scythians do the same here as they did on Concordia. Then we'll have 2 dead planets and nowhere to live, Cherry said. You don't want to go back, do you? You've decided you want to stay on Earth. You're home now and you don't want to leave. That's fine, but don't drag all of us into it. You stay here. We'll go. He wants us, said Wilder. He wants me, Niall and Dragon. We can help wage this hopeless war against the Scythians. And he wants all the scientists. They're the ones with the knowledge to help humanity survive a biocide attack. He wants the Sirocco too, for everything she can offer. Maybe he plans on taking out as many Scythian ships and domes as he can before she jumps.
Aubryo gave a supercilious grin. I always said you were smart, didn't I?
You're sick, said Cherry. And him. Wilder jabbed a finger at Strongquist. You want him too. It, Cherry said. While they argued, the android had remained quiet. Now the attention was on him, he said,
I will fulfill my programmed purpose and defend humans wherever possible.
Wilder asked Aubryo, Are you taking it to the Maker's place to look over the equipment?
You read my mind.
Stars, said Cherry. Is there anything you haven't thought of?
Something will come up. I'm not perfect.
Aubryo knitted his fingers, turned his hands' palms outward, and stretched his arms. He stood up.
Sorry, ladies, lots of work to do. Strongquist, with me.
He left, the android in tow. That man's unbelievable, said Cherry, blithely committing millions of people to their deaths, like it was just another Tuesday. He's in his element. There's no stopping him. There is. There has to be. We just need to think of it. In the meantime, she got to her feet. We have to do what we came here for. We have to find Mickey and Nina. But Buka said they must have been taken into the dome. It seems a solid explanation for their disappearance. It's devastating, but I'm not giving up on them, and neither should you. They might still be alive. But before we do anything, let's see what we can find out about what's happening on the ship. They left the bunker and walked to the shuttle, where Zapata was lounging. He straightened up as they approached.
I had to tell Vesey.
It's okay, Cherry interrupted. You couldn't hang around forever, hoping we might calm you one day. He seemed relieved. But, she continued, if you feel like you owe us one. He sighed.
You want me to fly you somewhere? I mean, why not? It's not like Vesey could get any more furious at me.
No, actually. I was wondering if you were there while Aubryo was turning everyone to his side.
It was all over by the time I got back. Nile and Dragan were telling me they're making progress with the Scythian vessel we captured, when Aubryo nabbed me and asked me to bring him and the android down.
Did anyone tell you what happened after we left?
They didn't say a lot, and I didn't push. I try not to get involved, you know.
Cherry did know. The pilot was notorious for never having an opinion on anything. He was one of those people who just did his job, which would have been fine in ordinary circumstances. But in situations like this, opinions mattered. Do you know if they had the vote of confidence in the captain while we were gone?
I'm pretty sure they didn't. Vesey's still in charge as far as I can tell.
Maybe even Aubryo had concluded that was a step too far. Do you think the others really agree with Aubryo about helping the Earthers wage a war? Or did he just browbeat them into it?
Honestly, I don't know.
Wilder asked Cherry. Are you thinking we can get them to change their minds? Maybe, but thousands of dead feler bodies floating on the ocean's surface filled Cherry's inner vision. The decision to make a stand against the Scythians had been her greatest regret. The guilt she'd felt had been enormous, unbearable. Yet she could also understand the objection to living in thrall to another species. It was all too much to think about. Better to focus on the things within her control. It's going to take Aubryo time to set things up. If we want to try to stop him, we still have days. Days we can spend looking for Mickey and Nina. We should get all the help we can to do that. A realization struck, and her eyes widened. I've had an idea. She asked Zapata. You're confident Vesey's still captain?
As confident as I can be.
Great. Wait here. She found the android with Aubryo. The latter was in the midst of setting up an operations room within the GAA bunker. He was energized, barking orders via translation to the Earthers. Strongquist, can I talk to you a moment? Cherry asked.
Certainly. Don't keep him too long, said Aubryo. I need my translator.
Ignoring him, Cherry said, I want you to come with me. The android's gaze switched to Aubryo, who was overseeing the setup of interface screens.
For what purpose?
I need you to help us find the girls who have gone missing. You remember they've most likely been taken into a Scythian dome? I want you to help us get them out.
In that case, I will go with you. Hey, Aubryo yelled as they reached the door. Strongquist, where are you going?
Cherry replied. He's coming with me. He's going to help.
No, no, no.
Orbio strode closer, hands on hips, shaking his head.
Not happening. The android stays with me. Like I said, I'm worried about the kids too. But billions of Earthers take priority.
Billions of Earthers you're committing to slaughter. Anyway, you can't overrule me. You don't have superior status. You're just another member of the crew.
Oh, I see. Very clever, Cherry. Very clever. You remembered the Guardians have to obey whoever's highest in command.
I have a good memory, don't you think?
When it comes to hard feelings, it's fucking excellent. Strongquist, you're programmed to protect humans, right? So you should stay here and help me plan Earth's defense.
Defense isn't the same as launching a war, Cherry retorted. That's what you're actually doing. Strongquist, there are 2 adolescent girls in immediate and present danger. I order you to help me rescue them.
The
android looked from Orbio to Cherry and back again.
I must go with this woman. When the girls are safe, I will return and continue my translation duties. You can't leave. How the hell am I going to talk to these people?
Try sign language, Cherry said. Chapter 25. The Scythians came for Mickey later, when the ceiling had self-repaired and the room had filled with breathable atmosphere once more. Some of the Earthers tried to tend to her wounds. There was little they could do. Though they wrapped the cuts in rags torn from their clothing, she continued to bleed. The gashes were too long and deep, and the cloths were soon sodden with her blood. She'd been lying down for hours, helpless and hopeless, paralysed with fear for Nina and regretting everything she'd ever done, when 2 of the aliens arrived. Whether it was the same ones she couldn't tell. They did the same thing as before. One of them corralled the Earthers into a corner, while the other tottered to her side in its ungainly gait. She did not resist. Not only was fighting back pointless, she wanted to experience whatever happened, because that was what had happened to Nina. She'd taken her from the safety of the Sirocco and risked her life. Now it looked like both of them would die. Dad would not have wanted this. He would have wanted them to stay safe. He would have wanted her to look after her sister. Tears streaming down her face stung her cut terribly as the alien took her in its feet. She hung from it loosely, not fighting as it beat upward. She saw only the dome ceiling as she was flown across the space, her chest heaving as her lungs fought to draw in oxygen. She could have turned her head for a sight of the alien's dwelling, but she had no will to do it, convinced she was going to a dire fate. The alien landed. There was the sound of something ripping, and then it unceremoniously pushed her with one of its feet. She fell and hit a soft surface. She could breathe again. The ceiling of this room was opaque. Something at the edge of her vision caught her attention. A set of straps dangled from the centre of the ceiling. The sight was so odd it made her turn her head. A Scythian was suspended within the straps, its wings folded tightly and neatly across its back. A transparent globe enclosed its head, a tube leading to the wall hanging from the rear. The creature was looking at her. It moved toward her, tiptoeing on its long-toed feet. She understood the purpose of the harness. It allowed the creature to walk lightly and easily, not in the gawky, lumbering manner of the other Scythians she'd seen. She was lying on a padded mat, raised about a metre off the floor. As the alien approached, she shrank to the edge and lifted her head for a better look at her surroundings. Another purpose for the harness emerged. Low structures dotted the place. Some were flat, bare screens with displays. Others held receptacles and equipment items. A few seemed to be for storage. The floor wasn't the bare earth of the humans' enclosure. Metallic tiles covered the surface. It seemed to be some kind of laboratory, like the ones on the Sirocco where the scientists worked. The Scythian had reached her. She couldn't escape. There were no doors, and the walls were too smooth and high for her to scale. Even if she could reach the ceiling, she lacked the alien sharp claws to cut through it.
"Leave me alone!"
The alien moved around the mat to her side. She scooted away again, but it must have activated something or issued a command. A web of threads erupted from all sides and pinned her down flat. As she struggled, the webbing tightened.
"What have you done with my sister? Where's Nina? What have you done to her? If you've hurt her, I'll kill you all, every last one of you!"
Her threat was empty and ridiculous, considering her position, but it felt good to yell it out. The Scythian hopped lightly up. It was so close its odour filled her nostrils, and she gagged. A foot neared her face. She tried to turn away, but the threads held her fast. She had a close-up of the bronze skin before shutting her eyes. Was this it? Was it the end? Would it be quick, or would the creature cut her open alive? There was a repetitive pinging sound, and the tension of the webbing on her face disappeared. As she opened her eyes, the tip of a claw filled her view. She would have reared backward if she'd been able to move. The expected slash didn't arrive. The claw moved out of her vision and was replaced by the creature's toe. The pinging sound must have been the noise of it severing threads over her face. The Scythian prodded the cut on her cheek, and she sucked in a breath as pain knifed from it.
"Don't touch me! It hurts! Leave me alone! I want to see my sister! Where is she?"
The creature bent down until its globe-encased head was only a short distance away. Its eyes were round and white. A black line running down their middle widened as they drew closer. Mickey held her breath. Not only was the alien smell horrible, the otherness of the thing was too awful to bear. A cold, wet sensation hit her cheek. She flinched. It must have applied something to her face. The ache from her wound began to ease. The alien inspected her other cuts. One wing opened out, and it reached down delicately to slice the webbing over her injuries before smoothing an ointment over them. She stopped struggling, transfixed. The alien was actually treating her. It seemed impossible, yet she couldn't imagine another explanation. When it had finished, its claw swooped close to her face again, and she gave a little scream, but it only touched her mouth. She clenched her teeth and hissed,
"Leave me alone! I want to see my sister! Let us go!"
The creature angled its head and tapped her mouth again.
"What do you want? Stop doing that!"
The Scythian hopped down. She watched it as it tippy-toed over to a flat screen. The long toes swiped the surface, causing the display to change. She rested her head. She had no idea what it was doing. When would the ordeal be over? The fact that she hadn't been killed immediately gave her a small hope that Nina might be okay. There was a hiss to her right. Her head snapped around. A robotic arm had appeared, sporting a long needle. The needle descended. She couldn't move away. She couldn't move a thing. As it pierced her, she yelped. Several long seconds passed, and then it withdrew. The Scythian was back. For a third time, its great wing unfolded, and the claw drew close to her face. She was not quite as frightened as before when the tip poked her mouth.
"What the hell are you doing? Why do you keep doing that?"
The large eyes watched. Her rage suddenly dissipated. She was weak and alone, far from her friends. She didn't know where Nina was, or if she was alive. She didn't know if either of them would ever get out of this place, or even live another day.
"Please let us go. If you aren't going to kill us, let us leave. We'll go back to our ship and leave the system. I promise we'll go back to Concordia."
Dad would never have wanted this. The alien moved away again. She didn't bother watching it. She was exhausted and heartsick. She missed Nina already, and she missed Cherry and Wilder. She hated herself for making them worry. The ceiling opened and a Scythian flew down. It slashed the netting, grasped her around her middle and carried her up. When it descended, she expected to go back to the room with the earthers, but it had taken her to a different place. The alien dropped her before she reached floor level. She landed awkwardly and fell to her knees. "Mickey!" It was Nina. She was here. She was alive. Chapter 26. Aubryo's face was a picture as he strode out of the bunker and across to the landing area. Cherry could imagine what he must have been like as a toddler, screaming himself into a fit whenever he didn't get his way. She could have been the bigger person and resisted the urge to chuckle, but she did not. Despite her fears about Kez's daughters, Aubryo's rage-filled expression was welcome light relief. Her reaction didn't improve his temper.
"Funny, is it?"
he spat.
"All right, you win."
"It's very gracious of you to come all the way out here to tell me, but I already know. So you might as well go back inside and twiddle your thumbs while we try to find Mickey and Nina," Wilder asked. "Can't you use Ittai to talk to the Earthers? Booker won't mind, surely."
"Tried that. Booker was all for it, but Ittai won't play ball unless I get a cast-iron guarantee from Vesey he has a berth on the Sirocco to Concordia. Man's not stupid."
"And the captain won't allow it?" Wilder asked.
"She says if she does, they'll all want to come."
"She's right," said Cherry. "She can't set a precedent. She's not stupid either."
"Short story is, you've got me. That's why I'm here, not to offer my congratulations."
Cherry blinked. "We've got you?"
"I'm gonna help in your useless effort. Then, when you realise it's a wild goose chase and those kids are sadly departed, I can have the android back and get on with the real business of fighting back against the invasion."
"They're not sadly departed," Cherry retorted, her voice trembling. "Don't say that."
"Whatever. What's your plan?"
"Who agreed to you joining us?"
"So you don't have one. No surprise there. But I have. You want to hear it?"
"I want to hear it." Wilder interposed herself between them. "Have you thought of a way of getting the girls out of the dome?"
"Like I said, I think it's too late. But I know a way to get in and search it, if that's what you want to do."
"How?"
"Slice the lid off it. Open it up like a boiled egg. We know the explosive we used before can crack the shell. You remember the Scythian city on Sardine, Cherry?"
How could she forget? Aubryo was the only other Concordian who had ever entered the place when he'd destroyed the ancient planetary defense system, the system the compromised android Fener had been sent to reactivate. He continued without waiting for an answer.
"The rooms didn't have any ceilings, right? Didn't make any sense at the time, but now we know why. Flying's easier than walking for them. My guess is the setup inside the domes is the same, and they must be filled with CO2. If we blast the top off, all their sweet carbon dioxide will escape. Earth's poisonous atmosphere will flood in, and pandemonium will ensue. Exactly the kind of chaos we need to look for the kids."
Cherry had to concede his idea made sense. Wilder said, "A lot of Scythians will suffocate and die."
"All the better."
"I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but what about the 2 = 64 warning? For every Scythian killed in the attack, they'll execute 32 humans. Does Booker know about that? Has anyone told him?"
Aubryo grimaced. "They'll execute them, not us. There are always casualties in a war."
"I don't like it either," said Cherry. "But what are we supposed to do? Let them walk all over us? People are going to die regardless, and we have to get Mickey and Nina back. What the Scythians do in retaliation isn't our responsibility. We aren't the aggressors here."
"Now there's the woman I remember," said Aubryo condescendingly. "I was wondering when she would show her face again."
She gave him a withering look. "How do you plan on blowing the top off the dome?" They approached at midday, the sunlight strong and hot. Buka had given them plenty of the explosive substance. It was safe to drop onto a hard surface. There was no danger it would explode on impact. A thick layer of adhesive coated each lump, except for 2 spots where it could be held. The GAA leader had allotted a large proportion of the group's military arm, created after the first Scythian attack. With Strongquist's help, Aubryo had outlined the plan. After that, the troops would mostly be acting alone. The android would take part in the mission, but real-time translation of orders would be difficult in a time-critical scenario. Buka had also loaned them 5 of the GAA's helis. The Sirocco shuttle lacked the maneuverability required for the first part of the mission. Zapata's role would come later, if they managed to break the shell of the dome.
"Cherry," yelled Aubryo, "I'm telling you for the last time, wait outside with Wilder. You can come in and search for the girls when we've secured the place."
She could barely hear him over the whine of the heli's rotors as it rose into the air. "I don't take orders from you," she yelled back.
"It's not safe dropping into the dome unarmed."
She tapped the muzzle of the rifle she had strapped to her back.
"You know what I mean. You can't hold on to your rifle and the line. You'll be a sitting duck."
She didn't know what a duck was, but she got the idea. "It'll only take a few seconds. I'll be fine."
"Then at least let me go below you."
She shrugged. The ground troops and Wilder had set out earlier and were currently waiting, hidden in the vegetation around the dome. Cherry hoped they were well hidden. If the Scythians understood they were about to be attacked, it would make the mission all the harder. They might even kill their prisoners, assuming they had prisoners. The helis crossed the distance in less than a minute. The aircraft circled the space above the dome. In the bright sunlight, the opaque blister glowed soft and shimmering, shining out in the drab greyish green of the surrounding landscape. Cherry was reminded of the opalescent interior of the shell of a Concordian sea creature. How could the horrifying aliens create something so beautiful? She hoped with all her heart the stunning structure contained an exceptional prize. The troops dropped the lumps of explosive. A hole spiraled open in the top of the dome. The Scythians were coming out. All the helis swept away. Cherry was thrust into her seat and her stomach lurched. Aubryo pressed the detonator. A loud report erupted from the dome and smoke drifted up. She craned her neck to see the result. Scythians were pouring from their airlock and beating into the sky on their wide, leathery wings. The GAA's ground troops rose from their cover and began firing. "Did it work?" she asked Aubryo. He was leaning out of the side of the heli, aiming at Scythians flying their way.
"Can't tell yet."
Cracks radiated from the explosion sites on the dome. At the distance, without a full view of the structure, it was impossible to tell if the fault lines joined up. She squinted in the direction of the bunker. The shuttle had already taken off. In the years of journeying through deep space after the accident with the jump drive, water had been their #1 need for survival. Though the Sirocco had the usual water recycling system, it wasn't leak-proof, and they needed additional water to grow crops. Luckily, water hadn't been hard to find in the asteroids and comets of planetary systems. What had been a challenge at first was harvesting it. The engineers had built a device for this purpose and fitted it into the base of the shuttle. The mechanism fired bolts fitted with backward-facing spikes and attached to thick metal ropes wound around drums. Zapata would fire the bolts into the water-bearing space object and tow it to the ship. It was this device the pilot had used to bring the Scythian vessel to the Sirocco, and it was this Aubryo had proposed to remove the lid of the alien's dome. It was a terrible risk. If they lost the shuttle, they had no way of returning to the ship. They couldn't use it routinely in the war against the Scythians, but for this purpose the risk was worth it. If they didn't get Mickey and Nina back, Cherry didn't know if she even wanted to return to Concordia. Aliens continued to stream from the dome. Whatever effect the explosions had caused, they hadn't damaged the Scythians' exit. GAA troops were picking some off from below, but many shots were missing their mark. A few holes in the aliens' wings didn't seem to impact their ability to fly. Only hitting their body or their heads had any effect. A bunch of Scythians were converging on a heli, hammering the occupants with shots. Aubryo turned his attention to the group and pulse rounds flew from his rifle. But it was too late. The heli's nose tipped downward and it whirled erratically. In another second it had plummeted into the scrub and exploded. The shuttle arrived. Lines shot from its base and the bolts disappeared, sinking deep into the surface of the dome. The helis flew closer in an effort to shield the shuttle from attack. Many aliens who had emerged were concentrating their fire on the ground troops, and the flow of aliens from the dome had slowed. The shuttle heaved upward. The lines tightened. The dome remained whole. "Come on, Zapata," Cherry muttered. "You can do it!" The Scythians understood what their attackers intended. Every single one aimed its fire at the shuttle's underbelly. The vessel must have lost its spaceworthiness, but it could be repaired. What couldn't be repaired was the pilot, at least not immediately. If Zapata got hit and the shuttle crashed, it was goodbye Concordia. The GAA troops sharing Chelly's heli were yelling. "What are they saying?" she asked Strongquist. "They are anxious that the dome won't break open." Stupid question. Time crawled as the shuttle strained. "Come on!" A roar split the air. Flame flared from the shuttle's rear. Of course, as he had ever since he'd been flying it. Zapata had been using the vessel's agrav drive to power it. But the engineers had also built in an outdated thruster system as a backup. At the last minute the pilot had remembered and activated it, doubling the pulling force. A mighty crack resounded. The dome was splitting apart. The top was lifting off. The shuttle pulled away, dragging the fractured part. Inside their habitation, Scythians would be suffocating, choking, dying. It was time to go in. Chapter 27. Aubryo's head was beneath her as Cherry dropped into the Scythian dome. He clung to the line with one hand and sprayed fire from his rifle with the other. She could only hold on. The removed lid had revealed a honeycomb of rooms. At the centre sat the vessel the aliens had arrived in. Radiating from it were sections of various sizes, some containing equipment, others empty. Aliens flew between them. In the haze of flapping wings it was hard to see what they were doing, but presumably they were rushing to get breathing apparatus now the structure was exposed to Earth's atmosphere. She had explained to the troops, via Strongquist, that the walls separating the rooms might be soft enough to push through. Otherwise they would have to blast their way in. A ground team was already making its way to the outer wall to blow a hole in it for the drop team to exit. Aubryo was only meters from the ground. The heli was lowering them into an empty room. That was no good. "Try to get into the next one," she yelled to Aubryo. The neighbouring room contained equipment and perhaps Scythians. It was better than nothing at all. "What?" His aim and focus remained downward. "What did you say?" "The next room." "All right, I'll try." They continued on the same downward trajectory, but the heli swept sideways, bringing his feet level with the upper edge of the wall. He stretched out a leg and hooked his toes over it. When the heli dropped lower, he slid down into the room with the equipment. He took a leap from the line, making it swing. She was twisted around. The next sight she had of him, he was reaching out. He grabbed the line, drawing her close. She jumped. Her boots hit dirt. She looked up. The heli was gone. All troops dropped. Its mission was accomplished. The room seemed empty of Scythians. She had no idea what the devices it held did, but maybe Wilder could investigate them if they succeeded in taking the dome. No, the room wasn't empty. There was movement in a corner. Bronze-skinned wings opened out and a figure rose up. The alien's head was bare. It wouldn't be able to breathe, but in the time it took to die, it was still dangerous. She aimed and fired. A hole opened up in its middle, smoking and oozing blood. The wings folded, and the Scythian crumpled to the ground, twitching. A reeking haze hit her, the odour of the burning wound. She swallowed saliva. Aubryo was probing the wall. "It's soft. I think we can push through." "Be careful." The danger with forcing passage into a room was that it took time. You couldn't leap out and surprise the occupants. With a little observation, they would know you were coming. "I'll go through here." She moved to the opposite end of the wall. With two of them emerging at once, they might reduce their likelihood of being hit. From all around came the loud bangs of the GAA troops' fire, interspersed with shouts and the occasional scream. Strongquist was with them, helping to coordinate the attack. She went low, hoping to avoid attracting attention, and pushed the muzzle of her rifle in first, following it up with her shoulder. When her head was through, a strange sight struck her, and she smelled food. It wasn't exactly an enticing smell, but neither was it unpleasant. Aubryo had arrived just ahead of her. He scanned the place. Nothing moved. She had emerged next to a large steel container. She peeked over the edge and was surprised to see grain. Aubryo had straightened up and was striding around, poking into corners. "No one's here. Time to move on." He pressed another wall experimentally. "Wait." A second device seemed to be for cooking. "What's all this for?" "Doesn't matter. We can figure it out later." The second item was a small tank, also containing grain, but it was partially cooked and steaming. The cooker continued to operate, heating its contents. "Do you think the Scythians eat cereals?" He joined her. "Who cares what they eat, as long as it isn't us?" "These are earth crops, I'd swear it. I used to grow these on Concordia. What are the chances that Scythians can eat our food? Their anatomy is entirely different." "You think this is to feed humans?" She hardly dared to hope she was right. Her belief that Mickey and Nina were still alive had been nebulous, a dream built on guilt that she hadn't done enough to comfort the girls in their grief and fear, and that she would never have the opportunity to correct her mistake. She nodded. "That's not a stupid guess, but if they are here, we still need to find them. Let's try over there." He marched to the wall diagonally opposite and thrust it with his fist. He cursed. The wall was solid. "They're inside that room," Cherry exclaimed. "They have to be. The wall's hard because it's impermeable to gases. The Scythians must keep it supplied with oxygen for humans to breathe." Aubryo took a step backward. "I'll call Strongquist. Ask him to bring explosives." "And kill anyone in the blast range?" "Good point." His brow wrinkled. "Gotta get in somehow." She checked the room again. "Drag that cooker over." It was the tallest piece of equipment in the place. Aubryo hauled the machinery over and pushed it up against the wall before climbing onto it. Standing on his tiptoes, he reached upward. Another meter remained between his fingertips and the top of the wall. "Can't reach. I'll have to jump for it." "Don't do that. This thing could fall over. Give me a hand up." She slung her rifle onto her back. He squatted and held out his hand, pulling her up beside him. "And the rest?" "I should go first." "I don't have two hands. Now shut up and help me." He knitted his fingers and made a cradle for her foot. With his boost, she easily reached the top. When she looked over the wall, her heart leapt. "There are people in here!" Human figures huddled in a corner, their fearful faces turned upward. She couldn't see Mickey or Nina, but there were about 20 people. The girls had to be here, but out of sight. A transparent barrier covered the upper area of the room. She'd been right. The Scythians supplied it with an atmosphere humans could breathe. She pressed on the barrier. It gave but seemed tough.
Can you see the kids?
Not yet. She pulled her knife from its sheath and pushed it into the transparent sheet. It split easily.
Boom!
A shock ran through the wall. It had to be ground troops blasting a hole in the dome. The captives flinched. "Don't worry," she called to them. "We'll have you out soon." She tucked her knife into its sheath and pulled at the cut edge. Like all Scythian material she'd encountered, it was odd, soft and slightly sticky. It clung to her hand. "Push me up," she told Aubryo. "I'm going in."
"Wait for Strongquist to get here. I've calmed him."
"Push me up!" Muttering, he did as she asked. She got one knee onto the wall and then the other. As she climbed onto the barrier, it sagged. She lowered herself through the gap she'd cut. When halfway through, she gripped the edge as tight as she could and dropped the rest of the way. Swinging by one hand, she looked down. A few of the men had gathered beneath her. She let go. The men caught her and set her on her feet. "Mickey! Nina!" She searched the unfamiliar faces. They were pale and gaunt. They looked half-starved. How long had these people been here? Where were Mickey and Nina? "I'm looking for 2 girls." No one answered. Naturally, they couldn't understand. She pushed through the crowd. Where were they? She spun around to the captives and held up 2 fingers. 2 girls. She touched her hair. "They look like me." Unlike Concordians, Earthers came in all colours. Some had very pale skin and blue eyes. Some were very dark-skinned, and their eyes and hair were black. "2 girls," she repeated with desperation. "Have you seen 2 young girls?" But the captives only answered her with uncomprehending looks.
"Cherry!"
Aubryo shouted from outside.
"Did you find them?"
"They're not here. They must be somewhere else."
"Get the people away from the opposite wall. Strongquist's gonna blow it."
Her mind a whirl, she pushed the captives away from the area. They might not understand English, but they seemed to understand what she was trying to do and why. All of them quickly moved to the other side of their cell. She covered her ear with one hand and the other ear with her shoulder. Just in time. The wall exploded, showering them with lumps, shards and dust. Strongquist leaned in.
"We must leave, quickly."
He beckoned to the humans. "Have you found Mickey and Nina?"
"No, but the Scythians are successfully repelling the attack."
He stepped aside to allow the people to pass, and then stuck his head in again.
"There's a safe passage to the outer wall, but I don't know how much longer we can hold it."
"We have to find the girls. We can't leave yet."
"We must, Cherry. The dome has been searched. This is the only place humans have been found."
The captives had gone. The room was empty. But she was sure Mickey and Nina had been here. They must have been. The Scythians hadn't killed the people they'd snatched. They were keeping them alive. Mickey and Nina weren't dead, but where were they? Aubryo ran in.
"It's time to go."
Her desperate gaze roved the bare room. "Where are they?"
"No more heroics," Aubryo said. "We've done our job. There's nothing more to do. We have to get out of here."
Reluctantly, she had to agree. Chapter 28. After the Scythian had brought Mickey from the examination room to Nina, her sister had shown her how to wear a respirator. Under the watchful eyes of the guard, Nina had put on her own, demonstrating how to place it over the face and tighten the straps. The devices were awkward things, poorly made. The aliens were still learning about human anatomy. Mickey hoped it worked. She'd had enough of choking while being transported within the dome. But Nina assured her it did, and that the tasks they had to perform weren't too bad. "At least they aren't going to kill us," she had said. Not yet. When Mickey took an experimental breath, she heard the click of a valve opening. Air tainted with an odour she couldn't place filled her lungs. When she exhaled, the valve clicked again. Nina gave her a questioning thumbs up. Mickey had been exhausted. She hadn't slept since arriving in the dome. Not since they'd left the Sirocco, in fact. They'd had the long walk to the settlement and then across the fields. They'd been terrified so many times. She had been cut, and now they had who knew how many hours of work ahead. And then to eat they would have to fight the other humans for the horrible mash. She marvelled at Nina's resilience. She adjusted the tank on her back to a more comfortable position and returned the thumbs up. Her sister beckoned her to follow. They passed through an airlock into a round tunnel leading down. There were lights, but like everywhere else in the Scythian areas, they were turned down so low it was difficult to see where she was going. She guessed they walked for 10 minutes or so, steadily downward, when the tunnel opened out into a large chamber. It was so big it had to be outside the dome. The Scythians were spreading out underground. Long, narrow vats occupied the space. Each vat held a liquid. The light reflected on it, creating ripple effects on the ceiling. Grids divided the liquid into sections, and running along one of the longer sides of the vat was a tray filled with a dark substance. Nina took her hand and guided her through the vats to the far end of the chamber. 2 other workers were here, but they ignored them, perhaps due to the Scythians sitting in a corner, watching. Nina picked a pair of tweezers from a pile and handed them over before taking a pair for herself. Then she showed her what to do. She leaned over the vat to reach the tray and dug around in the dark material. After searching for a few seconds, she retrieved a worm-like creature. She dropped it into one of the sections of the vat. Mickey peered at it. The creature squirmed, as if shocked by the sudden transformation in its environment. But then its movements became less urgent. It relaxed and swam downward. Mickey peered more closely, squinting, but she couldn't see it anymore. She checked another of the sections. In this one, a larger version of the worm undulated languidly. Nina poked her and gestured with her tweezers, glancing pointedly at the Scythian. "I get it," Mickey said, though she doubted Nina would be able to make out her words. She had spent time with the scientists on the Sirocco, learning about living organisms. She had guessed they felt sorry for her after Dad's death, and maybe they thought she might become a biologist like him. She'd learned how animals went through growth stages. She guessed what she and Nina were supposed to do was to help these alien organisms move from one growth stage to the next, from a soil-based environment to an aquatic one. These creatures probably ended up as Scythian food. So she and Nina were factory farmers now. Like her sister had said, it was better than dying. During that session with the tanks, Mickey observed several growth stages of the farmed animals. They appeared in the trays, perhaps hatching from tiny eggs. When they were a couple of centimeters long, they were large enough to go in the liquid. She hesitated to call it water, though that was what it looked like. She couldn't smell it through her mask, so it might have had an odor. The Scythians breathed carbon dioxide. Maybe other things about their planet were different too. On the other hand, Concordia had water, and that was their origin planet, so... Pondering questions like these helped to pass the time, though they also reminded her of Dad, and the familiar painful knot would form in her stomach. The creatures grew larger in the liquid medium. In the hours she spent working, she didn't see anyone feeding them, and she wondered if they absorbed nutrients through their skin. At around 4 centimeters, they molted. The shed skin would float to the surface and had to be removed. Then the worker had to find the creature, often submerging their arm up to the armpit to feel for it in a corner. The new version had pincers, and being nipped seemed unavoidable. Mickey's fingers were soon sore and bleeding while performing the task. She had to transfer the secondary stage creatures to another communal tank. There the food was others of their own kind. They cannibalized each other. Despite her own difficulties, she felt sorry for the latest additions she dropped into the tank. They would be immediately set upon by older, larger rivals. It seemed odd to allow the produce to destroy itself, but she guessed the Scythians saw it as a necessary part of the life cycle. The winners in the group tank molted several times, growing as big as her hand and fearsome. The Scythians provided a scoop with a lid for getting them out, which was just as well. The workers would have been quickly rendered incapable of working otherwise. After a final molt, the creatures spent their last growth stage breathing the atmosphere. They were housed in individual cages under the tanks, fed meal, and grew about 30 centimetres long. By this time they were vicious. They would throw themselves at everyone who passed by, pushing their heads between the bars and snapping their teeth. She imagined the animals growing in their natural surroundings. She guessed they started life on a riverbank or shoreline. When a seasonal flood came or there was a particularly high tide, the wriggling first-stage creatures would be swept into the water. While growing larger, they would encounter others of their kind and fight and eat each other. Then, when they reached maturity, they would haul themselves out onto dry land, find a partner and mate. Only what happened here was the Scythians ate them. How did they eat them? Did they consume them raw, biting off their heads and spitting them out before feasting on their bodies, breaking apart the carapaces to reach the flesh? Or did they neatly dispatch them, chop them up and put them in a stew? Or maybe they barbecued them on sunny days, sprinkled with a little salt, and ate them with friends they'd invited over, sharing beers. She giggled. Nina gave her a questioning look. She was so tired. She wished she could rub her aching eyes. How long did they have to work? Until they dropped? A piercing whistle sounded. The other workers put down their tools and walked to the exit. It was finally over. They should be able to sleep now, at last. She wasn't hungry, and she didn't know if the aliens would give more of the cereal mash anyway. But her stomach pangs would return eventually. She and Nina would either have to eat slop or starve. Or rather, they could eat slop and starve more slowly. How long would they last? Cherry and Wilder would never find them, and the Sirocco would depart. When she had told Nina they should live on Earth and be near Dad, this wasn't what she meant. Inside the dome it was impossible to tell if it was day or night. Mickey had a feeling they'd worked through the day and it was now night time. Not long after they were returned to the cell with the Earthers, another allotment of cereal mash arrived. This time she ate it. It was as if her stomach had woken up. She found she was suddenly famished. Nina ate too. Their cellmates were fair in portioning out the food, and they were given 2 handfuls. It was not enough. As Mickey settled down to sleep, her stomach rumbled. She curled up with her sister in a corner. The Earthers no longer stared at them, and the atmosphere was friendlier. They were all in this dreadful situation together, united in their imprisonment and suffering.
"What happened to your face?"
Nina asked quietly. Mickey had forgotten about the cut she'd received from a Scythian's claw. She touched the spot. The ointment had dried, and as it flaked away, the skin beneath it felt tender but whole. The bleeding had stopped, and her injury seemed to be healing.
"Do I have a scar?"
she asked. Nina nodded.
"It's not bad. It's a little bit cool, in fact."
Mickey smiled, straining the damaged skin.
"Let's sleep."
The Earthers were also settling down. What did they do in this place? She didn't remember seeing any of them in the animal nursery. Though she wasn't sure, it was hard to make out people's faces behind the respirators. Maybe there were more underground chambers where the Scythians grew different types of food. As her imagination took over, it conjured scenes of aliens waddling in their strange gait through golden fields of wheat, cracking whips on toiling humans. An inescapable heaviness descended on her eyelids, and she slipped into a deep slumber. Seconds later, it seemed, something grabbed her. Snapped to alertness, she flailed, slapping and kicking the thing gripping her. As she recognized the feeling of Scythian skin, she froze. Why couldn't the aliens leave them alone? Where were they taking them now? She felt as though she'd only slept an hour or so. Surely they didn't have to work again already. Where was Nina? Another alien was here. It had her sister in its grasp and was flying upward. As Mickey was also carried aloft, the Earthers huddled and watched. She held her breath. The Scythian holding her flew out of the cell and continued to the top of the dome. A portal spiraled open and the alien flapped through it. The creature was wearing a transparent globe over its head. They were going outside. The hatch closed. They were inside a chamber. Above, through a round hole, stars twinkled in a deep blue sky. The night air was fresh, cold and moist. Mickey inhaled deeply. The alien didn't fly out with her as she'd anticipated. It flew across the chamber to a small vessel, dropped her into it, and then climbed in too. The seat reclined so far she was almost lying flat. It was much too large for her, and protrusions from it dug into her back and legs. Straps snaked out and closed over her, holding her tightly against the ridges. Next to her, the Scythian had folded its wings into a receptacle behind its seat. Similar straps held its body in place, and its legs were angled forward. With its long prehensile toes, it gripped the flight controls. The vessel started up and lifted into the darkness. Chapter 29. Are you from another planet? Mickey stared at the interface screen, almost unable to take in the words, though they were written in plain English. How did the Scythians know that? How did they know her language? Had they seized the Sirocco and taken everyone captive? She lifted her gaze to the alien. It stared back at her unblinkingly. The black slits of its eyes narrowed to slivers. The light in the room was too bright for it, she guessed. To her it was a normal level, though stronger than the usual light levels in Scythian domes. They must have turned it up to help her read the text. The room was like the one in the other dome, where she'd been examined, only this time she wasn't restrained by webbing. How was she supposed to answer? If she nodded, would it understand the gesture? Should she speak? Should she answer truthfully? If she answered correctly, would that mean she was collaborating with the aliens? What would the knowledge she was from Concordia mean to them? She didn't know if it was meant to be a secret. The Scythian reached out with a claw and tapped the screen, as if to redirect her attention to it. "Yes," she replied doubtfully. It tapped the screen again. When she didn't understand, it moved its claw toward her hand. She snatched it away, drawing it to her stomach. The alien touched the back of it so lightly she barely felt the contact, and then tapped the screen again. "Oh!" It wanted her to touch the interface. When she did, a keyboard appeared. She hesitated and then typed yes. The Scythian didn't look at the screen. Did it have another way of understanding what she'd written? The question disappeared and another took its place. What is the name of your planet? Suddenly she understood what must have happened. At the other dome, the alien that had healed her wounds had also touched her mouth a few times. She'd been shouting, demanding to know what had happened to Nina. It must have realized her words were different from the other humans. It had gone to a console. Had it recorded her? And yet, things still didn't make complete sense. On Earth, people living in different places spoke different languages. Why did the Scythians think she was from another planet and not just another country? The alien tapped the screen. She clutched her hand to her stomach again and shook her head. She would not answer any more questions. Why should she? How would it benefit her to tell them anything? "Let me go! Let me and Nina go! You have no right to keep us here!" It tapped the screen. It was horrible. They all were. On the flight from the previous dome, the small vessel had filled with the pilot's odour. She'd nearly vomited several times. They'd flown for hours, through the night and into the morning. When the sun rose, the cover over the cabin had darkened, and the sun became a glowing ball in a dark blue haze. What was the Scythians' planet like? Was it covered in a layer of thick cloud? Or perhaps it was so far distant from its star that daylight was like dusk on Concordia? And what were the landscapes like? She imagined many seas and shorelines, where the creatures in the vats wriggled and crawled. Did plants grow there? And if they did, were they green? Could their plants photosynthesize in the low light? Dad had told her about plants and animals that derived their energy from chemicals. Was that how things worked on the Scythian world? Her questioner tapped the interface again, more forcefully. "I'm not telling you anything else. I demand to be released, along with my sister." She tilted her chin upward and looked down her nose at the creature. It was a haughty stare she'd practiced and used when she wanted to get her way. It had worked on Dad sometimes, other times he'd only chuckled. The Scythian's claw approached her cheek. She stiffened. The tip traced the line of her scar. What did it mean? If she didn't answer, would it cut her? Her eyes became wet and she sniffed. Drawing her chin into her chest, she gave a little shake of her head. The Scythian didn't withdraw its claw. The tip remained resting against her cheek. The pressure increased. She moved her head, but the claw followed. She felt a sharp sting, and the tip sank into her skin. "Ow!" She batted at it. The alien moved away. Tiptoeing on its long toes, it swung in its harness to a console. Blood trickled down her cheek, and she wiped it. She lay down on the pad and stared morosely at the ceiling. Through the transparent barrier she could see the underside of this new dome. It was much bigger than the other one and very, very far from it. She hadn't been able to see the landscape she'd passed over on her flight, but she'd flown for so long she supposed she might be in a different country. At least Nina was here too. She had been brought in another vessel. It had been such a relief to see her waiting when she arrived. But they had to be thousands of kilometers from Dad's grave now. The whole point of them coming to Earth was lost. They would probably never escape from the Scythians. Along with the other humans being held captive, they would spend their days growing the aliens' food, while slowly starving to death themselves. But she would not answer any more questions. She regretted saying she came from another planet. Why should she tell them anything? A Scythian approached overhead. At first she didn't take any notice. Several had flown over while she'd been in the examining room. Then she noticed it was carrying something, and it was descending. Nina! It held her sister in its feet, hanging limply like a doll. Their gazes met. Mickey leapt to her feet. "What are you doing with my sister? Don't bring her here. Take her back." The alien at the console watched. The Scythian above landed with a thump, depressing the barrier. It put Nina down, but it didn't cut a slit to push her through into the room. "What are you doing?" Mickey demanded. "She can't breathe out there." Nina was spread-eagled, her mouth open and eyes staring. She clutched at the barrier, trying to tear it. "Let her in!" Mickey screamed. She tried to jump to reach her sister, but the distance was too great. Nina was coughing and clutching at her throat. She scrabbled at the surface, her movements growing weaker. "All right," Mickey said. "All right, I'll tell you the answer. I'm from Concordia. That's the name of my planet." She picked up the interface and began to type. The Scythian above took Nina in its feet and lazily flapped away. "I'll tell you everything." Chapter 30. The last of the Earthers who took part in the raid The walking wounded were arriving at the bunker. Cherry stood to one side as they staggered in. Some would never make it back. They'd died in the fight or afterward in the mad dash to safety. The helis had been reserved for the badly injured. Everyone else had been forced to return on foot, making the best use of the vegetation as cover, while the Scythians took pot shots from above. The aliens might have several disadvantages here on Earth, unable to breathe the atmosphere or go face to face with humans on the ground. But in the air their capabilities were vastly superior. It was lucky so many had died of suffocation when their dome had been ripped open. Otherwise no one would have stood a chance of getting away.
"Thinking of helping?"
Orbio asked, finding her at the bunker entrance.
"Leave it to the medics."
"I'm watching the sky." He peered into the clouds.
"Any sign of anything?"
"No, but they must have noticed where we went. It won't be long before they come for us."
"If they do attack, it won't be from space. Vessi's parked the Sirocco right overhead. Won't be a Scythian starship dares come within 1,000 clicks of her."
"Yet," he shrugged.
"Best enjoy the respite while we can."
"I don't get why we had to leave so soon. I thought we defeated them."
"A second wave of Scythians arrived, all togged up with respirators."
"A second wave? From where?"
"Don't know. Strongquist reckons they might have dug out more space underground."
"But maybe Mickey and Nina are there. We have to go back."
"Is that a joke? They're already repairing the dome. We lost 2 helis and half the troops are dead or wounded."
"But they could be—"
"The kids aren't there. Either they never were or they're dead. End of. It's time to move on."
For you maybe. I'm not giving up on them."
"Let's leave it for now, okay? We need to debrief, go over what we learned."
"Later."
"Suit yourself."
He disappeared inside the bunker. Stragglers from the raid continued to limp in. Wilder approached from the landing area. "I'm glad you got out of there in one piece. Was it bad?" "Not as bad as it could have been." "No sign of the girls?" Cherry shook her head. "Can you repair the shuttle?" "It shouldn't be a problem. Buka has the materials and Zapata's already on it. Should take a couple of hours. Are you planning on going up to the Sirocco?" Cherry gave a huff of exasperation. "I don't know what I have planned. I don't know what we do from here. There might be areas beneath the dome we didn't get to search, and I don't know how we will now. If only we had the equipment we have on Concordia. We could blow that place open." "Well, that wouldn't exactly be safe for Mickey and Nina, would it?" I know. Cherry rubbed her forehead. Wilder touched her arm. "You look exhausted. Go inside. Get some rest. I'll fix the shuttle, and then we'll talk to Buka and Orbio and see where we go from here."
Strongquist walked up the stairs. "Mr. Buka would like to speak with you, Cherry."
"What about?"
She wasn't in the mood to be pushed for promises on how the Concordians were going to help protect Earth. "He has some news about the missing adolescents." 2 Earthers sat with the leader of the GAA in the meeting room. From the state of their garments and the gauntness of their faces, Cherry guessed they'd been rescued from the dome. Of course, in her despair over failing to rescue Mickey and Nina, she'd forgotten the possibility that other captives might have seen them. Orbio was here too, pretending he gave a shit. "Please, sit down," Buka said via Strongquist. "I would like to thank you for helping to free our people."
"I heard you know something about the girls from our ship."
"I have some information, yes. As soon as I discovered you hadn't found them, I inquired among the former captives. These men say they remember 2 girls who didn't seem to be local. They spoke a foreign language and wore strange clothes. One was about 15 and the other perhaps 12 or so."
"That sounds like them." Cherry gripped the arm of her chair. Would the news be good or bad? "Do they know what happened to them? Are they okay?" Strongquist translated the question. Buka spoke to the men. They replied, their gazes on her. Strongquist translated, "The girls were alive the last time they were seen, but they were taken away. These men don't know where, and they're sure no one else in their group knows." "Is it possible they were taken underground?" The frustrating chain of dialogue repeated.
There is an underground chamber, but it's unlikely the girls were there. They had just returned from there when they were taken.
But if they weren't in the other chamber, and they weren't in the cell with the others, where else could they have been?
A short conversation took place. That seems to be a puzzle. These men say the only way for anyone to escape prior to their rescue was by dying. Yet the girls appeared healthy the last time they were seen.
The stark reality of what life must have been like in the dome hit Cherry forcefully. She swallowed. They're sure they were okay? Booker said something in a tone that didn't require translating.
They were well the last time they were seen.
When was that?
Not long ago. The captives had no way of measuring time, but it appears the girls were taken away recently, perhaps only yesterday.
How long were they in the dome?
Only a short time.
She asked bitterly. So if you hadn't locked me and Wilder up, we might have found them?
Strongquist translated the question, but Booker didn't answer.
The Earther men's attention travelled from Cherry to the GAA leader, and they shifted uneasily.
Aubreo said, "There's no point in getting on your high horse now. What's done is done."
Your concern for Mickey and Nina is touching, really touching.
Don't start that bullshit, Cherry. I'm just saying there's no point crying over spilt milk.
Or anyone's life except your own. Booker raised a hand.
I will make further inquiries. I may be able to discover more information. Please wait here.
He got to his feet and shuffled from the room, leaning heavily on his cane.
This war had better be over soon, Aubreo remarked, or he won't be around to see the end of it.
Cherry ignored him. The war would not be over for a very long time, if ever. She asked Strongquist to ask the men for more details about Mickey and Nina, what they looked like, how they acted, and so on. It was clear from their answers there could be no mistake. Kez's daughters had been in the dome, and they'd only just missed them. Booker returned. He lowered himself carefully into his seat and propped his cane against it before saying,
"You may not be aware, but the GAA has a network of observers tracking the Scythians' movements. Yesterday night, 2 vessels departed the dome you attacked. I asked our network if they picked them up, and the answer came back immediately. They travelled south."
2 vessels? If the ships in question were 2-seaters, like the one brought back to the Sirocco, they could have been carrying a girl each and a pilot. Do you know where they went?
We are still working that out. Our observers are all over the globe. If the girls were aboard the vessels, we should be able to discover where they were taken.
Chapter 31. This chamber for growing the Scythians' food was much larger than the other one. The vats stretched out so far it was hard to see where they ended, and tens of human workers tended to the creatures living in and under them. The walls echoed with the scrapings and scratchings of the mature animals in their cages. The respirators were just the same. Mickey tightened the straps on hers a little more and lifted a set of tweezers. Nina was already at work a few rows away, but she dared not go over to her. Here 3 Scythians watched them, stationed on platforms spaced out across the chamber. Besides, she couldn't talk to her sister. Communication was nearly impossible through the masks covering their faces. Also, what could she say to her? That she'd told the aliens everything about Concordia and the Sirocco and why Concordians had come to Earth? That she was a traitor? It was bad enough that she'd dragged her sister into this mess. Now she'd doomed everyone else too. She dug into the soft brown substance, looking for a worm to transfer to the liquid. Tears blurred her view, and she blinked hard, unable to wipe them away. Maybe she should take her mask off and suffocate herself. Maybe she should stick her head in a vat. One of the wriggling creatures appeared. She spitefully snipped it in 2. It was the smallest revenge for what the Scythians had made her do, but it felt good. Yet the creature seemed unaffected by its bisection. Each half continued to wriggle. She heaved a sigh, fogging her visor. When the mask cleared, the severed animal remained alive. Something sharp poked her arm. A Scythian was at her side. The slits of its horrible eyes were wide in the dim light as it inspected her. She had lingered too long. Hastily she picked up half a worm and dropped it in a section of the vat, quickly following with the other half in another section. The Scythian moved away. She exhaled. She moved to another area. There were no worms here, but some of the older creatures were sufficiently large to face battle with their rivals in the communal tank. With distaste, she transferred them to their almost certain deaths. Then something new happened. A large hatch opened at the side of the chamber. A Scythian stood on each side of the opening, and 2 humans were dragging a cage full of snapping animals toward it. Something emerged, a questing foot. One of the watching Scythians thrust it back, and then the humans arrived with the cage. They pushed it against the hole and pulled up a section. The creatures inside raced out and were gone. The hatch closed and the event was over. The humans hauled the cage back to its original position. So what she'd thought was the final growth stage wasn't. The leg that had emerged was much bigger than those of the creatures in the cages. There was no point in speculating. She couldn't ask anyone for information, and what did it matter anyway? Who cared about the life cycle of the livestock? By the time she reached the end of her shift, she was sore, tired and hungry. The cereal mash was the same as in the other place, and her stomach rebelled as she ate it, but she forced it down. She couldn't look at Nina as she ate, let alone speak to her. Shame filled every fibre of her being. When they'd finished, they sat away from the others. Their cell companions had quickly established they couldn't communicate and left them alone. Nina put an arm around her and rested her head on her shoulder.
What happened to you before you came to work? Was that Scythian examining you again?
She meant the interrogation. Mickey hugged her sister back.
Did you get hurt when they brought you over? Did you pass out? It was horrible, but I was okay. Why did they do that? They were trying to make me...
She couldn't say it. How to confess what she'd done.
They know we're from Concordia. I don't know what difference it might make, but you should know that. They know we're from the Sirocco, and we're different from the Earthers.
Nina sat up and faced her, her eyes wide.
Do you think the Scythians will use us as hostages? They might threaten to kill us if the captain doesn't do what they say.
Mickey hadn't even thought of that particular disastrous scenario.
I think the ship's probably left by now anyway.
Nina gave a sigh and returned her head to Mickey's shoulder.
That's something, I suppose.
As if she hadn't imagined they would be abandoned so easily. The knowledge that her sister was withholding entirely justified blame was a painful knot in the depths of Mickey's chest.
I'm sorry,
she whispered.
I'm sorry for everything. It's all right, sis.
Nina softly stroked her hair.
It's all right.
Their cellmates were settling down to sleep. Above, the dim light inside the dome remained unchanging. Mickey had already lost track of whether it might be day or night. The briefest of glimpses of their surroundings before she'd been brought inside had revealed a vast jungle landscape, such as she'd only ever seen on ancient vids of Earth. Nothing similar existed on Concordia. Certainly not now, but also before the devastation caused by the biocide. It had been her last sight of freedom.
What are we going to do to get out?
Nina asked.
Get out? I don't think we can. But maybe there's a way. We only need to think of it. If it was possible to get out, do you think all these people would still be here?
There were double the number of humans in this room as in the other dome, and she'd noticed another room containing people adjacent to theirs.
Just because they didn't manage it,
Nina replied.
That doesn't mean we can't.
They're older than us, bigger and stronger. We're small and weak. If they can't do it, how can we? Maybe you don't need to be big and strong. Maybe it helps to be small. I don't know. I just don't think we should give up. If there's a way... Mickey's chin trembled and her shoulders shook. Nina grabbed her arms and peered into her face. What's wrong? Oh, Nina, I told them everything. All about the Sirocco and the journey we took to come here and... Sobs overcame her. How could they ask you all that? They know English. The questions were on a screen. But how could they know our language? I don't know. It isn't important. But now, even if the ships left, the Scythians know the biocide didn't work and that people survived on Concordia. Now they'll go back there to finish them off. What have I done? Her sister wrapped her arms around her. You couldn't help it. It isn't your fault. If you hadn't answered them, they would have let me die. It was true, but somehow the fact didn't make things any better. Mickey felt as though there must have been a third option. We have to escape now, said Nina. If the ship's still here, we might be able to warn them. But we can't escape, Mickey exclaimed wretchedly. Mickey! Nina's tone was serious. She sounded 10 years older than she was. Mickey stopped crying and looked at her. What would Dad say? Nina asked. What do you mean? Do you remember when the jump drive failed? She did, though only vaguely. Do you? No, of course not. I was too young. But I do remember Dad talking about it. He said it was the worst moment, when everyone realized they'd been thrown years off course, and that even if they did try to make it to Earth, they would starve long before they arrived. Mickey recalled her father speaking about that time occasionally too, but she still didn't understand Nina's meaning. Don't you remember that time he told us they could have given up? He said some people did. They just gave up on life. But most of them didn't. They kept on trying. They looked on planets for plants they could grow for food. They converted the Ark into a farm, and they kept on trying. And they made it. After all those years as we were growing up, they made it here. He told us when he was... Nina wiped her eyes. When he was dying, that we must remember that and never give up. We have to keep on trying. Always. Don't you remember? Mickey did not. Their father's death was almost a blank in her mind, and it wasn't something she wanted to dwell on. I know it looks hopeless, Nina said, but we have to do what Dad told us, right? Mickey nodded numbly. Right. Chapter 32. No, Cherry said firmly. We go directly to the dome, now. I've never heard anything so stupid, Aubryo replied. And what do you propose we do when we get there? Walk up to the dome and knock, asking to be let in? Or if the Scythians aren't accepting visitors, ask if we could please have the kids back? Pfft. If we don't go there right away, who knows what might happen? We could be too late. If Booger had let me and Wilder search for the girls as soon as we arrived, we might have found them. A little bit of time can make all the difference. We have to act immediately. And if we go off half-cocked, we could ruin everything. I know you care about the kids. We all do. That's why we have to plan this carefully. I'm sure they're safe for now. The Scythians must think they're important, otherwise why transfer them somewhere else? According to Booker's sources, Mickey and Nina had been taken to a Scythian dome far in the south. It was the largest alien structure of all and the site of one of the first abductions. It was also the place where the massacre of the villagers had occurred. Cherry agreed that it did seem the aliens valued the girls, though she didn't know why. Another thing, Aubryo added, they'll know all about the earlier attack by now. They'll be prepared. We can't try the same trick again. Besides, from the sound of it, it wouldn't work anyway. Zapata struggled to lift the lid off an ordinary-sized dome. This one's bigger.
the biggest. We need different tactics, different equipment.
Strongquist said.
If you would like my opinion.
We wouldn't, Cherry retorted.
I would also advise returning to Svalbard.
We can work out different tactics right here, Cherry said. Everything else is speculation. Am I right, Wilder? Their friend hadn't said a word. She folded her arms over her thin chest. Actually, Aubryo has Fine, Cherry snapped. Fine. Let's waste some more time. Why not? I'll be outside. She stomped out of the room and slammed the door. That was one thing to be said for the Earthers' old-fashioned low-tech portals. They were certainly useful for something to take out your temper on. She marched up the stairs and out into the sunshine, where a migration was underway. Booker had decided to evacuate the bunker. Revenge for the dome attack was expected by the hour. A small military contingent would remain to keep the communications hub going as long as possible, but everyone else was moving out. The remaining helis would take the worst injured. Nearly every vehicle was being utilised to transport the rest. She watched the activity. Itai walked past with guards, his hands secured behind his back. He glanced at her and then looked down. What a fool. She checked the skies. If it were not for the Sirocco's protection, the bunker would be a smoking ruin by now. That was for sure. How much longer could the Earthers rely on the presence of the starship? Zapata approached, wiping his hands on a rag.
Is Wilder around? I finished the repairs.
She's inside, Cherry replied woodenly.
Something wrong?
Nope. He looked bemused at this clear denial of the truth.
Where are we off to next? Back to the ship?
We have a few detours to make first.
So where are we going?
To the Maker's site. A wave of sadness hit Cherry as the shuttle touched down. On one side was the ocean, on the other the forested mountain she remembered from her last visit. When she'd come here with Kez, he'd been healthy and happy, keen to find the seeds to re-green Concordia. He'd been his usual positive, energetic, courageous self. She missed him so much.
Wakey, wakey,
Aubryo chided, snapping her from her memories.
Are you coming or not? We haven't got all day. Weren't you the one saying we have to hurry?
Throwing a dark look at his retreating back as he made his way off the shuttle, she followed him wordlessly. It's quite a walk, Wilder said once they were outside. Whichever route we take.
There's more than one?
Asked Aubryo. There are two.
There are actually three, Strongquist corrected. But the third route isn't important for our purposes,
Wilder said. We either go through the seed vault or over the mountain. The distance is the same. When Strongquist opened his lips as if to speak, she added, give or take.
Over the mountain, said Aubryo. I'm no fan of that vault. Too many skeletons.
Cherry didn't want to go in because the place would remind her too strongly of Kez. Everyone was armed. The possibility that the Scythians might have found the place had been discussed on the trip over. Wilder thought it was unlikely. The Maker's beacon had deactivated, and if the aliens had managed to find an entrance anyway, they would find getting inside difficult, if not impossible. But it wouldn't hurt to bring rifles just in case. Strongquist led them under the trees and along the narrow rocky bed of a dried-up stream. The path soon began to climb, and Cherry quickly found herself out of breath. She began to lag the others, struggling upward. Her rifle seemed unusually heavy. After some time, Wilder noticed her and halted to wait for her to catch up. It's hard work, isn't it? She asked when Cherry reached her. It's been a while since I got any real exercise. Spent too long sitting on my ass aboard that ship. I can carry your rifle if you like. Cherry hesitated, but then handed her weapon over. Thanks, that would be a big help. They continued to climb. The raid on the dome took its toll on me too, I guess. In truth, she'd been feeling tired for a while. Bone tired. And not just physically, mentally too. The struggle to survive never seemed to end. She'd known it all her life, ever since disembarking the Nova. First it had been the slug limpets, the woken and the guardians, then it had been the Scythians, and running through all of it was the effort to build a civilization. She had conjured life from the soil. She had fed the colony with crops teased from almost nothing, food for the hungry, and she hadn't even chosen her destiny. It had been chosen for her many generations ago, somewhere on this planet, by her forebears. They had elected to spend the rest of their lives aboard a colony ship and assign their far-off descendants, willing or not, the task of creating a new home for humankind. She felt as though she'd lived several lifetimes already. How did Aubryo manage it? She'd had enough. Her will to battle on was finite. She would use her remaining energy on rescuing the girls. She owed Kes that much. But then she reckoned she would be done. The entrance to the Maker's site was a small door tucked behind a protrusion of bare rock, almost impossible to see unless you knew where it was. Strongquist took them through it and down many steps before they reached the cavern where the Mistral had been crafted. The sight of the massive underground space took Cherry's breath away. She paused at the entrance, taking it all in. It was as if she'd stepped back in time to the early days of the Concordia colony.
"You all right?"
Aubryo asked, noticing she'd stopped. "Doesn't it make you feel weird, knowing this is where they built everything? The Guardians, their ship, everything?"
"It's impressive, I'll give it that. But we don't have time for being awestruck. We've got a job to do. We need to find something to help us get into that dome and get the kids out."
"I still think it's a waste of time. What could be here that would help us? Even if we do find armaments or a bomb, which, let's face it, is very unlikely because the Makers have zero reason to leave something like that here, what good is it going to do? We can't blow the dome up with Mickey and Nina inside, and other humans will be with them."
"If there's any high-tech on this planet, it's here. Until we search the place thoroughly, we don't know there's nothing we can use. If not to rescue the kids, then in the war."
She had been walking with him across the main chamber, but at his comment she halted, her fist clenched. "That's what this is about, isn't it? You aren't interested in saving Mickey and Nina. You're looking for stuff to use in your war."
"Keep your hair on. Anything we find to help us get the kids out will be useful in other ways too. Stands to reason. We're just killing two birds with one stone."
Wilder had gone ahead with Strongquist to a small room adjoining the chamber. Through the open door, Cherry spotted another figure, and she froze. But then she relaxed as she realized it was only a hollow. She recalled Wilder saying the Makers had left a message for later generations who might stumble across the site, but she hadn't listened to it. Curious to see one of the builders of the Mistral, Cherry walked over to the room. Aubryo went in another direction. Strongquist was working at a control panel, and Wilder was idly watching the hollow. "Strongquist is uploading the language Buka and his people speak and creating a database we can use for translation. I suppose it'll save us from having to use him all the time." "Exactly. He says he can do it for all Earth languages eventually, if we want him to. I hope we won't be here that long." "Itching to get home?" "Yes, but not without Mickey and Nina." The android turned to face them.
"It's done. Now all I need to do is build some simple translators. I'm sure I can find the materials around here somewhere, if you wouldn't mind waiting."
He moved toward the door. "Actually," Cherry retorted, "I do mind. This excursion is a waste of time, but I'm overruled, so—" Wilder winced. Strongquist said,
"Would you like me to unmute the hollow and translate his speech to English?"
"I'm interested to hear what he has to say," said Wilder. "I had a look around in here before, but I didn't understand what the equipment is for. The hollow's message might give us a clue." Judging from the man's expression, Cherry was doubtful he would tell them anything useful. He looked livid.
Strongquist murmured. "This is interesting."
"Can't you do the translation?" Wilder asked.
"No, that isn't a problem. There's a later message recorded after this one.
Oh, in that case, can we have the later one? That's probably more relevant.
The hollow disappeared and another one appeared in its place. The man was the same, but his clothes were different. His expression was different too. He seemed much happier. When he spoke, his first words were unintelligible before an artificial voice cut in. Did you find us, I wonder? I hope you didn't break in via one of the hidden entrances, and that you figured out our little puzzles at the bottom of the seed vault. If you did, that means civilization has returned to a reasonable level of development. If you broke in, well, you probably won't understand a word of what I'm saying, and it doesn't matter anyway. He waved a hand as if dismissing his audience. Go away, and don't come back until you've figured out how to understand me. He chuckled. If you do understand me, that makes me very happy. It means our time has come. Science and technology are no longer feared and hated. People like me and my friends aren't despised and persecuted. The world has become a better place. It's safe for us to wake up and rejoin society. The hollow continued to speak, but Cherry didn't hear it. She and Wilder were staring at each other, open-mouthed. Wake up! She flew to the door, leaned out of it and screamed. Aubryo, get in here! Wilder said mildly. You have your comm, you know. Oh, yeah. While Cherry commed Aubryo, Wilder asked Strongquist to halt the recording and take it back to the beginning. When Aubryo arrived, they watched the message the whole way through and then watched it a second time. The makers hadn't left the site, or at least not all of them. Some had elected to return to the world and live out their lives the best they could. But 40 engineers and scientists had entrusted their bodies to the same cryosleep used aboard the Nova Fortuna. They had set a date for the system to revive them, or it could be triggered externally. The man in the hollow, whose name was Steen, explained that if the visitors could understand him and human society was no longer hostile to science, they were invited to start the process. At the end of the second viewing, the 3 watchers were silent. Holy shit, Wilder breathed. No kidding, said Cherry. She thought Aubryo was the last of the obnoxious woken. Chapter 33. One thing that puzzled Mickey was where the other Earthers went. Several of their fellow captives also worked with the odd worm-turned carapaced creatures, but the others went elsewhere. When they returned, they looked tired, so they'd clearly been working, but doing what? Like in the other dome, it was impossible to find out because they didn't speak the same language. What are you thinking? Nina asked as they settled down to sleep after another day's labour at the vats. Just wondering what else humans do around here. What do you think? Nina covered her mouth with the back of her hand as she stifled a yawn. I don't know. Who cares? Have you had any ideas about how we can escape? The question dragged Mickey back from the realms of speculation to harsh reality. I haven't. Have you? Nina had been the one talking about never giving up. Why couldn't she think of something? As soon as the thought popped into her mind, Mickey chided herself. She was the older sibling. It was her job to look after her sister, especially now Dad was gone. I mean, if you have any suggestions, I'd love to hear them. Their conversation was interrupted. A woman had walked over. She was gesticulating as if she wanted to talk. Mickey paid her more attention. The woman rubbed her stomach and said something. I think she's asking if we're hungry, Nina said. Mickey thought so too. No, we're fine, thank you. She smiled and gave a thumbs up. The woman looked questioningly at her hand. She didn't understand thumbs up. Mickey pointed at her and rubbed her own stomach. Are you hungry? This appeared to be understood. The woman grinned before reaching forward and grabbing Mickey and Nina into a hug. It was nice to be welcomed into the group. A shadow passed overhead. A Scythian had flown over. The woman had noticed too.
She pointed to where the creature had been a moment ago and then performed a series of actions. Mickey and Nina watched closely. At the third repetition, Mickey got it. The woman had been miming picking worms out with tweezers and putting them in a vat. "Yes, that's what we do." She nodded vigorously. "We grow the Scythians' food. What do you do?" She opened her hands in an inquiring gesture, but their new companion didn't seem inclined to answer. She pointed above again and then, chuckling, drew her finger across her throat. "What?" Mickey asked. The woman laughed wickedly, mimed cutting her throat again, and pointed upward. Then she nodded, her eyebrows raised. Nina said hesitantly, "She wants us to kill the Scythians?" "I think so, but that's dumb. How could we ever kill one? They're much bigger than us, and they have those horrible claws on their wings." "I think she might be crazy," Nina said. "Like that man who took us to the dome." "You could be right. There certainly seem to be a lot of crazy earthers." The woman was making her way back to the other side of the cell. She said something to her group and they laughed, throwing appreciative glances at Mickey and Nina. "Did we agree to do something?" Nina asked. "I have no idea." The following day they were back at the vats, performing their tasks. Mickey hadn't slept well, not only due to worrying about their troubles, but also over concern she and Nina were living with someone who was mentally unstable. As if things weren't bad enough. They didn't need threats from within their prison too. Neither Mickey nor Nina had been allotted the chore of dragging a cage of snapping animals to the hatch in the wall yet, but it was an inevitability. It was the most hated job. Mickey could tell from the demeanor of workers who had to do it, and there was no reason she or her sister would be excused. It turned out today was the day. A Scythian came up behind her and made her jump. It poked her and waved its claw at a cage full of particularly large creatures. Her shoulders slumped and she looked around for someone to help. She couldn't possibly drag the cage by herself. Everyone promptly looked away, except one person. A young man caught her gaze and gave a short nod. She breathed a silent, "Thank you." As she reached for the cage, the animals grew more agitated, as if they guessed what was about to happen. Did they have the same fight to the death they faced in their earlier growth cycle? A closer view of what was through the hatch might tell her. Not that she really wanted to know. Shell-encased, articulated limbs flashed out from between the bars, trying to grab her. The creature's jaws clicked and ground. She kept her legs and feet as far from the cage as she could, as she and the young man hauled it over the sandy floor. When they reached the wall, they shoved it tightly up against the hatch. If one of the creatures escaped, it could do serious damage. Mickey had already seen cuts and slashes on the legs of workmates. The hatch jerked open. One hand on the back of the cage, while keeping a safe distance from it, Mickey crouched to see what lay on the other side. The young man tapped her shoulder and gave a small shake of his head, but she wanted to see. It couldn't be that bad, could it? The caged creatures were slowly crawling through the portal, exploring the newly opened space. A loud bustling and rustling leaked out. One creature remained at the back of the cage, sitting on its scaly behind, hesitating to take advantage of the new freedom. A Scythian waddled over and gave the cage a kick, and the reluctant straggler moved. Still, Mickey couldn't see what awaited the animals. The light level on the other side of the hatch was even lower than usual. Almost before she could register the action, something darted into the cage, grabbed the remaining creature, and disappeared. The hatch slid shut. The spectacle was over. What had she learned? As she returned the empty cage to its former spot, she mentally replayed the sight that had flashed before her eyes. What had she seen? An arm or leg had reached out to take the animal into the other room. But had it been an arm or a leg? She didn't recall seeing anything resembling grasping fingers or toes. What kind of appendage had it been? Now, in her mind's eye, she could see it. It had been a claw. A small one, but a claw nonetheless. It must have hooked the creature rather than grasped it. What had made her take so long to figure it out was the fact that the claw had been surrounded by webbed material. As she had been musing over the memory, she had picked up some tweezers and was absent-mindedly transferring a worm to liquid. When understanding hit, the tweezers and the worm fell from her frozen fingers. Both sank out of sight. What she had seen was a Scythian wing and claw. It had been a smaller version, but now she thought about it, she was sure. The room beyond the hatch held young Scythians in the final growth stage, feeding on the younger stages and fighting over them. The animals she'd thought were Scythian food were Scythians. Chapter 34. Stromquist had known all along. He'd been truthful when he'd said Wilder and Niall had triggered his activation when they'd entered the site. But ever since then he'd been following instructions to not divulge the presence of the sleeping makers until he'd assessed the state of things on Earth. If a certain level of human civilization had been reached again, he could, with or without the visitors' knowledge or approval, trigger the process that would bring the engineers and scientists back to life. If his assessment was that Earth remained uncivilized and unfriendly to their kind, he was to return to Svalbard, close up the site and deactivate, ready for when another opportunity might arise. If no visitors ever found their way in, the makers would awaken at the time they'd set. Stromquist would have been waiting. The makers could not have anticipated the current situation. They hadn't even known that other intelligent species existed in the galaxy when they entered their sleep, let alone imagined they would have invaded Earth. Of that, Wilder was sure. She wasn't as knowledgeable about the history of the creators of the Guardians as Aubryo and Cherry, but she could guess that much. What would they make of everything when they woke up? It would take days to find out. The cryosleep revival procedure took a long time and couldn't be hurried. Even if followed correctly to the last detail, problems could still result. Some Woken had been affected by blindness and paraplegia. Some had not survived. It was lucky they had Stromquist to oversee the process. On the Nova, trained personnel had performed the revivals. Wilder had no clue what to do, and neither did Aubryo or Cherry. Not that Cherry would have cared. She had been in an even more foul mood than usual. "The first stage has initiated," said Stromquist. "All the capsules are operating within normal parameters." The cryosleep chamber was beneath the vast cavern. The android had opened an invisible door and led them down to it. 20 capsules stood each side of a steel-lined room, looking as pristine as the day it had been finished. The capsules were solid boxes reminiscent of coffins, and each had functioned perfectly according to the data reports. The fusion reactor had been put to good use. "How long until we can talk to them?" asked Aubryo. "A week, at least," the android replied. "Some may take longer to return to consciousness." "A week? That's a long time. It will take longer for the makers to return to normal functionality." Aubryo stretched his arms out to each side. "Yeah, I remember that feeling. Stiff and cold, like you'd fallen into a freezing sea. But still, great news. Fantastic. I came here thinking we might find something we could turn into a devastating weapon. The last thing I expected was the weapon would be human." "Huh?" Cherry lifted a lip scornfully. "What makes you think they'll agree to fight? They're expecting to wake up to a fairly normal world." "What choice will they have? It'll be either fight or die. Of course they'll help their fellow humans," Stromquist said. "This was a question I asked myself when I was debating whether to reveal the Maker's existence.
It's my belief that, knowing them as I do, they would want to participate in the effort to save Earth from the aliens' exploitation. Not least because a world in servitude is not one they would want to encounter when they awoke at their chosen revival date. See, Orbio sneered, they will want to fight, and what a difference they'll make. These people built a starship from scratch.
So did Wilder, Cherry said. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Finally he said,
Yeah, well, that was different.
He lifted a finger.
And the makers created the Guardians too.
You say that like it's a good thing. Don't you remember all the trouble they caused? And didn't they sedate you because they thought you were a danger to the colony? He tutted and shook his head as if she was crazy. But he also didn't come up with an answer. Someone needs to tell Vesey what's happening, Cherry announced. I volunteer to climb those damned stairs and comm the ship, unless someone else wants to do it.
Be my guest,
Orbio said. I'll come with you, said Wilder. It'll be a lot harder going up than coming down, but I'd like to speak to Niall and Dragan. I want to find out what they've discovered about the Scythian ship. They returned to the main chamber and then began the long climb. Unbelievable, Wilder commented. Who would have thought the makers were still alive? More's the pity. You don't think it's a good thing? Do you remember the Woken? Sure, a few of them anyway. Cariad, Anahi, and Kez, of course. He was about the only decent one. Cariad was okay once you got to know her. The rest were a bunch of stuck-up egomaniacs like Orbio. Surely not that bad. No, not as bad as him, but not much better. They all thought they should be running the colony, not us gens. They continued to climb for several minutes until Cherry halted. Can we take a breather? I don't remember the early days very well, Wilder said, stopping on the step below. I was just a kid, but I'm sure the makers won't be the same as the Woken. The situation here is entirely different. The situation might be different, doesn't mean the people will be. When Cherry's panting eased, she said, Come on, let's go. They climbed all the way to the top and stepped out into bright sunshine and a strong, cool breeze. That's nice. Cherry rested her hand on her knee as she caught her breath. The view over the forest canopy as it spread down the mountainside was beautiful. In a cleft sat the neat triangle of the distant ocean, and above it a clear blue sky. Wilder was looking in the same direction. I spotted the Scythians that attacked us from here. I didn't realize what they were. I thought they were two huge birds. Cherry chuckled. Two huge, very ugly birds. How was I to know? I hadn't seen a single bird before coming to Earth. I didn't know their normal appearance. I still don't, and I only got a glimpse of the Scythians. I wish I had recognized them. It would have saved us a world of trouble, and, she added sadly, that village wouldn't have been massacred. You mustn't blame yourself. The Scythians are going to do a lot more damage before their time on Earth is over. Shit, I sound like Orbio. Ugh. Cherry put a finger to her ear. Time to update Vesey. After a pause she said, That's weird. What's up? She's not answering. She's probably asleep. Try the ship. Watching Cherry's face after she sent the comm, Wilder asked, Still nothing? Cherry slowly shook her head. You try Niall. I'll try Dragan. Niall's been off with me lately. Wilder commed her workmate. When Dragan didn't respond, she commed Niall. Nothing. Their gazes met. You don't think? Cherry asked. No, it can't be. I know, Zapata. Wilder sent a comm request to the pilot, who was waiting for them on the other side of the mountain. Her request melted into the ether, unanswered. No reply. She added hopefully, But he would never just abandon us. Not deliberately, Cherry agreed. But who knows what Vesey's told him? She could have tricked him somehow. Look, said Cherry, we're going to be here days waiting for the makers to wake up. Why don't we walk back to the shuttle? We can use its comm." As they trekked the same route along the stream bed, daylight began to fade. If they didn't hurry, they would be journeying back in darkness, but that was the least of Wilder's worries. The view of the landing site was obscured the entire way. Her fears were not confirmed until they stepped out of the forest and onto the flat land leading down to the water. Here they could see clearly the spot where the shuttle should be. It was empty. Their ride home was gone. Zapata must have returned to the Sirocco under some pretense of Vessi's. The shuttle was absent, and no one on the ship was answering their comms. The two facts could mean only one thing. Vessi had ordered a jump. The Concordians had abandoned them. Chapter 35. Life in the Scythian dome had become a monotonous, boring routine consisting of long hours of work and short rest periods, mostly spent sleeping. Meagre meals punctuated the days twice only, once before work and once afterward, when the humans would portion out the scant amount of tasteless mash as fairly as they could. No one was so self-sacrificing as to refuse their allotment, yet no one demanded more. Not even the biggest men. It was a sad testament to the altruism people could show, Mickey thought, in these extreme circumstances. The sadness came from the fact that no one on the outside would ever know of the kindness humans had shown each other within the domes. She'd tried to count the sleeping periods as they passed, but she'd become muddled. She wasn't sure, but she estimated they'd been brought to this dome 10 or 11 days ago. Judging from the gauntness of her cellmates' bodies, they'd been here longer. They tried to communicate with her and Nina sometimes, but their efforts were generally no more successful than the first time, when the woman had pointed at the Scythian overhead and mimed cutting her throat. What had that been about? One of her points was clear. Mickey and Nina were either growing Scythian food or the aliens themselves. That part she hadn't quite figured out. Not that it mattered. She might want them dead too, as the woman had, but what could anyone do about it? Then, on the 12th or 13th night, when she was deeply asleep curled up next to her sister, someone shook her shoulder. A figure crouched over her, softly silhouetted in the dull lighting. She sat up. No Scythians were around, and the dome seemed particularly quiet. If any of her fellow prisoners were awake, they didn't look it. None except this one, an adult man. Now he had her attention. He dipped a hand into his shirt and drew two things out. In another second the objects were in her hands, and he was on his way back to his side of the cell. She lay down, tucking the things under her. Clearly neither he nor she was supposed to have them. What had he given her, and why? Surreptitiously she ran her hands over the objects. They were made from metal, a little shorter than her forearm, curved, long and narrow, finishing in a point. She took a peek. It was hard to make them out in the near darkness, but in the end she saw they were implements for digging, similar to tools used in the Sirocco's ark. They must have come from another section where the workers had to dig small holes. How odd that the man had given them to her. What was his intention? As there were two tools, she guessed one was meant for Nina. She would give it to her later when she woke up. They would have to find a place to secrete them. Nothing could be taken from the work sites. The Scythians made sure they put all the tweezers back at the end of their shifts, and they conducted random searches, though rarely of Mickey or Nina, perhaps because they were young and weak. Mickey had tucked the digging implement under her top and down the back of her pants. It made bending difficult, but it was the best she could do. It was important to keep it hidden. She just didn't know why she had it. Nina had done the same. As they put on their respirators, she hoped she wasn't about to get her little sister into trouble yet again. What would the Scythians do to them if they were found out? They walked down the tunnel to the room full of vats. Inside, everything seemed normal. 3 Scythians sat on podiums. The creatures in the cages rustled and gnashed their scaly teeth, and within their earthy substrate the worms would be wriggling. It seemed to be just another working day. Mickey took Nina's elbow as they walked to the far end of the vats. She wanted to keep Nina close. They began work, transferring half-grown specimens to their almost certain deaths, victims of older members of their species. As they worked, Mickey watched the room from the corners of her eyes. She kept her head low and her movements steady, though her heart raced. The other humans must have something planned, but what and when? Hours passed. The skin on her hands and arms grew wrinkled from constant dipping in the liquid. Her fingers grew sore from the nips of the livestock. A soft thunk came from the other side of the vat. Mickey looked up and met Nina's eyes, wide with panic. Nina's gaze flicked to the nearest Scythian and back to Mickey, pleading written in her look. What was wrong? Nina had stopped moving. Keeping her pace slow and nonchalant, Mickey walked around the tank to join her sister. Before she reached her, she saw the problem. Poking out from the leg of Nina's pants was the end of the metal tool. It had slipped to the bottom. Nina would have a hard time retrieving it and returning it to her waist unnoticed. Mickey reached for a pair of tweezers, pretended to fumble them, and dropped them. She stooped, tugged the tool from the leg of Nina's pants, and stood up behind her, quickly lifting her shirt and shoving the tool into her waistband. Then she dug into the soil with the tweezers. Nina's hidden contraband was a problem. She'd lost weight since coming to the dome, and her pants hung loose on her hips. The tool could easily drop out again. She must have been moving carefully all this time to try to prevent it. But the next second, that was the least of their concerns. All the workers nearest the Scythians suddenly jumped on them. Instantly, the podiums became a whirl of human and alien limbs, thrashing, slashing, battering, stabbing. Other workers had brought in the digging tools too, and were using them to attack the watchers. Screams and yells filled the air. Mickey watched in horrified fascination. Would they manage to kill them? But what did it matter? They were... A woman grabbed her. She motioned to the vat and shouted something. I don't understand. Shaking her head in frustration, the woman climbed onto the vat, balancing on the section separators, and held out a hand. You want me to come up there? Still confused, she allowed the woman to help her up. The woman pointed at the ceiling. It was low, only just above her head. Mickey hadn't taken much notice before. Between supporting metal beams, the soil was bare and crumbly, and the roots of plants hung from it. Now she saw it more closely, she realized how unstable it looked. They were lucky there hadn't been... You want me to dig? She turned to her sister. They want us to... I know. Nina was already climbing up and pulling out her tool. The woman ran off, heading for one of the groups tackling the Scythians. Together, Mickey and Nina hacked at the soil. Mickey worked with all her strength, driving the point into the surface over and over again. Clumps of dirt rained down, battering her visor. The earthers must have guessed this area was not far underground, and like at the other dome, it lay outside the above-ground structure. If they could just break through, they might escape. But was she tall enough to reach the surface? What would she do when she dug as high as she could? The sounds of fighting continued. For the first time, she heard what she guessed was a Scythian voice. Among the pants and gasps of the humans, there was a noise between a whistle and a grunt. Were they killing it? She hoped so. She hoped they killed them all. She and Nina quickly excavated what seemed like a ton of soil. It cascaded into the tank, turning the liquid into mud. It began to pile up around their feet. Her arms and back ached with the effort. The visor of her respirator steamed up with her heavy panting, but she didn't slacken her pace, not for a millisecond. The Scythians would crack down hard after a failed escape attempt. They would probably execute everyone. She and Nina were digging for their lives. But she couldn't reach high enough. She was on her tiptoes, extending her arms as far as they went, and the point of her tool was only scratching the soil. Nina had given up digging upward and was digging outward in an apparently desperate effort to do something, even something that didn't help. Yet there was no sign of daylight. Hands grabbed Mickey's thighs. She looked down in shock. Men, their arms and hands cut, their hair slick with blood, were holding her legs. They lifted her up. In a frenzy, she drove her tool into the soil with a power she didn't know she possessed. She had to break through. She had to. If she didn't, Nina would die. The point of her tool met no resistance. A ray of sunshine shone into her eyes. She blinked, unbelieving. She believed. She threw the tool down and tore at the earth with her bare hands. Plants filled her fingers, green, fresh plants, and the light blinded her. The hands on her legs lifted her higher. She was looking at a sea of vegetation. It was alive with insects, and above was the dear, sweet, blue sky. Grasping the nearest stalks, kicking and squirming, she hauled herself out. The soil was unstable close to the hole. After turning around, she lay flat on her stomach and peered in. Nina was on her way up, lifted by the men. She grabbed the back of her sister's shirt and dragged her the rest of the way. A smooth, pale white wall rose in a curve over to the right. The Scythians' dome. It was as the earthers had guessed. The room with the vats lay outside the dome's perimeter. To the left was jungle. She ripped off her respirator. "Nina, we have to run!" An earther man appeared in the hole, dripping blood. She hoped he made it out. She hoped they all made it out. But she couldn't wait around to see. She took her sister's hand and they raced for the trees. Chapter 36. The man lay on his side, covered in a blanket, shivering. Cherry pulled the blanket higher over his shoulders and tucked it in. His skin was so pale it was almost translucent, and his hair was auburn tinged with silver. Cherry was reminded of Kes. Was this how he had appeared when he was revived? She'd never witnessed someone undergoing the final stage of the process, alive yet not quite aware, not completely conscious. She'd only ever seen the Woken when they were up and walking around. The man hovered, drifting in and out of dreams, murmuring indistinctly. She didn't speak his language, so she couldn't understand his meaning. It didn't matter. He was talking about a time centuries past, and, aside from his cryo companions, about people long dead. "How's this one doing?" Wilder asked, sitting down beside her. "Not too bad. Of all of them, I'd say he's recovering the best. Do you recognize him?" "Huh?" Wilder peered closer. "Holy shit! It's the Hollow. Took me a while. He looks different, right? Older." "Yeah. Do you think they waited a while before entering cryo?" "Maybe there was a problem that took a few years to fix, but he didn't bother re-recording the message. We'll soon find out. He should be coherent in a day or so, according to Strongquist." "And then what will we tell him?" "Everything. We'll have plenty of time to do it." Wilder nodded her agreement sadly. They were stuck on the island. Now that Zapata had flown away in the shuttle and the Sirocco had apparently jumped from the system, they had no way of leaving, not unless Strongquist built them a boat, which, going by its performance so far, might not be impossible. If it hadn't been for the android, they would already be feeling the effects of starvation. Thinking they would only be here a few hours, they hadn't brought any supplies. Zapata had taken away the shuttle's emergency rations, and the seed vault no longer held anything edible. But they were surrounded by an ocean, and the water was full of life. Through various ingenious methods, Strongquist had supplied them with seaweed, shellfish and fish. In truth, with its indefatigable efforts, they could probably live out their natural lives here, though for Aubryo that would be a very long time. The man muttered something. "Did you catch that?" Wilder asked. "How could I?" "Ah, I forgot." She pulled out a lanyard with a small device attached and handed it over. "Strongquist gave me 2 a minute ago. I'm wearing mine already. I came here to give you yours." "He made translators?" Cherry slipped the lanyard over her head. "Yes, he did. It transmits to your earcom. So you're finally thinking of him like a person?" She didn't answer. "Look, I get it. You had a bad time with the Guardians in the early days, but Strongquist's done nothing except help us in every way possible. I think you should be nicer." "Why? It doesn't have feelings," Cherry said stubbornly. "I'm not so sure about that. He kind of grows on you. When I first met him, I asked if I could call him Strongquist too, but now he's just Strongquist." "Who are you?" The man from the hollow had spoken. The translator repeated his words in English, clear as day, in Cherry's ear. He'd turned onto his back while they'd been chatting, and now he was staring at them, looking a little frightened. "It's okay," Wilder replied. "We're friends." His eyes widened and he tried to get up. "Take it easy." Cherry placed a gentle hand on his chest. He pushed it away and looked around wildly. Wilder said, "He can't understand us." "Get Strongquist." Cherry managed to restrain the man while waiting for the android to arrive. He was weak anyway, as well as obviously disoriented. As he took in his surroundings, his struggles eased. "Steen," Strongquist said, striding between the rows of revived makers. At his arrival, Steen visibly relaxed. His head sank into his pillow. "It's good to see you again. What year is this, and who the hell are these people?" The following days were what Cherry could only describe as interesting. The makers continued to come to full consciousness. The cryosleep chambers turned out to be a superior design to the ones on the Nova. All 40 men and women survived the process physically and mentally unharmed. As they began to walk around, eat and talk, Cherry was struck by their deep camaraderie. Then, as time went on, she upgraded her description of their relationship to love. They bickered, teased and nagged, but their deep familiarity and affection was clear. How couldn't it be so? These people had suffered the same persecution. They'd toiled to find each other, and they'd undertaken a massive endeavour. An endeavour spanning years and requiring every gram of their cooperation, intellect and ingenuity. She understood at last what had bound the Woken on Concordia, the scientists who had created the Nova Fortuna project. At the time she'd only seen that they kept themselves separate and seemed aloof. Perhaps that was so. But what she hadn't taken into account was their long history of labouring as a group toward a common goal. What also made the days interesting was bringing the makers up to speed on all that had happened since they entered their chambers. When they heard that the Mistral and the Guardians had made it to Concordia, they had been giddy with relief and joy. When they learned that Cherry and Wilder were among the first gens to set foot on the planet, they gasped in wonderment and touched them as if to make sure they were real. When they were told that Aubryo was the Aubryo, the project's founder and main backer, they laughed, some saying, "No way!" and "It can't be true." When all was explained, it was time to tell them about the Scythians. Cherry started with the attacks on Concordia and the trip to the Galactic Assembly. Then she explained about the biocide. The makers listened in silence. Eventually, she grew tired of talking and asked Wilder to take over. Wilder told them about the Sirocco and the reason for the voyage. Then she told them about the state of things on Earth. She concluded with the purpose of the return to Svalbard and Strongquist's revelation about their existence. It was quite the surprise, she said finally. I never imagined I would ever meet you guys.
Likewise, said Steen. Aubryo hadn't said a thing for hours. He'd stood, hands on hips, watching and listening as the details were explained. So now you're all compos mentis and up to speed. Do you have any ideas about fighting off the invasion?
Stars, said Cherry. Give them a minute. They only just woke up.
We've been here weeks. The time to fight back is long past due. If we don't do something soon, Earth's never gonna be free.
I haven't told them the last bit, Wilder said.
What's that?
Steen asked. The shuttle that brought us here has left, and we think the Sirocco has jumped from the system. It's just Cherry, Aubryo and I here, and we have no way of leaving this island.
No transportation?
Steen asked, eyebrows lifting.
That shouldn't be a problem. You're gonna build a boat? Aubryo asked. That'll take weeks. We need something now. I was thinking we could reactivate your signal beacon and rig it to comm the GAA. No need.
Steen rose to his feet. His pallor had improved, and he looked more like the hollow he'd recorded.
Come this way, ladies and gentlemen.
He led them to the exit leading up to the cavern, and then crossed the vast chamber. When he reached the opposite side, he asked Strongquist to deactivate the security system. After waiting a moment, he pressed a panel. A section of wall popped out. You guys and your hidden compartments.
What's in here,
Steen announced, sliding the section to one side,
is our way off the island.
Within the newly revealed room stood 6 vehicles. They were not the most streamlined or attractive Cherry had seen. They were simple and blocky, though large. Each could hold around 10 or 15 people. They reminded her of something. They had no wheels. Hey, she blurted. Are these?
I believe you called them flitters.
Chapter 37. The reality that she wouldn't be returning to Concordia didn't begin to hit Wilder until she was travelling over the plains of Earth on one of the Maker's flitters. Up until then, all the time she'd spent at their site on the island, waiting for them to recover from cryosleep, the fact that the Sirocco was gone and wouldn't be coming back hadn't seemed real. But looking out over the flat, grassy landscape stretching to the horizon really brought the fact home. Maybe it was because Kes was buried out here somewhere. Like her, he would never go back. She couldn't quite believe that Niall and Dragan would desert her. She'd been with them through thick and thin, racing to build the Sirocco to the leader's insane deadline. Dragan, in the depths of his madness and affiliation with the Final Day cult, hadn't been able to bring himself to hurt her, because they were friends. Niall had blown hot and cold in his affection, but she counted him as a friend too. How could they do this? She grasped the handrail of the flitter and told herself the wind was stinging her eyes.
I hear you build starships too,
said a voice. Steen had appeared beside her. She still found it hard to reconcile the physical presence of the man with the hollow. Who told you that?
Your little friend.
Cherry? You'd better not call her little to her face.
I thought it was better than one-armed.
Wilder chuckled.
It's good to see you laugh.
Huh? Was he getting fresh with her? She guessed several centuries in cryosleep might do that. I haven't had much to laugh about lately. Sorry if my glum face brings you down.
It would take a lot more than a frown to bring me down. When I got into that cryo capsule, I didn't know if I would ever wake up, or what I would find if I did. I used to be an angry, bitter man. I loved life. I was not happy about the group decision to expend our remaining resources and years of our finite lives on the hope of saving a colony on a far-off planet, on complete strangers who might not even have made it there.
He smiled.
But my opinion didn't count. I was overruled, and so if I wanted to stay at the site, I had to do what everyone else wanted. We didn't even think of building cryosleep capsules until after the Mistral had departed. I had a chance at a new lease of life, the opportunity to live in a new world right here on Earth, a world of the future. It's a pretty amazing one, don't you think?
He gazed out across the plain. From what I hear, it's a better place for you, and it is beautiful, but it isn't home. My home is that far-off planet you helped to save.
I'm sorry your ship left without you. Maybe one day we'll build a new starship together and journey out to the stars.
His hand moved to slide over hers. She quickly moved hers away. He shrugged, smiled again, and returned to his seat. She cringed. Steen was a little creepy, but maybe his flirtatious comment wasn't only wishful thinking. If the makers had built the Mistral here, maybe she could build a starship. But, she realized sadly, that had been a long time ago, when Earth was rich with the leftovers from the peak of technological development. All that was gone now. Getting back to Concordia might take a lifetime. Several hours later, they arrived at the new headquarters of the GAA, which had set up in the heart of a bombed-out, deserted town. The people Booker had tasked with disguising the site had done a great job. Wilder didn't see it until they were right in front of it. The garage door of a destroyed department store rolled up, and the flitters glided in. All the makers insisted on being at the meeting with the head of the GAA. They had no single representative, not even a small group of people. Everything was decided democratically after long, sometimes very long, discussions. Sometimes the discussions dissolved into arguments, and then they would agree to go away and cool off before returning to talk. The room was crowded. There weren't enough chairs, so half the participants stood at the back and sides, or sat on the floor in the middle. Booker arrived and hobbled to his seat. His rheumy-eyed gaze travelled from one intelligent, alert face to another, as if he couldn't believe his luck. He was lucky. Everyone on Earth was. The planet had just received an injection of humanity's brightest and best, the cream of the crop. The makers chattered noisily, apparently unaware of Booker's arrival. Aubryo stood up and raised his hands.
"All right, shut up, everyone! Shut up!"
As the noise quietened, he swept a hand toward Booker.
"May I introduce Mr. Dakari Booker, head of the Global Advancement Association. Over to you, Mr. Booker."
He flopped into his seat and rested his elbow on the table and his chin in his hand, as if he expected to be in for a long, boring meeting. His prediction came true, for the most part anyway. The makers had to hear the details of the Scythian invasion, details Wilder already knew. She zoned out. A while later, when the topic moved on to the plan of action to repel the aliens, things became more interesting. Aubryo rose to his feet again.
"If we talk about this bit by bit, with everyone having their say, we're gonna be here all day. I propose we split into teams. Maybe you can organise yourselves according to your expertise. I'll coordinate."
The makers stared at him in silence.
"Come on, chop chop."
He motioned with his hands, chivying them. Steen said,
"That isn't how we,
Someone opened the door, hitting a maker in the back. After apologising, the newcomer walked to Booker and whispered in his ear. The old man nodded and spoke to him. When the messenger had left, he said,
"2 people of great importance have arrived. What they can tell us may have a large bearing on what we decide today. I have asked that they be brought here immediately. I would like to ask for your patience for a few moments."
Wilder wondered who it could be. She didn't know of any Earthers of influence except Booker. She wasn't aware there even were any. Quick footsteps sounded outside and the door opened again. In stepped Mickey and Nina. A shriek went up from Cherry. She flew across the room and grabbed the girls, weeping with joy and relief. Wilder was simply dumbfounded. She couldn't believe they were here, alive and well.
I apologize for not telling you sooner, Buka said. I couldn't be absolutely certain they were safe until the heli bringing them up from the south arrived.
It took Cherry about 15 minutes to calm down. The two makers who had been sitting next to her gave up their seats for the girls, and though she stopped crying, she couldn't take her eyes off them. Mickey told their story. What a story it was! Wilder listened intently as the girl described the interior of the domes, the trapped people, and the work she had done tending to the alien creatures. Mickey explained how she suspected the creatures were actually baby Scythians, and the aliens were growing their young in underground chambers outside the domes. The makers seized on this fact, and Mickey lapsed into silence as they ran with it. She caught Wilder's gaze and looked away. Something was bothering her. Was there something she hadn't said? But Mickey was young and probably overly concerned with unimportant things. Perhaps she felt bad about absconding from the ship. Wilder decided to reassure her later that she was completely forgiven. The chatter in the room was rising. A maker was proposing blowing up the alien nursery Mickey and Nina had escaped from. She asked the girls, "Did most of the people get out?" "Uh-huh," Mickey replied softly. "Most of them." "Then it's perfect," the woman went on. "We want to minimize collateral damage. A successful attack on the aliens' young will send a firm message, and if they don't leave, we'll blow up another nursery and another." Cherry shot to her feet. "You can't do that! The minute the Scythians think they might not win this war, they'll launch their biocide and destroy the whole planet. We told you about that back on Svalbard, remember?" Buka cleared his throat. "We have begun a vaccination program based on the vaccine your captain gave us before your ship left." "Oh, she did she? That was so kind of her. But it's beside the point. You can't vaccinate all living things. I've seen the biocide effects on Concordia. You do not want that here on Earth." The maker said, "We might be able to find a way to neutralize the virus before it spreads." "You won't. It works too fast. Depending on the conditions, it can travel faster than a man can run." Cherry made eye contact with Wilder and held it. "She's right," Wilder said. "You should listen to her." "I am listening," said the maker tetchily. "But there's more than one opinion here." "I'm not stating my opinion," Cherry retorted through her teeth. "I'm stating a fact." More makers spoke out. Others responded. Orbio had plenty to say too. The noise began to overwhelm Wilder. The consensus seemed to be moving toward blowing up the Scythians' nursery, but she didn't want to stick around for the final agreement. She crossed the room to where Cherry, Mickey and Nina sat, picking her way through the makers sitting on the floor. "How about we get out of here?" They heartily agreed. Chapter 38. "We're lucky to have you guys here. With all your experience of fighting the Scythians, we would be clueless otherwise." The woman who had argued with Cherry at the meeting seemed to be speaking sincerely, but Wilder had the impression her words were only a sop to Cherry's feelings. Cherry seemed to think the same. "Lucky for you, maybe," she replied in a neutral tone, though her eyes displayed her dislike. "Not for us. We have a home to protect." "I'm sorry you feel that way," said the maker stiffly. "We're all human after all." Cherry was being a little churlish, considering the efforts the makers had gone to in order to help the Concordians. But Wilder didn't blame her friend. She was down about being abandoned too, though Mickey and Nina's safe return mitigated her sadness. Orbio strode in. "You guys ready?" "Very ready," Cherry replied, as if she couldn't wait to get out of the place. Or, more particularly, away from the maker and her fake compliments. They were setting off for the south and the Scythian dome where the girls had been held captive. From other things Mickey had said, it seemed the place was central to the aliens' activity. Booker had confirmed it was the largest dome on Earth, and large numbers of people had been abducted from the surrounding area. Fortunately, many had escaped at the same time as Mickey and Nina. The fact that the dome was important had fueled everyone's determination to make it the first strike in the coming war. Everyone except Cherry. She feared what the Scythians might do as a counter-strike. The voice of one person counted for little, however, despite her experience of fighting the Scythians. As they got up to leave, the Maker said, "You know, in a funny way, the Scythians' arrival might be good for humanity as a whole." Cherry froze and stared at her. "How the hell do you figure that?" "I know it must sound strange, but, well, my specialism is human psychology, so I am speaking from a place of knowledge. I was the person responsible for programming the androids you called Guardians for their interactions with the colonists."
"Oh," said Aubryo, an edge in his tone. "That was you, was it?"
"You see," the Maker went on, "the common person needs someone to hate, an enemy or other. That's how they form a favourable picture of themselves, by comparison with a group they dislike. And for some it's how they understand society, by dividing it into acceptable and unacceptable people. Their relationships are based on this worldview. When the natural movement started up, the world was divided according to a new paradigm, or perhaps a very old one, depending on how you look at it. Those who accepted a scientific understanding of life and those who didn't. Scientists, engineers, technicians, doctors, physicists, mathematicians, all these and similar people became the other."
She looked at Aubryo.
"You were around to see the first effects."
He grimaced. "It wasn't pretty."
"It was the beginning of the end. My friends and I were the remnants of the remnants, clinging on to rationality in the scientific process. Civilization was in full collapse, and it appears to have only just begun to recover. But now the Scythians are here."
"They will be a common enemy," Wilder interrupted.
"Exactly. Humans will stop fighting among themselves, killing each other in endless wars. They will band together, unite against the alien invaders. Ideally, they should also have a figure to follow, a leader, dead or alive, to worship, a redeemer who takes on their sins."
"People will die," Cherry said.
"Sadly, yes. It's an age-old question. Is it better to die than live as a slave? I can't speak for everyone, but for me the answer is yes. I will do all I can to defeat the Scythians, even at the cost of my life."
They were brave words, but she was not going south. Along with the rest of the Makers, she would remain far from the fighting. The GAA wanted to preserve humanity's new and greatest assets. Would her opinion be different if she were to see agony, terror, and death close up? Wilder didn't know.
"We have many more ideas on what we can do to fight back," the Maker said. "With time and effort, we will rid Earth of their presence."
"Time's getting on," said Aubryo.
Mickey and Nina came with them on the journey. They would stay well away from the action zone, but they could help advise on the placement of the explosives. Cherry also didn't want to let them out of her sight, and Wilder felt the same. Strongquist would be with them, as well as a group of locals. They landed in a clearing in a hot, steamy jungle. The local people were waiting to meet them. A man and a woman greeted Mickey and Nina warmly. Mickey explained they were former captives of the Scythians who had taken part in the escape. The couple had 2 boys with them, but they left them behind for the trek down to the dome. The pale hemisphere glowed in the valley, an easy-to-spot navigation beacon. The attack team walked down the trail between tall trees, each person carrying an item of equipment needed to blow up the Scythians' nursery. Sweat soon covered every inch of Wilder's body, and her palms grew slippery. Insects buzzed in her ears. Then Aubryo and Cherry began to bicker. Perhaps he'd tried to be friendly again, and she had rejected him again. He alternated between being sarcastic and nice to her. Neither tactic worked. Wilder didn't know why he kept on trying. Cherry was never going to forgive him for what he'd done all those years ago. At least, maybe not unless he begged, and he was not the type to beg. Suddenly, he exploded.
I'm sorry. All right, is that what you want to hear? I'm fucking sorry. Now, for fuck's sake, forget about it and move on.
Wilder winced with second-hand embarrassment. Everyone in the group was pretending to not hear the argument, though naturally everyone could. The local people wouldn't understand what was being said, but it didn't really matter.
I don't give a shit, Cherry yelled back. Why are you even telling me? I haven't cared about you in a very long time. Why can't you understand that and leave me alone?
That's a lie, and you know it. If you didn't give a shit about me, why treat me like a pariah?
Because you're an asshole who only ever thinks about himself. You know what? I did sleep with Kez.
Oh, stars! Wilder glanced up the trail. Had Mickey and Nina heard? She hoped not. If Cherry wanted Aubryo to stop bugging her, this wasn't the right time for it.
You know what else?
Cherry continued, raging.
He was better than you. He was a better person than you in every way. The wrong man died.
Holy shit! Wilder halted. She had to say something to make them stop fighting. But Cherry stomped past, her mouth tightly shut. She seemed to be done. Aubryo passed by too, head down. Cherry's words had been harsh, but perhaps he needed to hear them. Maybe she'd succeeded where everyone else had failed, bringing his ego down a notch. Chapter 39. Cherry dug a hole in the dark soil. She was helping to place the explosives according to the maker's instructions. The devices had to be buried just below the surface and facing in a certain direction. Twilight was falling. If any humans the Scythians had captured remained alive, they would be returning to their cells, according to Mickey's estimates. It was also the time the aliens would be leaving the dome. Local intel said they had stepped up their efforts to seize people since the escape. Luckily, there was plenty of cover at the edge of the clearing, and the explosives didn't need to be right up against the Scythian nursery to destroy it and everything inside. When she'd dug a hole sufficiently deep to submerge the device, she slipped it in and covered it up so only a short antenna protruded. Crawling backward, she returned to the trees. The dome glimmered in the half-light, 50 or so meters away. The spot where the captives had made their escape was no longer visible. The Scythians must have filled it in. How were the rest of the team doing? Stooping low, she made her way through the jungle to the rendezvous point. Most of the locals had returned already. Mickey and Nina were retreating with Wilder to the top of the rise, moving out of sight. Cherry was conflicted about having the girls close by, even though they would be far from the explosion zone. But Mickey's help had been invaluable in estimating the location of the nursery. The local couple had got it wrong at first, until she had corrected them with pointing and gestures. A dark shape swept overhead. The Scythians were coming out for their night patrols. Leaves in the undergrowth rustled, and another local man appeared. He gave a nod. His device had been placed. Cherry counted 10 men and women. That was nearly everyone. Only Aubryo was missing. He had volunteered to undertake the placement farthest from cover, but he should be back by now. Of all of them, he needed to make it. He was carrying the detonator. She peered into the deepening gloom. Where the hell was he? If they didn't blow the place soon, the Scythians were bound to spot the humans lurking beneath the forest canopy. Guilt nagged at her over what she'd said to him. She'd been overheated, tired, despairing of never seeing Concordia again, worried about being responsible for Mickey and Nina now Kez was gone. What she had told Aubryo was true, all of it. But he didn't need to hear it right now, and especially not in front of everyone. As he'd stated a few times, he was not an actual monster, annoying though he was. He was coming. The tall man was nearly doubled over as he crept stealthily through long grass. A shadow blocked the light of the rising moon. Another Scythian. That was 2 in less than a minute. They had to be stepping up reconnaissance. Aubryo had sunk into the vegetation. He must have spotted the threat too. He had about 30 meters to go to reach cover and be a safe distance from the explosion. Just 30 meters. She peered at the top of the dome. A winged shape rose from it, grey in the failing light. Another alien, so soon. "Aubryo, hurry up!" The creature swept a wide circle, cutting out the light of the first stars, and flew away. "Now's your chance." Where was he? There he was. Aubryo had risen and was heading for them. His gaze met Cherry's across the open space. Despite all his self-aggrandizement, he was actually quite brave. Braver than he'd been in the early years of the colony, and she couldn't deny he'd protected her from danger more than once. She decided to cut him some slack from now on. A Scythian swooped. She hadn't seen it coming, and neither had Aubryo. The creature descended from his rear, wings opened wide, legs outstretched. "Aubryo!" It was as much warning as he got before the Scythian's feet fastened on him, but it was enough to foil the creature's attempt to drag him into the air. He swung around and punched the alien in the throat. The creature was stunned and its grip slipped. Aubryo tried to wrestle free, but then the taloned toes tightened once more. The great wings beat, lifting upward. Aubryo kicked and punched, hitting its stomach, chest, legs, anything he could reach. He grasped its neck and squeezed, bending it. The Scythian faltered, wobbled, and toppled to the ground. Cherry had her rifle out and was aiming, but she couldn't get off a shot without risking hitting Aubryo. As he grappled with the creature, cuts opened on his back, welling blood. The alien was attacking him with the claws on its wings, and still she couldn't get a clear shot. He'd got it underneath him, a knee on its neck, while the dreadful claws did their work. He was trying to get the globe off its head, but the claws were tearing into him. The sky filled with shapes. More Scythians were coming. "Aubryo!" She ran out. She had to kill the thing. He saw her. "Get back!" It was like Garwin's death all over again, sliced to shreds by the Scythian spiders. "Get back!" he gasped. "I'm gonna blow it!" He reached into his pocket. The Scythian's claw cut across his face. With a final despairing look, she ran back into the trees. The others had gone, and so should she, but she couldn't. She couldn't leave him. Aubryo and his attacker had morphed into one struggling shadow, a writhing heap of darkness in the grass. Scythians were alighting all around and waddling closer to witness the spectacle. A whoomph resounded, a shockwave travelling through the ground and air. Cherry's legs jerked from the impact, and the wave passed up her body. Soil and vegetation erupted in a gigantic fountain and rained down, filling her hair and mouth, spattering against her hastily closed eyes. When she opened them again, devastation spread out before her. The Scythians in the blast zone were prone, motionless or twitching. What had been a simple forest clearing was a mess of earth, roots and shredded foliage. And something else. Here and there within the devastated space lay smaller Scythians and weird animals with carapaces. None moved. The nursery was destroyed. Humanity's counterattack had begun. She heard a groan, a very human groan. Aubryo was alive. The sound had come from somewhere nearby. She saw him. The blast had blown him toward the forest, and now he lay only a few meters away. Closer to the dome, Scythians were landing, but they were distracted, inspecting the corpses of their dead offspring. She crawled out on her stomach. He was barely recognizable. His face was a mask of blood, and his limbs were bent at strange angles.
"You did it," she whispered. "We've begun to fight back."
His chest laboured, and his eyes were turning glassy. She wasn't sure he had heard her.
"I love you."
"I know."
Her tears dropped onto his face.
"I hated you, but I love you too."
This seemed to register. He swallowed.
"See ya, bandit."
Chapter 40. As Wilder reached the spot where the Earther's heli was waiting, a familiar but very unexpected voice sounded in her ear.
"Are you guys ready for pickup? I have your location. ETA 7 minutes.
Zapata? What the hell? You're back? What happened?
It's a long story. Is there a clear landing site nearby? Get to it ASAP. I hope the girls are with you."
The only available open space was occupied by the GAA's heli. For the Sirocco shuttle to land, the heli would have to leave. Even so, she wasn't sure the shuttle would fit.
They are, but we're in the middle of a jungle.
"Listen, I don't have wiggle room. Either I pick you up in 7, 6 minutes, or I don't, ever. I repeat, is there room for me to land?"
"Yeah,"
she replied hastily.
"There will be. We'll be waiting."
Mickey and Nina were staring at her.
"The Sirocco's back. We're going home."
"Good news,"
said Strongquist.
"Would you like me to instruct the heli pilot to move his vessel?"
"Yes, but—"
A black hole had opened up on top of the dome.
"The Scythians are coming out. Tell the pilot he needs to get far away."
She told the girls to get deeper into the trees and went with them. The local people helping with the attack were already melting into the forest. She saw the expression on Mickey's face.
"You want to go back to Concordia, right?"
Mickey looked doubtful.
"Yes,"
Nina replied.
"We do."
She nudged her sister.
"I guess so,"
Mickey murmured.
"But I'm gonna miss Dad." "You'll miss him just as bad here as there,"
Nina said.
"It's time to go home, sis. Dad wouldn't want us to stay on Earth just for him."
Mickey didn't answer. Wilder said,
"You have 6 minutes to decide. If you don't leave now, you'll never have another chance. Understand?"
Mickey nodded, biting her lip. Scythians were flying from the dome. Surely it was past time to detonate the explosives. What was Aubrio waiting for? Wilder peered into the valley, but all she could see was the tops of trees and the semi-luminous dome. Another creature swept into the air. Recalling the time a Scythian had carried her aloft, she shivered. She had come so close to death, and many had already died. The aliens had to be stopped somehow. Maybe tonight's effort would begin to turn the tide. So she would get to see Niall and Dragan again, and everyone else on the Sirocco. They hadn't left after all. She couldn't imagine what had happened, but there would be plenty of time to hear about it later, between jumps back to Concordia. They should be there in only a few weeks, finally bringing the seeding material her world so desperately needed. Or perhaps not. Everything hinged on Zapata being able to land the shuttle, and they had to board it without being killed. Wilder scanned the tree-filled slopes. Where the hell were Cherry and Aubrio? If they weren't here in 5 minutes, Zapata wouldn't wait. Why hadn't the explosives gone off? Had the mission failed? She was about to calm Cherry when a dull roar resounded and the ground trembled. Between overhanging leaves, she glimpsed a fountain of dirt and dust rising into the dusty sky. They'd blown up the Scythians' nursery. Yes! Humanity had finally hit back at the aliens. But she wouldn't be around to see the fallout. She had work to do elsewhere. Cherry and Aubrio should finally be on their way back. Strongquist appeared, and the noise of heli rotors briefly rose and faded. Are you coming with us? She asked.
Coming with you to Concordia? I hadn't considered it as an option.
You could be useful there. We have a lot to do.
There is much to do on Earth, too.
Do you have free will? It was a question that had only just occurred to her. Can you come and go as you please?
Within the restraints of my programming, I can choose my own path.
So you aren't programmed to serve the Makers?
I am not. In the remaining time, I will consider your offer.
Wilder trotted to the head of the trail. It was empty. She calmed. Cherry, where are you? I'm on my way. Cherry sounded out of breath. And Aubryo? Wilder asked. He's with you, right? Only he's... Shit. She had been mistaken. Cherry wasn't panting. She was crying. You have to hurry, Wilder said. Zapata's on his way. What? How? I don't know yet. We only have a few minutes. Cherry's head appeared, bobbing as she trotted up the trail. This way, Wilder called out, heading back to the girls and Strongquist. There was a distant sound, the whine of the shuttle's Agrav drive. Cherry ran up. Her face was grimy, except for tear tracks running from her eyes. She gasped, The Sirocco came back? I can't believe it either. Zapata said he can't wait around. We have to leave as soon as he lands. Cherry's chest heaved. Aubryo didn't make it. I got that. It's a shame he's gone. Wilder didn't feel a hypocrite saying it. She meant it, even though she hadn't liked the man. Maybe he'll turn into that person the Maker was talking about. Cherry wiped her eyes on her sleeve. What person? Someone for the Earthers to rally around. A figurehead. His story might grow over time, you know. How the stories of famous people do. He would have liked that. Yeah, he would. The shuttle's whine increased. Zapata calmed. I see the landing site. Be ready. The imposing vessel appeared in the night sky. Scythians flew straight for it. He'll never touch down, said Wilder, dismayed. It's too dangerous. Cherry marched toward the clearing. Bring the girls. She hefted her rifle to her shoulder. Nina, Mickey, you're coming? Wilder asked. Mickey nodded, her gaze on her sister. We're coming. Pulse rounds lit the night, but not from Cherry's rifle. She hadn't begun firing yet. It was Strongquist. He was aiming through the canopy, picking off the aliens, laying cover for the descending shuttle. I have decided to decline your offer, he called out. I wish you luck in all your endeavours. Wilder grabbed Mickey and Nina's hands, and they ran. Cherry began shooting. She was on the very edge of the clearing, firing round after round at the whirling Scythians. The aliens swooped and soared, trying to get closer while avoiding being shot. Strongquist and Cherry's efforts kept them too busy to shoot at the shuttle. The vessel was down, its hatch opening. Wilder reached it and helped the girls to board before turning back to her friend, who hadn't changed position. Cherry, she yelled. Come on, it's time to go. I'm not coming. You have to come back to Concordia. I'm going to stay here and help the Earthers. Good luck. But...
Take off in 10 seconds,
Zapata calmed. Wilder, Nina called. Come inside. Close the hatch. With a sense of unreality, Wilder climbed into the shuttle and the hatch closed. Before she reached a seat, the vessel rose into the air. She was forced to the deck, where she sat numbly. After several minutes, the upward acceleration eased, and she summoned the willpower to find a seat and strap in. She calmed Cherry, her voice trembling. What are you doing? I don't understand. I'm sorry, but the Makers need someone to advise them about the Scythians. But we need you on Concordia too. You'll be fine without me, and you'll be great for Mickey and Nina. I was never the motherly type. None of those things is true. Wilder's tears flowed freely. I'm done, Cherry said. I'm tired and I'm done. Maybe the GAA will give me a room somewhere far from the fighting, and I can annoy the makers by telling them they're wrong.
I don't get it.
I'm not sure I do either. Tell the girls I'll visit Kez's grave for them. You take care. You'll be the last of the first Concordians. You have a reputation to uphold. It was good knowing you, Wilder. The comm went dead. Chapter 41. The shuttle landed in the Sirocco's bay. Heavy clunks echoed through the cabin as the clamps snapped into place.
"Stay right where you are," Zapata ordered. "It's the safest place."
"What's going on?" Wilder asked.
"When we jumped back into the system, we found the Scythians' military ships had arrived. Unlike the transports, the battleships weren't shy about attacking us."
The entire shuttle shuddered.
"That's the Parvus' weapon firing. We've taken a couple of hits, but we're giving as good as we're getting. It won't be long until the ship runs out of juice, though, hence the deadline for picking you up. If we waited too long, we wouldn't have the energy to jump."
"We're going to jump?"
"Imminently."
"With us in the shuttle?"
"You're welcome to try and run for a capsule if you think you can make it."
"I'll take my chances here." Mickey and Nina had only heard Wilder's half of the conversation, so she told them the bits they'd missed.
"What about Cherry?"
Mickey asked.
"She isn't coming back to Concordia."
It was blunt, but Wilder didn't know a gentler way of explaining it.
"Will we ever see her again?"
Nina asked.
"Maybe one day. She said she'll visit your dad's grave from time to time. It's good he won't be alone."
And then the Sirocco jumped. Vesey had tricked them, or rather, most of them. Over the course of the next few hours, Wilder learned from Niall and Dragan all that had happened since the shuttle had disappeared from Svalbard. The captain had commed Zapata, instructing him to fly her to the GAA headquarters to hand over vaccine samples. That had been no lie. She did take the samples to Buka. But after the pilot had flown her back to the Sirocco, she had ordered him into his cabin and locked him in as a punishment for disobeying orders previously. A handful of the ship's personnel had been in the know about exactly what she was doing and why. Vesey's cronies knew she planned to abandon Cherry, Wilder, Aubrio and Kez's daughters and take the ship home. Her reasoning was that time had run out, and a few had to be sacrificed for the sake of the majority. But she told the rest of the crew something different. She announced that the ship would make one jump out of the system, purely as a safety precaution. Later, when Aubrio, Cherry and Wilder had had time to retrieve Mickey and Nina, the Sirocco would return and pick them up. But the waiting period stretched out, and in the meantime Vesey's allies tried to persuade the others that it wouldn't be safe to go back, that the might of the Scythian military must have arrived, and if the ship returned to Earth, everyone would be going to their certain deaths. The tactic worked on some, and opinion began to turn in favour of continuing the journey home. They had everything they needed to restart ecosystems on Concordia. Abandoning crewmates was hard, but, after all, 2 of them were half-Earthers anyway, and 1 of them was generally disliked. But the persuasion hadn't worked on everyone. Niall and Dragan had figured out Vesey's scheme. They broke Zapata out, and, with the help of the personnel who hadn't been turned, they mutinied. The former Captain Vesey was now the one confined to her cabin. Her erstwhile supporters had faded away, and the Sirocco jumped back to the Sol system, only to meet a nasty Scythian surprise. The journey home began. The days sped past, and a sense of normality returned, somewhat. Each jump was coordinated to land the ship in the vicinity of a star. Then it was just a matter of waiting to build sufficient power to move on again. And so they continued, leaping across the galaxy, taking a single second to traverse a distance that, on the outward journey, had taken years. The trip to Earth had cost many lives, suicides of those who had given up hope, accidental deaths of plant hunters who had searched alien planets for crops to keep everyone alive, the tragic loss of Kes, and finally Orbrio, perhaps immortal yet not indestructible. But they had completed their mission. The Ark was full from decks to overheads, with material to rejuvenate their ravaged planet. If anyone still lived on Concordia, the Sirocco's return would seem like a myth made real. History come alive, replete with riches. When the day came for the final jump, taking them home, Mickey approached Wilder. The girl had been subdued and quiet the entire journey. It wasn't surprising. She had to be grieving for her father and missing Cherry. But this time Wilder read something new in her eyes.
"Mickey, what's wrong?"
She collapsed into Wilder's arms.
"I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I've messed everything up. We're all going to die."
Wilder almost laughed. It was such a ridiculous thing to say. But the girl was only 15 and had a taste for the dramatic. Wilder swallowed her chuckle.
"I'm sure we aren't all going to die. Tell me what's bothering you. I'm sure we can put it right."
Her head pressed against Wilder's chest. Mickey replied in muffled tones.
"They knew I was from Concordia, and they interrogated me, and I spilled my guts. I told the Scythians everything."
Wilder was still. Then she gently pulled Mickey away and looked into her downcast eyes. Mickey wouldn't meet her gaze.
"I don't understand. How could the Scythians possibly know you were from Concordia?" "I don't know for sure, but I think they analysed my speech, and somehow they knew. They asked me lots of questions, and I had to answer or they would have killed Nina. I told them all I knew. I couldn't let them kill her."
Mickey seemed completely sincere. Wilder was confident she thought she was telling the truth, but it didn't add up. Except it did. The Scythians had investigated the Guardian feler's database. They would have learned about the language spoken on Concordia. Mickey's guess was probably correct. The aliens had matched her speech with the information from feler and put two and two together. Their finding would explain the presence of a high-tech ship with jump capabilities in orbit around humanity's low-tech origin planet. The Scythians knew the Concordian colony had survived the biocide. They knew Concordians were returning to reseed the planet. They knew the humans would be arriving soon. After one more jump, the Sirocco would be home. But what would her crew find there? The end. This has been Redeemer, Space Colony 1, Book 8, written and narrated by J.J. Green. The next and final book in the Space Colony 1 series is Reprisal, Space Colony 1, Book 9. For more J.J. Green books, visit jjgreenauthor.com.